Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Oh my god, there are also level 15 blue grade equipment, and with decent attributes. This level 10 blue gauntlet is exactly what I need. How much is it? Why is there no price listed? Frost Shield, a level 15 silver high grade shield, it's perfect? Our Glory Alliance lacks a high grade shield. With it, we can start exploring the subterranean cavern. This shield is ours, everyone else stop competing. Vera had just put up the items for sale and was about to set the prices, but she saw a large swarm of players rushing towards them. She quickly increased the original price by 30%. All of these items were provided by Songjian, and the most of the Doomsday coins they earned from the sale would go to him. The store could only earn a little bit from consignment fees. However, the sales volume was calculated based on the total price of all the items. Soon, prices were attached to all the items just placed in the store. What? 100,000 Doomsday coins? That's way too expensive. Seeing the price of 100,000 Doomsday coins under the silvery glowing shield, all the players gasped. This level 10 blue equipment actually costs 5,000 Doomsday coins. It's too expensive. Can you give a discount? Poor ones, you want top-tier equipment without money to buy. 5,000 Doomsday coins, I will take it. The news that Starfire Store was beginning to sell a large number of high-grade equipment soon reached all the player alliances in the city of Hems. Nearly all the alliances started furiously raising fund to try and secure all this equipment after receiving this news, especially the silver-grade Frost Shield. Chapter 365 Bidding Starfire Shop was seeing a surge in crowd, attracting more and more players. Kagura, who was keeping a close eye on the activity from across the road, was green with envy. However, he knew that all of this was just like adding fuel to the fire, and that once all the equipment sold out and Starfire Shop could not restock, no matter how high the shop was currently held, it would fall just as hard. Humphrey, why don't you continue supplying epic quality silver equipment? I don't believe the Silver Moon Commerce would strongly support you like this. Kagura spoke through gritted teeth. This time, because the Silver Moon Commerce was invading the Sunfire Commerce territory, the help given by the Sunfire Commerce was substantial. They had early on formed a consensus that they could not let Silver Moon Commerce step a foot in Zone B under any circumstance. However, within the Silver Moon Commerce, there was considerable controversy over Annie's management, and her actions weren't supported all that much. The main support relied solely on Annie's personal influence and connections. This was also the reason why the sales in Starfire Shop had been zero for more than a week. The senior executives of the Silver Moon Commerce were generally ambivalent about their operation, adopting a win or lose, it doesn't matter attitude. Within half a day, most of the other equipment in the shop were sold out. Even if their prices inflated by 30%, these players were still fervently grabbing at mainstream green and blue equipment with good attributes. Almost everyone's gaze was now fixated upon the silver quality Frost Shield, 100,000. That's crazy. I can buy a gold grade equipment with that amount of money. Someone murmured. Exactly. 50,000, the Blizzard Alliance is willing to offer 50,000 Doomsday coins for this shield. So, what do you say? Will it sell or not? You want to buy this epic shield with 50,000? Hehe, the Firefox Alliance offers 60,000 Doomsday coins. The leaders of many alliances in the city of Hems rushed to Starfire Shop after hearing about the shield, each leaving them drooling after seeing the attributes of the shield. But the cost of 100,000 Doomsday coins was just too much. To spend that much on this one shield could affect the development of their alliances, leaving them bankrupt. The price of the shield finally stopped rising after it reached between 60 and 65,000. But Vera didn't budge. She pulled out an abacus and began to calculate today's sales, 5,003, plus 2,008, plus 4,001. Vera was calculating the price of the sold items, and was surprised to find that in just half a day, the sales had reached close to 100,000. If this silver quality epic shield sold, then it would be 200,000 in total revenue achieved. This meant that 1/5 of the task would already be completed, all within half a day. Thinking about this, a satisfied smile surfaced on Vera's face. Just as players were discussing and hoping for Starfire Shop to lower the price, a rush of hooves was suddenly heard outside the shop. At this moment, a middle-aged man, dressed as a butler, jumped down from a horse and hurried into the Starfire Shop. Upon seeing the shield displayed, he let out a sigh of relief. Hey, it's Butler Henry from the Violet family, what is he doing here? Could it be that these NPCs also heard about the top-quality silver shield? The onlookers were taken aback upon seeing Butler Henry. The Violet family, who told them. They are picking a fight with all the players. Damn it, with the NPCs stepping in, we can't get this shield. Why do good items always end up being snatched by them? It's so infuriating. There's no way around it, they are rich and powerful. They are more extravagant than we are, pity such an epic shield. Seeing Henry walk in, almost all the players' looks became grim. In the City of Hymns, this was not the first time, and certainly would not be the last, that NPCs outbid players. Compared to NPCs, who had been in the game for decades or even hundreds of years, the players who had just begun exploring the game were unable to compete in terms of financial or actual strength. Once a desirable item appeared, there was hardly any chance of it ending up in a player's pocket if these NPCs set their eyes on it. Is the steward here? Steward? Henry strode in and called out. Veer lifted her head to look at Henry and quickly moved forward to curtsy. Oh, isn't this Lord Henry from the Violet family? What brings you to our humble shop? Gosh, because of this epic shield. When my young master heard that there was an epic silver shield for sale here, he immediately instructed me to rush over and buy it at all costs. As you know, my young master will be coming of age in a few months. He has been chosen as the reserve knight by the Dawn Church, but he is lacking a suitable shield. Oh, is that so? If we had known, we would have sent the shield to your residence first for your young master to examine. We apologize for the oversight. However, as this item belongs to a consignor and is not the Silver Moon Commerce's own property, we cannot provide any discounts. What should we? Vera said, with a troubled expression. What discount? Just being able to buy it is good enough. Hurry up and wrap it up for me, so I can take it back. Henry pulled out several gold tickets from his robe, handed them over, and said, Here are gold tickets worth 100,000 doomsday coins, count them. Vera was about to accept the tickets with a smile, but suddenly felt a slap aimed at her wrist. She retracted her hand reflexively and raised her eyebrows in anger. Ahem, the one who offers the highest price gets the item. Henry, are you trying to break the rules? An old man, who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, walked into the shop slowly, leaning on a cane. Tulip Viscount, Butler Henry of the Violet family sends you his greetings and wishes you good health and longevity. Upon seeing the old man, Henry's face darkened. But he still respectfully bowed towards the old man. Fine, Henry. This shield, the Tulip family would like to have it. I am willing to pay 110,000 doomsday coins. I believe that Silver Moon Commerce would not reject a higher price, am I right? The random gaze aimed towards Henry clashed with his eyes for a moment. Viscount Tulip turned to Vera with an edge of arrogance on his face and continued, This is really putting me in a difficult position. Vera showed a troubled expression and looked at Henry. Feeling shocked internally, Vera originally marked this shield with a price that was almost impossible to sell, aiming to attract more people's attention, but unexpectedly, she seemed to have underestimated the potential price of this shield. Apologies, Tulip Viscount, but our young master has said that he must have this shield. Henry, stark-white and trembling slightly under Viscount's gaze, replied hesitantly, I am willing to pay 120,000 doomsday coins to purchase this shield. Wow, the onlooking players gasped. This price was far beyond that of a silver-quality shield. Chapter 366, Best-Selling Products 120,000 doomsday coins. This is 120,000 doomsday coins. Even at an auction house, a frost shield might not be able to fetch such a high price. Kagura stood across the street and almost fell to the ground when he heard Henry's shout of 120,000 doomsday coins. His envious eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. How could it be so valuable? Where did Annie get this shield from? Does she have a secret elite team that specializes in hunting down bosses? Kagura's face was gloomy as water, while the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching, and thoughts kept popping up in his mind. 120,000 doomsday coins, it seems that the Violet family's recent foreign trade business is booming. They can casually take out 120,000 doomsday coins. Tulip Viscount's face looked a bit unpleasant, but he didn't care and just coldly snorted, 130,000 doomsday coins. Henry, the butler, immediately let out a sigh of relief. Competing with a Viscount for an item was too difficult for him. But the young master of the Violet family had given him a bottom line. If it exceeded 120,000 doomsday coins, he would give up. I apologize for my offense, your honorable Tulip Viscount. I am just a mere servant, how dare I compete with you for this item? Now, it's yours. Henry, the butler, said humbly. Tulip Viscount was startled, then looked at Vera. He even suspected that Henry and Vera were teaming up to artificially raise the price. However, after thinking about it, these two people wouldn't be able to pull off such a big scam, daring to deceive a Viscount. Thinking for a while, Tulip Viscount seemed to understand. On his wrinkled old face, a hint of a smile appeared. Shaking his head, he didn't bother saying anything to Henry and just waved his hand at him. Henry, the butler, who was sweating profusely, gave a humble bow and left the shop. Tulip Viscount coughed, took out a few gold tickets from his pocket with his white-gloved right hand, and handed them to Vera. "Your Honorable Viscount, do you need me to wrap it up for you?" Vera asked respectfully. With her current status, she couldn't afford to offend a Viscount. "No need." Tulip Viscount waved his hand, even changing his cane to his right hand, and grabbed the shield with his left hand. The moment he equipped the shield, a hint of brilliance appeared on Tulip Viscount's face, and he suddenly exuded an aura. It seemed that when he was young, he had been a powerful professional. It's just unclear if he had reached the first-tier strength. Good, good. If I had such a shield back then. Sigh. Tulip Viscount muttered to himself, shook his head in the end, and let out a heavy sigh. Without saying a word, Tulip Viscount turned around and left Starfire Shop, climbed into a luxurious carriage. With the excitement over, the players immediately surrounded Vera. "Manager, bring out more good equipment like this." "Yeah, how many of this kind of equipment do you have? We want them all. There can't be just a few, right?" Yeah, bring them out quickly." Vera suddenly felt flustered. All the equipment had been sold, but Songjian still hadn't appeared. She didn't know what to do for a moment. Seeing the players surrounding Vera, Kagura, who had an insidious face, finally revealed a smile. He had waited so long just to see this scene. He was sure that the items just now were Annie's desperate struggle. Once the equipment was sold out, Starfire Shop would return to its previous state of near collapse. Let the commotion be bigger, the better. When this reaches the ears of the Silver Moon Commerce's president, "Annie, your position as manager might not be so stable," Kagura said with a gloomy smile and muttered to himself. At this moment, a tired-looking Songjian appeared in the shop. He saw a large group of people surrounding Vera, and all the equipment in the store had been sold out. Songjian couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. "It seems that this shop has a good location," Songjian muttered to himself. Soon, he placed the T-11 high-explosive grenades and self-destructing Robot 2 on the shop's selling section. At the same time, he also placed Fire Lizard Medicine, Weakness Potion, and Primary Ice Resistance Potion up for sale. Throughout the morning, Songjian made a large number of high-explosive grenades and self-destructing robots. His craftsmanship skill had also been raised to level 5 from making so many items. Afterwards, making more high-explosive grenades and self-destructing robots would no longer increase his craftsmanship experience. Then, he began making potions. With the portable alchemy workstation, the quality of the potions Songjian made was excellent, with the effects increasing by at least 15%. In this way, his alchemy level also increased to level 5. If it weren't the case that making potions wouldn't increase his alchemy experience any longer, he might not have even left the alchemy room. "Hey, new items popped up in the shop, take a look," a player shouted. Everyone was stunned and looked at the newly placed items. Fog Grass, High Explosive Grenade, 300 group damage? Are you kidding me? That's so brutal. And a self-destructing robot, my god. 500 group damage. When the guild wars start, will there be any room for others to survive? Stupid, with these things, it's a waste to use them in guild wars. Go find a place with lots of monsters to farm. With such high damage, you can blast a large number of monsters in just a few hits. Won't the experience skyrocket? No, these things must be bought in large quantities. When the time comes, I will also pile up some levels on the glory rankings. Weakness Potion, reduces monsters' defense by 35%. Damn, if I had this potion earlier, that boss would never have escaped from me. There are also fire attribute potions and ice resistance potions. Hehe, now I can finally clear the lava cave dungeon. Seeing the new items, the players stopped crowding around Vera and began to buy potions, some 3 bottles, some 5 bottles. As for those high explosive grenades and self-destructing robots, they were all bought up by members of a few war alliances within 10 minutes of appearing. Phew, that was close. How could the items I spent half a day making sell out in less than half an hour? Songjian was dumbfounded. Boss, maybe we should hire some more people to make these items. It seems that they are selling very well. With these items, completing 1 million sales isn't impossible. Vera excitedly pulled Songjian's sleeve and hurriedly said. Yes, indeed, we should hire people to do it. Relying on me alone would be exhausting. Songjian repeatedly nodded. Just then, Songjian suddenly received a message. System, Starfire Shop's turnover has reached 500,000. You have met the conditions to upgrade to level 2. Do you want to start the upgrade? Chapter 367, Recruitment 50,000 commerce volume. Is that really 50,000 commerce volume? Upon seeing the system prompt, Songjian revealed a puzzled expression. Vera, what is our business volume for today? Songjian asked. 263,500 doomsday coins. Vera glanced at the sales volume and answered directly, but why does the system prompt me that the turnover has reached 50,000 and the store can be upgraded to level 2? Songjian asked strangely. In fact, he was able to see the business volume through the system interface, but he was just skeptical about this. That is the total turnover, the cumulative turnover of the Spark store since it was opened. However, thanks to today, we went up by more than 20,000. Vera was so excited she was practically jumping for joy. Boss, shall we upgrade to level 2? Yes, of course, by then, we could also transform more forging rooms and alchemy pharmacy rooms. Wouldn't our chances of completing the tasks improve by so much? Songjian immediately said. Yes, boss, I was thinking the same thing too, but upgrading the shop requires a lot of doomsday coins, and upgrading level 1 to level 2 will require 100,000 doomsday coins. Vera said, we don't have that much money in the Spark store account. Didn't we sell more than 20,000 today? Songjian asked curiously. More than 20,000, most of which were equipment sold that you provided. The Spark store only gets a small consignment fee, and those potions and engineering-made items, according to the share split, we only made less than 30,000 doomsday coins. Moreover, we can't touch this money, we must hand it over to Silver Moon Commerce. Vera replied, you mean to say, more than 20,000, it's all mine? Songjian was startled, he only now realized that just the equipment he provided had sold for almost 20,000. No worries, use my 20,000 first, upgrade the shop, the task is the priority. Songjian hurriedly said. Now his chances of completing the task have increased. Eventually, the store will belong to him, so the upgrade should still go through. He can't delay making money. Soon, a golden light shone in the sky above the Spark store, and in just a while, the originally single-story store immediately transformed into a 2-story building. An upgrade? They dared to upgrade their store. How does Annie have the audacity to invest money in this soon-to-be-closed store? Mark-Earl was stunned. Impossible. Just then, Vera suddenly placed a sign at the door recruiting forging masters, engineering makers, and alchemy pharmacy masters. This action thoroughly struck a nerve with Makara. Damn it, they are getting ahead of themselves, even daring to recruit forging masters. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Makara, gasping, immediately turned and entered the shop. He started reporting the situation to the higher-ups of the Solar Fire Commerce via the crystal. Soon, Makara came out with a smile on his face, ordering, increase the treatment for the forging masters, engineering makers, and alchemy pharmacy masters by 30%. We are also recruiting. Humphrey, we must not let any life occupation player step into the gate of the Spark store. In this business war, Silver Moon Commerce had already recalled their forging masters sent to Annie. If the Spark store wants to continue recruiting workers, they must recruit independently. Boss, the Solar Fire Commerce across the street has started to compete with us. They have increased life workers' treatment by 30%. What should we do? Vera glared at Makara grumpily, angrily finding Songjian to speak. Shall we also increase the benefits? A price war, I am afraid we won't be able to compete with them. Songjian said with a slightly furrowed brow, why be afraid, as long as our turnover increases, we can always just make a little less. Vera said indignantly. No, let me think of another way. Songjian shook his head. Makara, watching as life occupation players continuously enter the shop to inquire about treatment, the smile on his face becoming brighter and brighter. If you want to grow and strengthen your store, apart from having special commodities, without life profession players backing you, it would be like a castle in the sky, shallow water with no roots. Songjian came to a forging room, gazing at the blazing furnace, and slowly extended his right hand. At this moment, a black flame appeared in his palm. The moment the black flame appeared, the flames in the furnace were immediately suppressed, shrinking into a ball, flickering on and off, as if it would extinguish at any moment. Songjian, his forehead covered in sweat, pulled all his focus into the black flame in his palm. After a while, a fingernail-cap-sized flame separated from the black fire and, under Songjian's mental control, slowly floated towards the furnace. Boom! The moment this small black flame entered the furnace, a burst of violent flame began to burn, and the temperature in the entire forge room instantly increased by 10 degrees or so. Even the furnace was glowing red. I succeeded. A smile appeared on Songjian's face. Initially, this was just his speculation. After making an attempt, he didn't expect to actually succeed. After the store was upgraded to level 2, the 3 original forge rooms were converted by Songjian into 1 engineering manufacturer, 1 pharmacy, and 1 forging master. Now the second floor has added 5 more rooms. Songjian separated 8 small flames from the abyssal flame and placed one in each of the 8 rooms. You should know, whether it's potion making, engineering, manufacturing, or forging, flames are indispensable. With a bonus of 3rd-tier magic flame, regardless of whatever item is manufactured, there is a high chance of mutation. For life occupation players, this is an absolutely deadly attraction. Makara watched as, to date, not a single life occupation player had gone over to apply, and immediately sat back relaxed in his chair. Sir, we have now recruited 5 junior life occupation workers, plus the 3 sent by headquarters. We are at full capacity. An employee respectfully said to Makara, full capacity? You mean, there might be other life occupation workers applying across the street? Makara's brow furrowed immediately. Not at all, sir. Many junior life occupation workers have already signed contracts with other stores. Those few were attracted to us as their contracts expired. If the stores across want to recruit, they can only recruit god devotees, or mid-level, high-level occupation workers. The employee said with a confident smile. God devotees, hey. A look of disdain appeared on Makara's face. There are few players in the god devotees who choose life occupations. The vast majority are part-timers, only choosing 1 or 2 life occupations to study in order to save doomsday coins. Naturally, they can't compete with NPC life occupation workers. As for mid-level, high-level workers, nurturing such high-profile occupants in a small level 2 store is beneath them. Chapter 368, Rejection. The players of the City of Hymns, having entered the game for a short period of time, mostly had low profession levels, hovering around level 2 or 3. Calling them novices would make them blush. They could aptly be described as simply apprentices for professions. Another belief was that professionals who were not above level 3 could be considered apprentices. The NPCs in the City of Hymns who were real craftsmen had been in their professions for decades. Their experience and position in their fields far exceeded those of the players. Some of them even had apprentices who were qualified to be the players' mentors. Those with a profession level under 10 were usually called beginners in their fields. Those who surpassed level 10 but were under level 30 were called intermediate professionals, and those over level 30 were called advanced professionals. In the City of Hymns, there were fewer than 10 people who held the title of advanced professionals, and they each belonged to different professions. This led to intense competition for even the intermediate level players among major powers. As for the favored ones mentioned by the NPCs, meaning the players, they usually wouldn't hire them because of their low levels. Even if they were also beginners, an NPC's level could be 8, 9, or even 10, while a player's might be 2, 3, or potentially even 1. The difference was too significant. Soon after the Son of Fire shop published its recruitment needs, a few players rushed in to apply. Is your boss here? We came to apply and want to discuss the terms, a strapping man with dark skin said arrogantly to Vera. NPCs look down on players with low profession levels, and innately, the players also look down on the NPCs, regardless of whether they are involved in combat or other professions. This is because players' levels rise rapidly, and it is just a matter of time before they overtake the NPCs. Upon seeing Vera, Kenda merely treated her like a regular shop assistant NPC and didn't pay her much mind. Vera was well aware of the players' attitudes towards her. She gave a slight smile and said, "Sorry, but the boss isn't in the shop now. If there's anything you need to discuss, you can talk to me." "With you? Can you make decisions?" Kenda was taken aback and looked towards his companions. They were all players who aspired to become professionals. While they all also had combat professions, they usually spent most of their energy practicing their professions. They only go outside the city to kill some low-level creatures for materials when their fatigue for their professions was full and they couldn't gain experience. After all, the City of Hymns was a lot safer than Doomsday City. Even if their combat skills were a bit lacking, they could still survive. The gossip about Sungjian, the new player owner of the Son of Fire shop, had already spread among City of Hymns players. This was the reason why these professional players came to apply as soon as a recruitment notice was posted, otherwise they wouldn't go to any NPC-owned shop to apply. It wasn't that they looked down on NPC-operated shops, but rather they couldn't compete. Seeing several professional players walk into the Son of Fire shop, a sneer appeared on Makara's face. Humphrey, to think that Annie wants to turn the tides with these low-level apprentices. It seems she has gone mad. In the eyes of many NPCs, if a professional player was below level 3, they were considered apprentices who had just touched the trades and were not eligible to be called beginners. We have already won this commercial war. Makara turned to a teenager following behind him and said, "Start spreading the word. The Son of Fire shop will sell the level 10 set of equipment called Warrior's Song tomorrow. Supplies are limited, first come, first served." Warrior's Song was a set of green equipment for level 10. Melee professionals who put it on could compete with those wearing blue quality equipment. As such, it was highly praised. Makara was originally working on it secretly, planning to use it as a trump card at the last minute. Now that he had recruited many forging masters, the production speed had increased a lot. He had already accumulated 6 sets of Warrior's Song. Through internal information from the Son of Fire Association, Makara knew that the Son of Fire shop only had 3 days left. If the sales did not reach 1 million in the last 3 days, they would give up the shop. If I had known earlier, I would have released the equipment set. Makara secretly calculated the Son of Fire shop's previous sales, and instantly felt some pain. However, he had already decided not to give any chance to the Son of Fire shop and directly wooed all the customers over. Makara believed that the moment the Warrior's Song set is launched, Son of Fire shop will definitely have no chance to turn the tables, thinking you can't turn the tables with these favored ones, ha. Makara found this thought rather amusing. Inside the Son of Fire shop, Kenda and the others were looking at Vera in disbelief, unable to believe their ears. What, you said you are not recruiting beginners in the profession? Is your boss insane? What is he thinking? Kenda exclaimed, you don't even accept beginner NPCs, but you want to recruit intermediate professionals? I didn't hear wrong, did I? His companion also wore a surprised expression. Is this a joke? Sorry, this isn't funny at all. Do you really think that with your level 2 shop, you can recruit intermediate professionals? I am really sorry, everyone, but these are the rules set by the boss. I really have no choice. There was a faint smile on Vera's face that suggested she kept people at a distance. A level 2 shop, where not even beginner NPCs would want to work, brazenly is recruiting intermediate professionals. Hey! Let's go, this guy is out of his mind. Let's not bother with him. I originally thought that since we are all players, we could help each other out, but you can't take along an idiot. Several professional players walked out of the Son of Fire shop cursing and complaining. Makara's eyes lit up, so not even favored ones want to work in his shop, huh, ha ha ha, Annie, what else do you have to fight me with? Vera watched the players leave with a worried look on her face. After Songjian had fiddled with something in several forging rooms and came out, he simply told Vera to only recruit intermediate-level professional players. He left without leaving any other instructions. Vera didn't even know where Songjian was now. In a sense, she had already become the acting boss of the Son of Fire shop. How could she complete the mission like this? Vera frowned, doubting in her heart. Chapter 369, Engineering Box for players who have learned the life profession. There is a certain limit of life profession fatigue value every day. Using life profession skills will increase fatigue value. Once the limit is reached, the production success rate of life professions will be terrifyingly low, and no experience points will be gained from successful or failed attempts. Creating items after reaching the fatigue value limit is purely a waste of materials. Songjian's fatigue value had reached its limit. This was his first time reaching the limit. He had always stopped before due to running out of materials. With the unlimited supply of materials in Silver Moon Commerce under Annie's management, he finally experienced the limit of fatigue value. The high-explosive grenades and self-destructing robots he crafted were sold out, with the Starfire store returning to its embarrassing state once again with no items for sale. Although people still had expectations of buying self-destructing grenades and robots the next day, it was impossible for Songjian alone to complete the 1 million sales target within 3 days. He had to recruit other life profession players. That's why Songjian revealed the 3rd-tier magic fire. He believed that with the help of the 3rd-tier magic fire, he would attract high-level life profession players. After doing everything he could, Songjian became idle. He had done his best, and the outcome was up to fate. Instead of staying in the shop, Songjian decided to take advantage of the opportunity to explore City of Hymns, his first time outside Doomsday City. City of Hymns was much smaller than Doomsday City, probably around 1/10 the size, but its prosperity was 10,000 times that of Doomsday City. After all, Doomsday City was a destroyed city completely occupied by monsters, where players appeared in the weakest and least monster-populated areas. Even in these areas, player deaths were common occurrences. So comparing Doomsday City to City of Hymns was a boring endeavor. However, players being absorbed into the game and thrown into Doomsday City were like little sparks who might one day turn into small flames, eventually becoming a blazing fire. Maybe Doomsday City would be reborn in that blazing fire. City of Hymns had many NPCs and players, but the players here had lower levels than those in Doomsday City. Most players in Doomsday City were already over level 10 and had become professional players. In City of Hymns, however, professional players were very few in number. Songjian encountered fewer than 10 professional players on his journey, but the NPCs in City of Divinity were all high levels, and level 30 NPCs with first-tier combat power were everywhere. Songjian even spotted a few level 60 NPCs with second-tier combat power wearing exquisite armor. There are so many life profession players here. As Songjian walked along, he couldn't help but marvel at the numerous shops on both sides of the street. There were more than a dozen blacksmith shops and a few engineer shops with items that even Song Jian found fascinating, so he couldn't help but buy some. However, these shops only sold finished products and did not sell blueprint drawings. Otherwise, Song Jian would definitely purchase a lot of blueprints. Hillock Engineering Store grand opening. All items are 20% off today. And a mysterious gift. Engineering boxes, hundreds of them waiting for you to unlock. Inside, you may find rocket boots, heart pacemakers, various blueprints, and more. Interested friends can come into the store to learn more. A goblin shouted loudly on the side of the street, casting his sales pitch. Behind him was a two-story building with a brand new sign that read Hillock Engineering Store. At a casual glance, Song Jian was stunned by the goblin's presence. This unassuming goblin turned out to be a master-level engineer. Of course, this title was intentionally displayed by the goblin. Moreover, the goblin must be very high level as all the other attributes could not be viewed by Song Jian besides this intentionally revealed title. After a moment's hesitation, Song Jian couldn't resist walking into the store. Seeing Song Jian approaching, Goblin Zylok's eyes lit up, and he eagerly welcomed him with a warm smile. Welcome, Divine Envoy, to the Hillock Engineering Store. We hope you can find satisfying items here. Respected Divine Envoy, if you spend over 1,000 Doomsday coins in our store, you will have the opportunity to pick an engineering box. Whatever you win from the box will be given to you for free. Inside the engineering boxes are many treasures I have crafted, some with immense value, and even rarer engineering blueprints. It all depends on your luck. Zylok talked endlessly. Hearing him mention luck, Song Jian couldn't help but laugh. Although cursed by the Abyss Curse, due to the title of Savior, Song Jian's luck was far better than the average person. If it were a luck-based box opening challenge, he would have a greater edge over others. After hearing Zylok's words, Song Jian was instantly attracted to the engineering boxes and wanted to test his luck. Let's go have a look. Song Jian smiled. Welcome. Little Locke, come out and greet our distinguished guest. Are you deaf? Zylok barked at the store entrance. Suddenly, a human boy who looked about 12 or 13 years old rushed out of the shop with a panicked expression on his face, apologizing to Zylok. I am sorry, manager, I was tidying up the goods inside and didn't hear you. 1. Hurry up and show our guest inside the store. Take good care of him, or I will skin you alive if it displeases our guest. Zylok threatened loudly. Yes, yes. Little Locke hurriedly invited Song Jian with a gesture, and said, Dear guest, please follow me. I will serve you wholeheartedly and make sure you're satisfied. Song Jian frowned slightly. Although the young boy was a human, he was being scolded by a goblin, which made him feel uncomfortable. However, Song Jian didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded his head and followed Little Locke into the store. Perhaps due to the new shop, there were only 2 or 3 people casually browsing inside, obviously without a strong desire to buy anything. Song Jian gave a casual look at the counters and shelves. They displayed more than a dozen different kinds of engineering products. On the other side, occupying half of the store, there were hundreds of square metal boxes with intricate patterns on them. They looked mysterious but had no energy fluctuations, indicating that these were probably just decorative designs. Is this an engineering box? Song Jian asked, pointing at the metal boxes. Yes, sir. These boxes can block any detection method, and you can only rely on luck when choosing them. Little Locke hesitated for a moment and said softly, most of the items inside are worth nothing, and the store owner isn't willing to put anything valuable in there. Oh, so you're saying the items he mentioned earlier are not in these boxes? Song Jian asked, frowning. Chapter 370, Selection, Certainly not, sir. Little Locke's face was white with fear as he hastily waved his hands. The boss may be a miserly goblin, but he would never stoop to deceiving a customer. Whatever he promises, you can indeed find inside these mechanical boxes. However, the odds are extremely low, and each type only holds a single piece. Among the hundreds of boxes, only a few contained good items. The odds were just a few percent, making the chances of obtaining something valuable extremely slim. Little Locke may have thought his boss was unscrupulous, but Song Jian had seen such tactics many times before. In the real world, anyone selling items would use similar methods to promote sales, though instead of mechanical boxes, they might use raffles or lucky draws. After hearing Little Locke's words, Song Jian naturally shifted his attention from the mechanical boxes to the actual items for sale in the shop. Rocket boots. He spotted the item Zylok had mentioned earlier, one of the treasures potentially hidden within the mechanical boxes. Currently, a pair of bulky-looking red boots sat on a counter. Dark gold quality? Song Jian glanced at them and couldn't help but whistle. The boots were level 30 piece of dark gold quality equipment, with potent attributes ideal for either pursuit or escape. However, the price was staggering, 1 million doomsday coins. Are you saying your boss actually put a pair of rocket boots in a mechanical box? Song Jian pointed at the boots on the counter and asked with a smile. He couldn't possibly believe that if you bought an item worth 1,000 doomsday coins, you could have a chance to win a product worth 1,000,000 doomsday coins, even if the odds were only a few percent. The boss did put a pair of rocket boots in there, but they are just a level 15 piece of green quality gear. A failed prototype he made, Little Locke nervously explained in a low voice. Song Jian shrugged, his faint hope immediately dashed. But he quickly started to mock himself. If the goblin really had placed a pair of boots worth 1,000,000 doomsday coins into one of the boxes, he would probably have exhausted the last coin in his pocket. After all, each box only cost 1,000 doomsday coins to open. With around 100 boxes in sight, it would only cost him tens of thousands of doomsday coins to open them all, which seemed like a worthwhile gamble. However, spending such a hefty sum for a level 15 piece of green quality gear was obviously out of the question. Sir, would you be interested in this? It's a cardiac pacemaker. It activates 30 seconds after your vitality points reach 0, giving you a 15% chance of coming back to life. Little Locke led Song Jian to another counter, pointing at a palm-sized device resembling a pocket watch. Is this a gamble on life? Song Jian asked, laughing somewhat incredulously at the contraption before him. This item had no attributes, but offered a 15% chance of resurrection after your vitality points hit 0. The catch was that it took up one accessory slot and only worked when equipped. Sure, you could swap it in when nearing death for the same effect, but amidst intense combat, it was questionable how many would have the chance to do so. Kind of useless, isn't it? You'll get a few anyway, they're not too expensive. Song Jian hesitated, but ultimately decided to buy a few. Each cardiac pacemaker cost 1,000 doomsday coins, thus providing him a few chances to open the mechanical boxes. Seeing Song Jian buy the items, Little Locke was overjoyed and began enthusiastically introducing the various goods available in the engineering shop, hoping Song Jian would buy more. Song Jian discovered that the engineering shop indeed held lots of interesting items. For instance, there was a device called a frost bomb. Though not made from magic flame, its creator had cleverly utilized other technology to create similar effects. Upon detonation, the bomb could freeze all living things within a 5-meter radius. However, its damage output was somewhat underwhelming, inflicting only 45 points, and if the target had high ice resistance, it might not freeze them at all. However, for average adventurers, it was considered a very effective gadget and could save their lives if used correctly. Hence, the frost bomb wasn't exactly cheap, costing 3,000 doomsday coins, almost the price of a level 10 green quality equipment piece. Song Jian thought for a while and decided to purchase a few. He was quite interested in the frost bomb, and he wondered if peering inside its casing might give him insight into its construction method. However, the chances of this were very slim. Many engineering masters incorporate anti-dismantling mechanisms into their items. Normal use wouldn't trigger them, but any attempt to disassemble the item would result in its self-destruction, leaving you with nothing. Zylok, being a master engineer himself, would definitely have installed such a mechanism in his products. Regardless, Song Jian thought it might be worth taking the device back to Dr. Abziding to see whether they could disable the self-destruct mechanism. If Song Jian could obtain the blueprint for making the frost bomb, it would be an easy task for him, with his third-tier demon flame, to modify it into an even more potent explosive. Sir, take a look at this. It's a mechanical squirrel, proficient in over 100 types of dances and can produce exquisite music. If you gifted this to your girlfriend, she would definitely love it. Little Locke gushed. Seeing that Song Jian had purchased over 10,000 doomsday coins of goods, he was thrilled. The commission would be enough to buy him a fresh loaf of black bread, which made him even more eager to sell. Unfortunately, despite the many potentially useful items in the engineering shop, Song Jian was only interested in the high-end ones that cost hundreds of thousands of doomsday coins. The more affordable items failed to catch his eye. In the end, despite Little Locke's efforts, Song Jian didn't purchase any more items. Well, that's it for now. How much do I owe you? After another look around and finding no more items of interest, Song Jian shook his head and declined Little Locke's further sales pitches. That will be 15,000 doomsday coins, sir. This gives you 15 chances to open the mechanical boxes, Little Locke quickly replied. After paying the bill, Song Jian stowed a few cardiac pacemakers and frost bombs into his bag and followed Little Locke to the other side of the shop. Hundreds of mechanical boxes lay before Song Jian, attracting the curious gaze of the nearby customers. Song Jian casually pointed at one of the boxes and said, "That one. 371, slow medicine formula." As Song Jian pointed at an engineering box, a faint green light descended from above, enveloping the box. "Sir, are you sure you want to choose this engineering box?" Little Locke asked from the side. "Yes." Song Jian nodded his head. Click click click. Amid the sound of gears turning, the engineering box enveloped in the green light slowly opened to reveal a palm-sized oval metal egg, its surface adorned with tiny, intricate grooves. "Congratulations, sir, you have won a mechanical egg!" Little Locke exclaimed happily. Soon, someone presented the mechanical egg to Song Jian. After a burst of noise, the mechanical egg slowly unfolded, like a transformer, into a palm-sized quadruped that crawled up Song Jian's arm and onto his shoulder. Looking at its attributes, Song Jian couldn't help but grin. This was similar to the mechanical squirrel Little Locke had mentioned, useless except as a toy. Well, I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up anyway. Song Jian shrugged, somewhat amused. Catching the envious gaze of a little NPC girl nearby, Song Jian scooped up the toy from his shoulder and handed it over. "Thank you, uncle." The little girl glanced at the adult beside her. Seeing the adult nod with a smile, she quickly grabbed the mechanical crawler, expressing her gratitude. "Uncle. All right, you can actually call me brother." Song Jian felt a stab in his heart. "Sir, please continue making your choices," Little Locke said. Seeing someone choosing engineering boxes sparked the interest of the crowd. There were murmurs and whispers, and some bystanders began offering advice on Song Jian's behalf. The little girl on the side was happily showing off her new gift to other children, basking in their envious stares. Even the store's owner, Zylok, had joined the crowd, discussing the engineering boxes with the other customers. Song Jian smiled slightly, and began to point out his choices at random. This one, and this one, the one in the corner, yes, that one. I want this one too. In no time, more than a dozen shafts of faint green light descended from the sky. Amid a succession of gear-turning noises, the boxes Song Jian pointed at slowly opened. Song Jian soon reaped a bounty of engineering products, a mechanical ring capable of emitting the roaring sound of a huge beast, a mechanical wand that could shoot fireworks every few hours, a mechanical piano that could play beautiful music on its own, and so forth. A dozen or so trinkets were piled next to Song Jian. Combined, these items would probably be worth less than 100 doomsday coins, yet they drew whoops and cheers from the children watching nearby. "I think if you sold children's toys instead, you would make more money than running an engineering store," Song Jian joked. The bystanders all echoed with laughter. An awkward grin spread across Zylok's face as he glanced at Little Locke. Little Locke smiled and said to Song Jian, "Sir, you have one more chance. The last one." Then Little Locke whispered in a volume only the two of them could hear, "Sir, I recommend the third engineering box from the southwest corner, you might have a surprise." Song Jian froze, smiled and pointed at the box Little Locke indicated. A faint green light enveloped the box, which slowly opened to reveal a scroll that floated in the air. Whoa, the crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of the scroll. This was an alchemy pharmaceutical formula worth 3,000 doomsday coins. Seeing the scroll, a pained expression crossed Zylok's face. Sir, you have won the grand prize, the slow medicine formula." "How lucky, congratulations!" Little Locke exclaimed excitedly. Song Jian blinked, then broke into spontaneous laughter. He took out 100 doomsday coins from his pocket and handed them to Little Locke. "Your advice brought me good luck, this is my thanks for you." Little Locke paused, then swiftly pocketed the coins and giggled. Just when he was worrying about how to improve alchemy, he managed to procure an alchemic formula. Thrilled, Song Jian quickly studied it. Then he nodded towards Zylok, the shop owner. "Slow medicine performs a ranged attack on targets within 6 meters, causing a lag effect and reducing target movement speed by 25% for 10 seconds. Bidding adieu to the smiling proprietor, Song Jian left the engineering store. Thanks to his demonstration, more people began to frequent the store. Stepping out of the engineering store, Song Jian saw an NPC with messy hair and charred and corroded clothes racing towards the city center. On his way, the NPC was talking to a device on his wrist. "Are you really telling me the truth? You know the consequences of deceiving a forging master. I swear, if you're lying, I will make sure you can't stay in the city of hymns." A hasty voice emanated from the device on his wrist. "Just come and see for yourself. I have heard Master Solower has been notified. His senior disciple is already in the Starfire shop, negotiating terms with the shopkeeper. If you're late, I am afraid you might not have a chance." "What, Master Solower? Didn't he retire and vow never to pick up his forge hammer again? My god, could it be true? Has the magic flame really appeared?" Seeing the NPC hurry away, a slight smile flickered at the corner of Song Jian's mouth. It seemed that his backup plan was working. "I have seen enough of the city of hymns. Time to check on the status of my mission. Hopefully, Vera hasn't let me down," Song Jian thought, turning towards the Starfire shop. The city of hymns was expansive. Song Jian had just toured a few blocks, and he couldn't access the residential areas where the nobles lived. He thought about going outside the city but decided to check the progress at Starfire Shop first when he saw that the magic flame had been discovered. Soon, Songjian returned to the Starfire Shop, which by now was crowded with people, most of whom were well-known artisans of the city of hymns. Respected manager, I am an intermediate forging master. If Starfire Shop could hire me, I would take only half the salary. Sir, he's just barely crossed the threshold of being an intermediate forging master. I, on the other hand, am already a 23-level forging master. Hire me, I would also take half wages. Sir, I am a 32-level alchemist. I don't require any salary, just a share of the product sales. Of course, the share ratio can be negotiable. 372, task completed. Malaka, standing across the street from Sunfire Shop, suddenly felt as if his brain wasn't working and thought that everything happening before his eyes was an illusion. What is going on? Didn't they sell all their valuable items already? Weren't they about closing down? Why is this happening? Isn't that Sora, the intermediate forging master? Last time I visited him, I didn't even see him, and an apprentice just dismissed me. Why is he now acting like a clown in front of Vera, nodding and bowing, humbling himself? Oh my god. A senior forging master actually applied for a job at a level 2 shop? This world has gone mad. Malaka felt chaos in his brain, dizzy and experiencing headaches. He couldn't help but step back, gasping for air. Go find out what's happening. Why? Malaka pointed to the shop across the street with a trembling finger and yelled in a low voice, Yes, boss. I will go find out right now. One of the clerks looked at Malaka trembling in fear and quickly rushed out of the shop. In reality, the events at Sunfire Shop were quite simple. An intermediate forging master happened to be passing by and sensed the presence of the third-tier demon flame. After paying a fee, using one of the forging rooms to successfully create an excellent weapon of terrific attributes, the news of Sunfire Shop possessing magic flame began to spread among the forging masters in the city of hymns. In just over an hour, even senior forging masters had heard the news. Some younger senior forging masters came directly, and those older and more prestigious senior forging masters sent their apprentices to investigate. Vera, who had been sighing with sorrow in the shop, suddenly felt as if her head had been hit by a round pie when she saw one intermediate forging master after another surrounding her and speaking respectfully. But soon, she learned from these forging masters about the magic flame and couldn't help but feel a little helpless towards Songjian. If he had told her earlier, she wouldn't have worried for so long. Since she knew what was going on, Vera naturally raised her standards for recruiting forging masters. If there weren't so few senior forging masters in the entire city of hymns, she would have wanted to recruit all of them. In a short while, Vera signed contracts with 3 senior forging masters and 2 senior alchemists. What surprised her the most was that an expert engineer signed a product-sharing contract with her. As long as the products manufactured at Sunfire Shop were sold, the shop would receive a 30% share of the profits. This was unimaginable for a level 2 shop. Not to mention the value of the items crafted by an expert engineer, just the news of attracting an expert in a life profession would make Sunfire Shop famous throughout the city of hymns. 1 million doomsday coins turnover, haha. It's too easy. Vera's eyes were almost squeezed into a slit from laughing. When Malaka heard the news, he returned to his office, destroyed everything he could grab, vented all his anger, and still resentfully reported the news to the higher-ups of the Sunfire Commerce. After a long silence, the higher-ups of Sunfire Commerce finally gave an order to abandon this battle and investigate the information about Magic Flame as much as possible. Malaka's face turned pale after ending the communication. His dream of becoming a middle manager in the commerce was shattered. He didn't even know how he lost the sure win opportunity. At this moment, Malaka wished he could jump down from the 2nd floor, go, find out everything about Magic Flame. Malaka gritted his teeth and ordered. With all the prices adjusted back to their original levels, Sunfire Shop ceased its war and became low-key again. This made Sunfire Shop across the street even busier. Usually, to obtain an item crafted by a senior forging master, one would need to pre-order it days or even weeks in advance, and the price would be expensive. But now, they were able to buy equipment crafted by senior forging masters and potions refined by senior alchemists at an ordinary level 2 shop. This made everyone who entered the shop dumbfounded, thinking they had encountered a mysterious store. As more and more people flocked to Sunfire Shop, the turnover soared, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000. Within just one day, the sales volume of Sunfire Shop reached 430.000. This made Vera eager to report the good news to Annie, the shopkeeper. At this moment, Songjian was on his way to Sunfire Shop, unaware of the shocking event that had taken place in Doomsday City. 7 or 8 small fighting leagues suddenly united to form a fighting league called Waste Capital. On the first day of its formation, They cleared the dungeon, the bloody underground arena at the difficult level, appearing on Doomsday City's television, and making the entire city aware of the existence of a fighting league called Waste Capital. However, Song Jian was in the city of hymns at the time and did not receive the system notification. When the day passed quickly, Song Jian began producing slow medicine the next day. The silver-grade medicine production table could produce at least excellent quality slow medicine and sometimes even 1 or 2 mutant quality slow medicine. Excellent quality slow medicine increased the slow effect to 30%, while mutant quality slow medicine not only reduced movement speed but also decreased attack speed by 10%, surprising Song Jian quite a bit. Sunfire Shop, which already had magic flame, no longer needed Song Jian to craft items. What's more, his level of craftsmanship was far inferior to those senior life professionals, as long as he ensured the stable supply of magic flame. However, with his current strength, he could only separate so many magic flames. If he tried to separate more, it would be difficult, and the separated magic flames could be recalled with just a thought, without the chance of being stolen. By the morning of the third day, Song Jian suddenly heard a pleasant system prompt in his ear. The turnover of Sunfire Shop had reached 1 million, the task was completed, and his relationship with Silver Moon Commerce instantly increased to adoration. Also, he only needed to pay 100,000 Doomsday coins to officially buy the Sunfire Shop in his name. You should know that even a level 1 shop in the city of hymns was worth several 100,000. Not to mention a level 2 shop. And having a property in the city of hymns was equivalent to having citizenship in the city. This was a dream come true for players around the city of hymns. However, no player had gained this qualification yet. So as not to have a long night full of dreams, Song Jian directly deducted the 100,000 Doomsday coins to formally transfer the ownership of Sunfire Shop to his name. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared before Song Jian. System, you now own a shop in the city of hymns. Do you want to set up the safe teleport location inside this shop? 373, Blood Demon Cave, can I set my safe space in the city of hymns? Song Jian was taken aback. It was common knowledge that the environment of Doomsday City was harsh, and if they had the chance to leave, not a single player out of 100 would choose to stay there. However, after considerable hesitation, Song Jian eventually shook his head and passed on the offer to set his safe spot in the city of hymns. After all, he already had his own territory in Doomsday City, which, in terms of safety, was not inferior to the city of hymns. Also, from a power leveling perspective, Doomsday City, though more perilous, offered significantly greater player enhancements than the city of hymns. Song Jian, thank you so much. Without you, This time, Annie appeared at the entrance of Spark Shop. Identifying Song Jian, she dashed over excitedly, grabbed his hand, and seemed on the verge of bursting into tears. A mission that was initially considered hopeless was accomplished by Song Jian in just 2 days, turning the tables for Silver Moon Commerce. Actually, it was more like turning the tables for Annie personally. The turnaround was so stunning, it almost seemed like an unbelievable tale. Hence, it was no wonder that Annie was so emotionally overcome. Seeing Annie's response, Song Jian was startled and quickly exchanged looks with Vera nearby. Chuckling, Vera stepped forward and gently pulled Annie's arm, whispering, Annie, it's really crowded here. Let's go to the office to talk. Right. I got carried away. Let's go upstairs to talk. Annie's face blushed and, after giving Song Jian a quick glance, she followed Vera upstairs. Releasing a sigh of relief, Song Jian followed them. Song Jian, I really owe you this time. If it were not for you. Annie's emotions gradually steadied down as she looked at Song Jian, gratitude written all over her face. She initially approached Song Jian as a last resort, expecting him to risk everything on a single throw. She was utterly awestruck when he pulled it off. Hardly anyone in Silver Moon Commerce believed this plan would work. Annie was even prepared to step down from her managerial position within the Commerce Guild. Song Jian, even though this shop is now yours, I still hope you will join Silver Moon Commerce and become a part of it. Annie said, of course, joining Silver Moon Commerce comes with benefits, which we can discuss later. Today, I have brought the Dawn warriors you wanted. Rest assured, these are the 3 strongest warriors I handpicked personally. They will be a great help to you when you enter the Blood Demon Cave. Song Jian waved his hands and said, I can consider joining Silver Moon Commerce. However, I want Vera to be the permanent manager of this shop. If you agree, Spark Shop will forever be a part of Silver Moon Commerce. Annie hesitated. After all, Vera was her right-hand woman, with great potential to grow. With the success of this endeavor, Annie's position within Silver Moon Commerce was bound to rise, and she would need talents like Vera to assist her. But if Spark Shop ceased to be a part of Silver Moon Commerce, it would greatly undermine the effectiveness of her strategic plan. Given this dilemma, Annie ultimately turned her gaze to Vera. Vera, would you like to stay at Spark Shop? Annie asked. Vera hesitated. Over the course of their interaction, she realized that Songjian preferred a hands-off approach, effectively leaving her in charge of the shop. Also, the shop currently had well-trained and experienced employees. Compared to being an assistant, Vera naturally preferred to stay at Spark Shop. But she also felt a sense of indebtedness towards Annie, who nurtured her and treated her like a sibling. Saying goodbye to Annie felt like betrayal. Seeing Vera's indecisiveness, Annie easily picked up on her emotions. Pulling Vera's hands gently, Annie whispered, "Vera, stay here at Spark Shop and help Songjian. He is no ordinary deity, and I believe this shop will eventually become more than just a shop. I trust that you will grow even more here." Vera welled up with tears and gave a vigorous nod. Soon enough, Songjian received a system notification. Vera had become the manager of Spark Shop, and her loyalty went straight up from 60 points to 2 points, which took Songjian by surprise. "Annie, do you know anything about the Blood Demon Cave?" asked Songjian. "Not really, I just know it's a bottomless pit that devours lives." On hearing Blood Demon Cave, Annie's expression instantly became serious. Looking at Songjian, she said, "Never underestimate it. Already, more than 10 teams have perished within the cave." The teams Annie was referring to were NPC adventurers. The players of the City of Hymns were not yet qualified to go into the Blood Demon Cave. "Songjian, be careful. You have 3 Dawn Warriors with you. If you can't hold the line, they can escort you out of there." Annie, worried, voiced her concerns. She did not fully endorse Songjian entering the Blood Demon Cave. Without a doubt, the cave was dangerous, and a careless mistake could cost lives. Songjian chuckled softly, shaking his head resolutely. Once every chore was finished, Songjian and the 3 Dawn Warriors found themselves standing in front of Blood Demon Cave. Blood Demon Cave, located about 60 kilometers away from the City of Hymns at the base of a large mountain, looked like a mine entrance. Its entrance was shielded by rotating crimson light. In order to enter, you have to pass through this light barrier. An overpowering stench of blood pervaded the area around the entrance of the Blood Demon Cave dungeon, spread out unceasingly. Wisps of red mist oozed out from the light barrier of the entrance. Within several tens of meters around the entrance, not a single living thing could be seen, only heaps of dried skeletons, their flesh apparently sucked clean. Upon seeing the Blood Demon Cave, the 3 Dawn Warriors following Songjian exchanged glances. Their steadfast faces showed subtle signs of perturbation. As residents of the City of Hymns, they had heard about the infamous Blood Demon Cave, but never in their wildest dreams did they reckon they would one day explore it themselves. "Let's go in," said Songjian, his face devoid of any emotion as he marched towards the dungeon entrance, stepping into the crimson light barrier. The 3 Dawn Warriors followed suit without hesitation, disappearing into the light barrier. Shortly after Songjian and the 3 Dawn Warriors entered the Blood Demon Cave, a group of ferocious trolls, brandishing large wooden clubs, came into sight. A muscular troll standing over 2 meters tall stood at the entrance of the cave. He inhaled deeply, his face revealing an intoxicated expression. "Exquisite. I seem to smell the abyss." This troll had deep green skin. Brown moss grew on his shoulders, cheeks, and arms, and he wore a simple suit of leather armor that was covered in scars from weaponry, indicating his significant battlefield experience. 4 trolls, who bore similar appearances, stood behind him. They remained silent, their gaze fixed on the Blood Demon Cave. On their bodies, wisps of black demonic aura were continuously seeping out, mixing with the crimson blood aura in the surroundings, creating an eerie spectacle. Chapter 374, Elite Level Monsters. The artifact to undo the Demon Lord seal is here. We must secure it. The leader of the trolls commanded with a raspy voice. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. 4 trolls whispered in unison. "Duosa, do you truly trust the demon of the abyss? Do you truly believe that it may redeem our troll race?" A troll with a brown complexion hesitantly asked with a low voice. The leading troll halted briefly, then turned around, his scarlet eyes glaring at the troll who had just questioned him. "The blood of the abyss has already flowed within us. Do you seek to betray us now?" he growled. A brittle aura permeated the air around Duosa. His powerful presence forcefully pushed the 4 trolls several feet away, their faces filled with trepidation. "Duosa, the blood of the abyss within you is becoming denser. Let's go. We must obtain the artifact that can release the Abyss Demon Lord. We must succeed. Only then can our troll race find redemption," Duosa quietly said, leading the way towards the Blood Demon Cave. As Duosa approached the Blood Demon Cave, he suddenly halted, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "There are people in the Demon Cave." As Songjian entered the Blood Demon Cave, he was immediately enveloped in darkness. Just as he prepared to activate his vertical pupils, a member of the Dawn Warriors at his side started to whisper a spell. A soft ball of light, the size of a basketball, ascended from the Dawn Warrior's hand, hovering about a meter above their heads. The Dawn Warriors worshipped the goddess of dawn. Despite being warriors, they knew some auxiliary divine arts. This was one such art, akin to a light spell, which served to illuminate their surroundings. It consumed little energy and could last a long time, making it especially suitable for dark environments like this. Even the lowest-ranking creature within the Blood Demon Cave was an elite-level monster. These monsters emitted a horrifying aura that made one shudder, wandering aimlessly around the cave in groups. Blood Mage Apprentice, Elite Level, Level 18, Vitality Points, 1,500 out of 1,500, Traits, specializes in blood magic attacks. Blood Mage Servant, Elite Level, Level 18, Vitality Points, 1,800 out of 1,800, Traits, specializes in close combat attacks. Each Blood Mage Apprentice was tightly followed by 2 Blood Mage Servants. These servants were decked in full chainmail armor, leaving only their menacing red eyes exposed. The Blood Mage Apprentices were clad in crimson robes and grasped a bone wand. Their skeletal figures looked like corpses stripped of flesh. Master Songjian, how about we hold the front line, while you attack from the rear? An older Dawn warrior suggested. Okay. Be careful. Utilize the terrain here, it might lessen the pressure. Songjian agreed, nodding. The Dawn warrior nodded, casting a few auxiliary divine arts. Suddenly, several halos appeared beneath the feet of the 3 warriors. This divine art could only be extended to the followers of the Goddess of Dawn. Songjian, unfortunately, was not a recipient. In the name of the Goddess of Dawn, accept judgment, monsters. A Dawn warrior roared, waving his longsword. He pointed it towards the horde of monsters. 2 Blood Mage Apprentices were agitated, charging towards the Dawn warrior. An enforced attack status appeared above the 2 Blood Mage Apprentices. This was a divine art that attracted the hatred of monsters. It was most effective on mage-class monsters, capable of confounding their minds in a short period of time, compelling them to launch physical attacks. The Blood Mage Apprentices abandoned their long-range magical offense and charged at the Dawn warrior, screaming like men possessed. The Blood Mage Servants nearby hesitated, then followed suit, charging at the Dawn warrior. The other 2 Dawn warriors each positioned themselves at one side of a stone pillar, apparently planning to split and conquer the horde. However, Songjian quickly called out, keep them grouped together. The Dawn warriors looked at each other, but obeyed Songjian's command, adjusting their formation. The change greatly increased their pressure as they now faced simultaneous assaults from 3 to 4 monsters at a time. Songjian reached into his bag and threw a weakness potion at the group of monsters. With a bang, the potion exploded amongst the monsters. Its impact staggered them and caused true damage of 30 points to appear above their heads. The resulting gray dust cloud enveloped the monsters, reducing their defenses by a whopping 35%. The Dawn warriors, their swords now slicing through the trolls as if they had no armor, wore expressions of surprise and delight. Songjian reached for his bag again to procure a slow medicine, but after a moment of hesitation, decided against it. Slow medicine could only slow movement speed, which was not particularly useful in a battle scenario. The variant slow medicine, capable of slowing attack speed, was in limited supply and would be wasteful if used on minions. Songjian called forth his Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword and performed the Broken Wing Dance. He charged towards the horde of monsters. Boom boom boom, several damage points, numbering in the hundreds, appeared above the monsters' heads. Songjian leapt high, the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword in his hand swung in a wide arc. 3 slender threads of sword chi materialized out of thin air, harshly lashing the monsters, splattering blood everywhere. Incredibly high damage stunned the 3 Dawn warriors. Goddess above, how is this possible? Originally, they thought that they were the main force, meant to protect Songjian. Little did they expect that Songjian's single attack would outmatch their combined efforts. Spiritual sword control technique, sweeping sword style. Songjian plunged into the fray, his Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword unleashing vivid, crimson threads of sword chi. Countless hundreds of damage points floated up from the monsters' heads. In an instant, Songjian drew the monsters' hatred away from the 3 Dawn warriors. 6 monsters instantly circled Songjian. Sword finger. Whoosh, a 3-meter-long silver sword chi suddenly emerged, quickly circling around Songjian. The 6 monsters howled, a bright crimson light blooming around their waists. One of the monsters was even cleaved in half by the sword chi, its body separated into 2 halves. Chapter 375, Dragon. The already injured monsters became even more frenzied. If they were ordinary level 18 monsters, Songjian would have killed them with a single set of sword moves. However, these monsters were elite level 1s, and Songjian's sword moves couldn't kill them all at once. The injured monsters launched a crazy attack at Songjian, who waved his long sword and used his Taikai sword skill to firmly protect himself. Don't just stand there and watch, help me. Seeing the three Dawn warriors staring dumbfoundedly at the battle, Songjian roared in irritation. All, what, oh, on it. As if awakened from a dream, the three Dawn warriors swung their swords at the monsters. Originally thinking they could attract the monsters' hatred, all the hatred was instead drawn to Songjian as the battle unfolded. A faint Tai-Kai shadow appeared in front of Songjian, making the monsters' attacks feel like hitting cotton. Songjian only suffered 10% of the damage, and occasionally counterattacked the monsters' assaults. Thump thump thump, a blood mage apprentice broke free from the forced damage state, waved his bone wand and released a blood magic sphere, hitting the Tai-Kai shadow in front of Songjian, splattering blood everywhere. Suddenly, Songjian extended and rotated his sword, absorbing the blood magic sphere at the tip of his blade. With a gentle flick, the sphere struck the nearest blood mage apprentice. Boom! With a muffled sound, the blood magic sphere knocked the apprentice away, causing over 300 damage to his vitality points. Face your punishment, monster! A Dawn warrior screamed, leaping high and slashing his glowing sword at the flying mage apprentice. Crack! The mage apprentice was split in half, turning into a puddle of bloody-smelling flesh. Seeing another blood mage apprentice concentrating on a blood sphere, Songjian fiercely slashed at it, sending a transparent sword of spirit over the apprentice's head to stab at him. Puff! The transparent sword of spirit stabbed viciously into the apprentice's brow, stirring his spiritual sea. The nearly formed blood sphere collapsed, spewing a mouthful of blood. The apprentice became weakened, his body collapsing to the ground, twitching continuously. Although his vitality points were still about a third left, he was clearly unable to fight for now. Broken Wing Dance. As the Tai-Kai sword skill's continuous effect disappeared, Songjian switched to the Broken Wing Dance. A series of damage numbers floated above the monsters' heads, with the final move's internal force sending the remaining monsters flying and floating. Cross-Star Strangle. A Dawn warrior shouted, and the other two quickly took positions, forming a sword formation. Bright silver light shone on all three of them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the figures of the three Dawn warriors moved like lightning among the monsters before finally forming a huge silver cross. Boom! With a loud noise, the silver cross shattered, and the powerful force swept towards the monsters like a tornado. The injured monsters were powerless to resist, and their bodies were torn to pieces, thrown against the surrounding rocky walls. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the three Dawn warriors knelt on one knee, their faces covered in sweat, looking exhausted. Even their hands holding the swords were trembling. Songjian looked at the three Dawn warriors in surprise. The move they just used was terrifying. One monster had just over half its vitality points remaining, with nearly 1,000 left, but it was instantly killed by the Cross-Star Strangle without any resistance. Songjian re-evaluated the combat power of the three Dawn warriors in his mind. This is a joint battle skill that requires at least 3 Dawn warriors. We can only barely perform it. But the next time we use it, it will be an hour later, as this skill consumes too much, a Dawn warrior said, looking weary. For the next 15 minutes, our attributes will decrease by 30%, and I am afraid we won't be able to protect you. Sir Songjian, shouldn't we rest for 15 minutes before going deeper? All their attributes were reduced by 30%, and judging by their exhausted faces, they couldn't fight any further. Songjian nodded and said, you guys rest here. I will go ahead and check it out alone, and you can catch up when you're ready. Sir, that's too dangerous. Let us go with you, the older Dawn warrior exclaimed, struggling to stand up. No need. You rest. This move consumes too much, so don't use it again without my permission, Songjian said, shaking his head and holding the warrior's shoulder. Rest up, I have other help. With that, Songjian started summoning the Black Dragon Hatchling. A deep dragon chant echoed through the cave as the Black Dragon Hatchling emerged from the magic array, wearing silver armor and exuding an oppressive power beside the 3 Dawn warriors. This is a dragon? Seeing the Black Dragon Hatchling, the 3 Dawn warriors couldn't help but grip their swords tighter, their faces filled with shock as they backed away. Scoffing at their reaction, the Black Dragon Hatchling snorted, spewing a spray of sparks from its nostrils. Okay, this is my helper. You rest up and catch up later, Songjian patted the Black Dragon Hatchling and said with a smile. As Songjian and the Black Dragon Hatchling continued deeper into the Blood Demon Cave, the 3 Dawn warriors stared in awe. Dragon warrior, so Sir Songjian is actually a dragon warrior. No, that black dragon is still in its juvenile state. It probably needs hundreds of years to reach maturity. Don't forget, Sir Songjian is a favored one. Ah, yes, favored ones cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Perhaps he will become a dragon warrior. He might even become a dragon knight. It would be great if he could follow the goddess of dawn. If he becomes a knight of dawn, he will certainly become a dragon knight in the future. Yes, Knight of Dawn. Glory to the goddess of dawn might shine upon him. Chapter 376, Luring the Monster. Songjian, alongside the black dragon cub, made his way deep into the blood demon cave. The density of monsters in this dungeon was terrifying to behold. This was likely why every team that had ventured here had either been completely wiped out, or retreated empty-handed. Songjian and the dragon found themselves in a narrow passage, wide enough only for two to walk abreast. The passage wound around for about 10 meters, its walls an unsettling deep red, as if it was bleeding. At the end of the passage was a confined cave. A cluster of monsters sat around a fire, tearing into the corpse of a human, letting out low growls as they fought over their meal. Amongst the monsters, only 2 or 3 were blood mage attendants, the rest were all apprentices. Although the cave was small, it could barely accommodate a 5-member team for combat, but that would mean taking on around 17 or 18 monsters at once. But if they used the passage where Songjian was, only encountering 1 or 2 monsters at a time, then after the blood attendants charged in, almost all the blood mage apprentices would be able to harm the main tank, Mound, with ranged attacks from behind. This would put immense pressure on the Mound, and any lapse could spell death, leading to total team annihilation. Songjian frowned slightly, realizing that he himself would not stand a chance against an onslaught from a horde of monsters. Using the black dragon cub as a shield wouldn't work either, its size would obstruct him, impeding him from unleashing his full strength. If they let the cub take the brunt of the attack, its death would be a matter of time. Should we hold our ground here, waiting for the Dawn warriors to catch up and charge in together? Songjian pondered, giving the situation further thought. The monsters in the cave continued to squabble over the human corpse, hastily grilling chunks of the body over the fire before consuming them bloodied. Then they would return to scrapping over the remains. The human corpse was not enough to feed all the monsters. The 3 blood mage attendants were shoved aside in a struggle, left to lap up the spilt blood from the ground to sate their hunger. A smirk appeared on Songjian's face, and he pulled out another piece of grilled meat from his bag and tossed it in their direction. The meat landed within a few meters of the 3 blood mage attendants, attracting the attention of the one nearest to it. The attendant raised its head at the sound, wiped the blood from its lips, grabbed its bone wand, and looked toward the source of the noise. Soon, it noticed the piece of grilled meat on the ground. Its exotic fragrance was incredibly enticing. It instantly dropped its guard. This smelled far better than the stench of rancid blood. The attendant quickly picked up the meat and shoved it into its mouth. The bursting flavors filled his taste buds. This was a completely different taste from the bloody meat they typically ate. It was so much better. The attendant gulped down the meat eagerly, scanning the surroundings in hopes of finding more. Sure enough, it spotted another piece lying at the entrance of the passage. It had lost all wariness by now, and hurried toward the entrance, grabbing the meat and stuffing it into its mouth. Again, it caught a whiff of the same irresistible smell from within the passage. With 2 pieces of such tasty meat already consumed, it became oblivious to everything, even dropping its wand, and ran empty-handed into the passage. Shortly after, sounds of terror filled the eerie passage. The screams of the attendant, however, were all too common within the blood demon cave and attracted no attention from the other monsters. After the swift slaying of the blood attendant with the aid of the black dragon cub, Songjian collected the loot it had dropped. A gem? I didn't expect the monsters here would drop gems as well. Looking at a yellow gem the size of a nail in his hand, Songjian wore an expression of surprise. This was a yellow gem that could be embedded into equipment to increase defense. Besides the gem, the attendant had also dropped a pair of level 15 blue boots. The attributes were ordinary, but they were worth a few thousand doomsday coins. Songjian glanced at it briefly before placing it in his bag. Next, Songjian repeated the same trick, using the grilled meat to lure the monsters out of the cave one by one, disposing of them in the passage. However, a minor problem arose when he tried luring the blood mage apprentices. 2 of them discovered the grilled meat at the same time. It seemed that they understood what the meat was and started fighting over it. Reluctantly, Songjian threw out another piece of grilled meat, slowly luring the 2 monsters into the passage. The narrow terrain was a nightmare for magic users. Even when confronted by 2 level 18 elite monsters, Songjian felt no pressure, easily disposing them. Just then, the Dawn warriors had recovered from their weakened state. The sight of the monster corpses within the passage left them taken aback. They were surprised to find that Songjian had managed to kill so many monsters single-handedly. "My lord, please allow us to join the battle as well," one Dawn warrior pleaded. "For you to be battling at the front while we hide behind is a humiliation we cannot bear." "Yes, my lord. Allow us to fight alongside you," the other 2 Dawn warriors chorused. Songjian nodded. There are only 8 or 9 blood mage apprentices left in the cave ahead. Let's go in and finish them off together. "Yes, sir." The Dawn warriors responded with vigor. Roar with a roar, the black dragon cub hurried into the cave. As it opened its mouth wide, a surge of dragon breath consumed the apprentices. Before they could react, The terrifying dragon might filled the cave. The blood mage apprentices, who were just starting to cast their spells, wore looks of terror. They screamed and ran about in panic. "We are under the protection of the goddess of dawn." The 3 dawn warriors shouted and charged at the panicking apprentices armed with their swords. Being confronted up close by melee fighters was an absolute nightmare for mage types. Their incantations were continually disrupted, and the black dragon's intimidating demeanor added further tension. Ill-timed interruptions by the dragon further instilled fear into the mages. The remaining blood mage apprentices had their hopes of casting a complete spell shattered. Soon, all the apprentices in the cave were wiped out, leaving only Song Jian, the black dragon cub, and the 3 dawn warriors, and a still blazing bonfire. Chapter 377, Bonfire. Phew, no wonder so many teams are stuck in this secret realm. The monsters inside are too hard to deal with. A dawn warrior took off his heavy helmet and sat on the ground. Although there were only 7 or 8 blood mage apprentices left in the cave, their attacks were still quite fierce. The heavy armor seemed to provide no defense against their painful attacks. The vitality points of the 3 dawn warriors were only half remaining. Song Jian was in a better state, with about 2/3 of his vitality points left. The black dragon whelp was attacked most frequently, and its vitality points had already dropped to less than half. After all, it was only a level 15 elite level creature. Facing monsters more than 3 levels higher, it suffered from a natural level suppression, causing more damage. "Let's take a break before we continue," Song Jian ordered. Without the addition of vitality recovery speed, Song Jian's recovery slowed down significantly, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. The level 18 elite monsters not only dropped generous loot but also provided Song Jian with surprisingly large amounts of experience points. Killing only about 20 dungeon monsters had already increased his experience points by a small amount. He was now at level 17 and 41%. It seemed that if they could clear this dungeon, reaching level 18 would be no problem. This was much more efficient than leveling up by killing monsters in the wild, almost increasing the efficiency by several times. I feel like my recovery speed is much faster than usual," a dawn warrior said in surprise. "Really? I feel like my strength is recovering faster than before too. Sir, do you have this feeling too? Our vitality points, energy, and strength are all recovering at least 30% faster," the oldest dawn warrior said to Song Jian, his eyes full of confusion. "Really?" Song Jian frowned slightly, looking at his attribute interface. There was no sign of an accelerated recovery speed. "I don't have that feeling." "Sir, please come here and feel it. The recovery speed is indeed much faster." A dawn warrior stood up and offered his seat. Song Jian nodded and took the spot. Whoosh! A sudden breeze blew through the cave, causing the campfire beside Song Jian to flicker rapidly. "What's going on?" Song Jian frowned, his gaze falling on the nearby campfire. Recovery Demon Flame, Level 1 Demon Flame. Effect: within a 3-meter range, non-combat recovery speed is accelerated. Increases the success rate and recovery effects of crafting recovery potions. Level 1, Demon Flame? There's actually a Demon Flame here? Song Jian widened his eyes in disbelief. However, as soon as he approached the campfire, the blazing flame seemed suppressed and weakened. It seemed that the level 3 Demon Flame, Abyssal Flame, within Song Jian had a strong suppression effect on the recovery Demon Flame. Damn, this is probably the biggest reward in Blood Demon Cave. However, I already possess one kind of Demon Flame. I wonder if I can accommodate a second one. Song Jian stared at the campfire, his eyebrows furrowed, and after some thought, he slowly extended his hand towards the fire. Crackle! 2 sparks jumped from the campfire, and the flames retreated abruptly as if a small animal was afraid of and avoiding Song Jian's touch. At that moment, black flames erupted from Song Jian's outstretched hand, making a whooshing sound. The instant the black flames appeared, the entire campfire seemed to be extinguished. Only the fist-sized pale white flame remained, hiding in the depths of the campfire, flickering continuously like a frightened child under the bed. Black flames began to slowly invade the campfire. In no time, the flames on the campfire rekindled, and a white stream of fire, like tentacles, spread out from the depths of the fire and entwined themselves around Song Jian's extended arm. System, Level 3 Demon Flame, Abyssal Flame, begins to merge with Recovery Demon Flame, Fusion Progress 3%.5%. The black flames blazed in the campfire, raising the temperature in the cave by several degrees. The Dawn Warriors looked astonished and quickly moved back. Only the black dragon whelp seemed interested in the black flames. It approached and licked the flames with its tongue. Song Jian felt warmth within his body. It was much more comfortable than when he had merged with the abyssal flame. At that time, he felt like a piece of roasted meat, burning both inside and out. Now, it was like he had immersed himself in warm water, feeling very comfortable and drowsy. After an unknown amount of time, the warmth in Song Jian's body disappeared. He opened his eyes to find that the milky white flames were gone, replaced by a huge campfire with black flames. System, Level 3 Abyssal Flame has successfully merged. Your fire resistance has increased by 10 points, your vitality point recovery speed has permanently increased by 50%, and you have gained the recovery aura. Effect, for all teammates within a 5-meter range, vitality point recovery speed increases by 30%. It's a pity that it's only a level 1 demon flame. If it were the higher level, the abyssal flame might have been able to level up. Song Jian thought to himself. The increase in fire resistance and vitality point recovery rate both strengthened Song Jian. This was even better than acquiring a new piece of equipment since this portion of his strength could be brought into the real world. The added recovery aura allowed the 3 Dawn Warriors to have a 30% increased vitality recovery rate, whether in or out of combat. This significantly improved their safety and reduced the pressure of battling monsters. Let's continue. Song Jian stood up and led the way deeper into the Blood Demon Cave. The 3 Dawn Warriors glanced at the faint green aura beneath their feet, feeling the surging energy within their bodies. After exchanging a look, they followed closely behind Song Jian. Along the way, the cave tunnels were like a labyrinth, branching in all directions. The variety of monsters Song Jian and his party encountered also increased. In addition to blood mage attendants and apprentices, they faced blood demon spiders, blood demon hunting dogs, blood witches, blood demon warriors, and other creatures. The deeper they went into the demon cave, the more and stronger monsters they encountered. They had to carefully lure the monsters one by one to slowly kill them off. There were several times when they lured too many monsters. If Song Jian hadn't activated his immortal sword body and firmly attracted the monsters' hatred towards himself, they might have faced a total wipeout. However, despite the dangers, the rewards were plentiful. In addition to some gems and level 15 green and blue equipment, they even obtained 2 level 15 silver quality items. One was cloth armor for a mage, and the other was mage shoes. Although Song Jian couldn't wear them, if he sold them at the auction house, they would be worth at least tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of doomsday coins. Soon, the group arrived at a massive cave. The cave was set up like a laboratory, with delicate instruments surrounding them. A middle-aged man wearing a red robe was dissecting a human corpse. The whole cave filled with a strong smell of blood. Be careful. This is a level 20 elite boss. A cautious look appeared in Song Jian's eyes. The monster before him was the first boss he encountered in Blood Demon Cave. If they didn't kill him, they would not be able to move forward. Chapter 378, Bloody Baron. As he observed the level 20 elite boss in front of him, a solemn look crossed Song Jian's eyes. On paper, this boss was tougher than any level 20 elite boss he had encountered before it could even be deemed comparable to the Lord-level bosses he would faced. Bloody Baron Gurman, a semi-demonic creature, elite level boss, level 20, with 5,000 out of 5,000 vitality points. Traits: demonic skin, bloodthirsty. Skills: blood explosion, blood tide, plague of blood, fatal strike. I recognize him, he used to be a baron of the city of Hymns. It is said his whole family has been exterminated, and he disappeared. I never would have expected that he would become a fallen demonic creature. One of the Dawn Warriors, furrowing his eyebrows, whispered while staring at the boss. Be careful, he was once a Grand Knight, his strength is nearly on par with the Knight of Dawn. If it's only us 3, we won't stand a chance. Everyone be careful, and dodge his skills, Song Jian softly said. Ready up, I am initiating the attack. Previously, it was the Dawn Warriors who initiated attacks on monsters. But due to Song Jian's high damage output, he easily attracted the boss's hostility, hence, he took on the responsibility of initiating the attack. Furthermore, given the boss' current strength, it seemed likely that the Dawn Warriors would struggle to take it down. Earth Teeth Assault. A tusk-shaped chi mass howled towards the Bloody Baron. With a boom, the Baron, who was standing by the experimental table, was pushed back 2 steps. Unintentionally, he slashed with his surgical knife, causing a sudden outpour of blood from the humanoid creature on the table. Damn it, you ruined my experiment. The Bloody Baron roared in anger, pulling out a spear from a nearby cabinet, then growled as he charged towards Song Jian. Dawn Charge. A Dawn Warrior yelled as he charged at the Bloody Baron, ruthlessly slashing at him with his long sword. Dawn Charge. The remaining Dawn Warriors also deployed the charge skill, pouncing towards the Bloody Baron. At this moment, the Bloody Baron's hatred was firmly locked onto Song Jian. The continuous charges only made his body slightly sway, not impeding his aggression. His resistances are so high, we can only stun him for 0.3 seconds, exclaimed a Dawn Warrior. His defense is also incredibly high. The damage from Dawn Charge is only in the tens. Be careful. Another Dawn Warrior shouted with a warning. Seeing the Bloody Baron charge at him, Song Jian pulled out a bottle of weakness potion and violently tossed it at him. Next, he took out a bottle of slow medicine and threw it down at the Bloody Baron's feet. Immediately, the Bloody Baron's speed went down and even his act of waving the spear slowed considerably. Broken wing dance. Song Jian wielded the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, ruthlessly hacking away at the Bloody Baron. With a roar, the black dragon cub shot into the air. A massive dark purple fireball was released from its mouth, striking the Bloody Baron directly. -113, -135, -145. A series of damages over 100 points appeared above the Bloody Baron's head. Blood tide. Suddenly, a powerful energy surge emerged from the Bloody Baron. Waves of scarlet energy, with the Baron at the center, expanded outwards, enveloping Song Jian and the 3 Dawn Warriors. Both the Dawn Warriors and Song Jian saw numbers indicating a dozen or so damage points quickly float above their heads, while the Bloody Baron's vitality points were rapidly reclaiming. Get out of the skill range. Song Jian bellowed. He transformed into a silhouette, hastily retreating in the distance. The Dawn Warriors also ceased their attacks, rushing towards areas far away from the Bloody Baron. The range of the Bloody Baron's skill was enormously wide, almost taking up half of the cave. Ranged classes had an opportunity to escape, but it was hard for close combat classes to dodge this attack. Song Jian and the 3 Dawn Warriors barely managed to escape. Their vitality had plummeted over 300 points, while the Bloody Baron's vitality was instantly replenished by nearly 500 points. The Black Dragon hatchling was still persistently attacking as it wasn't enveloped by the blood tide due to being in the air. The Bloody Baron was immobilized after he cast the blood tide. Seeing the 4 melee professionals leave, the Bloody Baron halted the blood tide, brandished his spear blade and pointed towards Song Jian. A crimson beam of light shot towards Song Jian's back instantly. Blood explosion. The Bloody Baron growled, with a trace of black breath in his eyes, revealing a fierce expression on his face. Just as the crimson beam reached Song Jian's back, a faint golden glow burst from the surface of his body. His running body was turned around by a mysterious force, and he swung his long sword harshly in front of him. Sacred parry. Clang with a muffled noise, the crimson beam of light was shattered by Song Jian's sword. Then, an identical crimson beam erupted from the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, directed at the Bloody Baron. Thud! This crimson beam pierced through the Bloody Baron's heart, exploded out from his back. A damage of over 600 points sprang up from above the Bloody Baron's head. How could this be? The Bloody Baron was dumbstruck, his eyes fixed on Song Jian, filled with intense dread. Knight of Dawn, this is the skill of the Knight of Dawn. One of the Dawn Warriors shouted, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Song Jian. Praise be to you, Goddess of Dawn, your exclusive knight has finally reappeared in the mortal world. 3 Dawn Warriors cried out in unison, their eyes filled with the adoration of fans for their idol as they looked at Song Jian. System, Dawn Warrior, Chi's admiration for you has greatly increased, reaching the level of reverence. You can initiate a recruitment request to him. System, Dawn Warrior, Song's admiration for you has greatly increased, reaching the level of reverence. You can initiate a recruitment request to him. System, Dawn Warrior, Ya's admiration for you has greatly increased, reaching the level of reverence. You can initiate a recruitment request to him. A series of system prompts suddenly made Song Jian feel like he was hit by a pie. He had recruited these 3 Dawn Warriors through his worshipful relationship with the Silver Moon Commerce. Regardless of whether he could clear this instance, they needed to be returned in the end, but now there was an opportunity to recruit these 3 level 20 elite warriors to be his followers right before his eyes. What should Song Jian do? What else could he do but recruit? Recruit, recruit, recruit. With 20 years of single and quick hand speed, Song Jian rapidly chose to recruit the 3. Respected Knight of Dawn, I am willing to become one of your followers. A Dawn Warrior knelt on one knee, giving a salute towards the direction where Song Jian was located. System, congratulations, you have recruited Dawn Warrior, Ya as your follower. However, the remaining 2 Dawn Warriors hesitated and eventually rejected the recruitment. I am sorry, my lord, I have my own duties and cannot follow behind you. I am sorry, my lord, I still have things I care about in the Silver Moon Commerce, and I can't leave. The 2 followers showed their remorse, shaking their heads as they rejected the offer. Continue the attack. After Song Jian issued the order, he couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. Even if only one Dawn Warrior was willing to follow him, he had struck it rich. This was a level 20 elite follower, entirely different from ordinary NPCs. Chapter 379, Successful Recruitment. Having recruited a level 20 elite follower, Song Jian couldn't already be more satisfied. Praise be to you, Goddess of Dawn, I swear, I will always follow devotedly behind your exclusive knight, never leaving or deserting. The Dawn Warrior, who had just become Song Jian's follower, seemed inspired and yelled loudly, swinging his sword and rushing towards the Bloody Baron. Well, young fellow has quite the spirit. Song Jian revealed a smile. However, very quickly, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. What did he say? Knight of Dawn, Goddess of Dawn's exclusive knight, he will always follow. Oh crap, I am not a Knight of Dawn, nor do I worship the Goddess of Dawn. I just unintentionally learned a sword technique that potentially belongs to a Knight of Dawn. Will he stab me with his sword if he finds out that I am not a Knight of Dawn? Mom, I am scared. At this thought, Songjian suddenly realized that this freshly recruited Dawn warrior had become a hot potato. He should have known not to recruit him. Roar! The Bloody Baron swung his spear and pierced the chest of a Dawn warrior, hoisting him into the air before ruthlessly throwing him to the side. Splat! The Dawn warrior's vitality points had instantly dropped to a precarious level. The glaringly red vitality point gauge only had a bit left. Oh crap, is he gonna die right after being recruited? Songjian was shocked, hastily casting a surgical healing on the Dawn warrior who was thrown by the boss. As it turned out, the one the boss had just attacked was the Dawn warrior Songjian had just recruited. After stuffing the Dawn warrior, who was leaning against the rock wall, with a potion of beginner's healing and several pieces of roast meat, and ordering him to rest, Songjian drew his sword and rushed towards the Bloody Baron. Broken Wing Dance. Sword Silk. Encircling the Bloody Baron in a flurry of sword slashes, Songjian swiftly drew its attention, reducing the pressure on the remaining two Dawn warriors. Songjian's previous sacred parry technique had the boss feeling wary. It looked at Songjian, its gaze full of caution. However, the spear in its hand still contained lethal force, constantly emitting a piercing whistling sound as it jabbed at Songjian. The boss's damage was high, each strike causing 50 to 60 points of damage to Songjian. When Songjian's vitality points fell to less than half, he had no choice but to use Taikai sword skill to fend off the boss's attack. The two Dawn warriors behind him were also constantly attacking, with damage numbers steadily floating up above the boss's head. Its vitality points were slowly declining, shortly falling below half. In reality, among the group, Songjian had the most powerful attack. Next was only the young Black Dragon. The three Dawn warriors' attack power could only be ranked at the end. Watching the two Dawn warriors strenuously swinging their double-handed swords, Songjian couldn't help but complain, considering how low your damage is, you should have just taken up a shield as a tank. Aren't you just bringing doom to us by insisting on using the double-handed sword in a retribution style? Damned reptile, get lost. The Bloody Baron suddenly brandished his spear, harshly smacking towards the Black Dragon whelp in midair. It turned out while Songjian was using the Taikai sword skill, the Black Dragon whelp jacked away the boss's aggro. The flying Black Dragon whelp didn't expect the boss to suddenly attack it. In a moment of distraction, it was knocked down by the spear, hurling toward the rock wall nearby. Boom! The entire cave began to slightly tremble. The Black Dragon whelp fluttered its wings, straining to stand out from the ground, and let out a roar towards the Bloody Baron. Whack! The Black Dragon cub's wing suddenly swatted a test tube on a cabinet, throwing it towards the rock face, where it shattered into pieces. The Bloody Baron's attack faltered as he glanced at the crushed test tube, his eyes reflecting distress akin to physical pain. Visibly falling back under the relentless attack, Songjian's eyes lit up. Hey, it seems like this boss really cares about its lab equipment. Could it be? With this thought, Songjian immediately commanded his recuperating follower, go. Destroy the lab equipment around you as much as possible. Although the Dawn warrior had been receiving Songjian's vitality recovery buff, and been using basic healing potions and roasted meat, the time was short. He had only managed to recover less than a third of his vitality and could not engage in combat. However, he was capable of causing some damage to the surroundings. The Dawn warrior, Yi stood up, swinging his longsword towards a nearby experimental cabinet. Bang, bang, bang! As the crashing sounds echoed, the Bloody Baron trembled. He wanted to rush towards the Dawn warrior who was wreaking havoc, but his hatred was firmly locked on Songjian. He was constrained by the rules of the system and could only watch helplessly as his precious lab equipment was destroyed piece by piece. Roar, you all will pay. The Bloody Baron's anger flared, but half his attention was distracted by the destructive Dawn warrior. He was too flustered to focus on the battle, releasing his skills haphazardly. Each move was either a miss or terribly off target, greatly alleviating the pressure on Songjian and his group. When the Bloody Baron's vitality dropped below 80%, he finally started unleashing his ultimate move, the Fatal Strike. The boss swung his spear, as a surge of red energy converged at its tip. With a forceful thrust, he slammed it into the ground. Boom! With a deafening explosion, 5 red beams burst forth from where the spear touched the ground, shooting towards Songjian, the Black Dragon cub, and the 3 Dawn warriors. Swish! The speed of the red light was incredibly fast. Before he could react, a red streak flashed before Songjian's eyes, and a cool sensation spread across his chest. Miss! A faint blue text floated above his head. The Black Dragon cub was also hit by a red beam, but a large miss also floated above its head. Song Jian felt a shock in his heart and quickly turned his gaze to the follower who was in the process of destroying the lab. The follower had only managed to recover 34% of his vitality so far. He would undoubtedly be killed if hit by the fatal attack. Luckily, mist also floated above his head. Just then, one of the Dawn warriors groaned, as though hit by a mallet. His body flew backward. Above his head appeared a damage number in the high hundreds, and his vitality plummeted to a little above 30. This move from the Bloody Baron could randomly damage one person in the field and was unaffected by hate value. Seeing that the Dawn warrior busy destroying his lab equipment hadn't taken any damage, disappointment flashed in the eyes of the Bloody Baron. His attacks became more aggressive. Song Jian's vitality was dropping fast. Seeing that the boss had less than 20% of his vitality left, Song Jian gritted his teeth, and activated his immortal sword body. A pale golden light immediately enveloped him, like a golden armor encasing his body. Die. With a flick of his wrist, Song Jian thrust the crimson fire heart-tape sword at the Bloody Baron's heart from an unexpected angle. Chapter 380, Blood Beheading Greatsword. The crimson fire heart-tape sword pierced the Bloody Baron's heart, causing over 300 critical damage points. The Baron swung his spear, swatting Song Jian away like a fly. Boom. A crimson wave of energy burst from the Bloody Baron's body, knocking back the Dawn warriors that had been chasing him, and then he charged towards Song Jian with large strides. Die, human. The Baron roared as he swung his spear, and a strong bloody aura burst from it, condensing into red lightning bolts that shot towards Song Jian. Boom boom boom, the ground was struck with holes from the red lightning. Song Jian wielded the crimson fire heart-tape sword and used his Taikai sword skill to block the lightning bolts. At this point, Song Jian looked very battered, his face pale, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he used all his strength to fend off the crimson lightning's bombardment. The Bloody Baron's attack lasted for only 5 seconds. The red lightning disappeared, and the Bloody Baron's speed suddenly increased. He raised his spear and viciously slammed it down on Song Jian's head. Clang! With a faint sound, Song Jian's follower overturned a cabinet, spilling all the dishes inside, which broke all over the floor. The Bloody Baron's body suddenly trembled, and his strike also experienced a brief delay. Song Jian took the opportunity to roll out of the attack range and used Sword Shadow Step to escape to a distance. At this point, he only had a little over 400 vitality points remaining, barely enough to withstand 2 or 3 more attacks from the Bloody Baron. The Black Dragon Hatchling and a Dawn Warrior continuously attacked the Bloody Baron from behind, causing his vitality points to drop rapidly. However, the Baron's hatred was firmly locked on Song Jian, vowing not to rest until he killed him. Thud. Another slow medicine vial smashed at the Baron's feet. Song Jian looked back and cast the Heart's Eye skill. A crimson cross constantly scanned the Bloody Baron's body, finally stopping at his right shoulder. Song Jian suddenly stopped and held his long sword horizontally across his chest, striking the pose of sacred parry. Seeing Song Jian stop, the Bloody Baron roared and swung his spear downward with a flash of red energy that formed a thick blade edge. Clang! The spear and the long sword collided, and Song Jian was thrown into the air by the intense force. He did a backflip and landed steadily. The Bloody Baron's powerful strike was completely counteracted, leaving him exposed, his spear almost flying out of his hands while he staggered back. Song Jian leaped forward, aiming his long sword at the Bloody Baron's right side and slashing down fiercely. Light strike. A brilliant golden light burst from the crimson fire heart-tape sword, illuminating the entire cave as if it were daytime. Admiration filled the eyes of the 3 Dawn warriors, as the light strike was also a skill of the Knight of Dawn. This made Song Jian's newly recruited follower even more certain of his identity as a Knight of Dawn. Boom. The Blood Knight had just stabilized himself when he felt a deadly threat rushing towards him. The intense golden light made it impossible for him to open his eyes, and he could only squint ahead. In a golden light, a figure holding a dark red long sword pounced on it. There was no time to react as the sword emitting golden light fiercely chopped down on its right shoulder. Crack, crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard as a damage value of over 1,000 floated above the Bloody Baron's head, completely depleting its remaining vitality points. In an instant, the momentum on the Bloody Baron's body dissipated, like an old man in the twilight years, its body wobbling as it took 2 steps back. Selena, I haven't resurrected you yet. The Bloody Baron's eyes showed a bewildered look, the black aura in its eye sockets growing thicker and its entire body enveloped in the black aura, as if it were burning. Boom, the Bloody Baron, enveloped in a thick black aura, collapsed with a thud, and a dazzling pile of items burst out. Big loot. Great, haha, my luck's not bad. Song Jian's eyes were almost squinting. This time, more than 10 items dropped, which had never happened before from a boss drop. Just as Song Jian was counting the loot, the faces of the 5 trolls at the entrance suddenly changed. They saw that the blood light on the door of the Blood Demon Cave, which originally was very thick, suddenly weakened a lot, turning pale red and losing its brilliance. Duosa, what's going on? A troll's face showed a terrified expression as it pointed at the entrance of the instance and roared. Is this the work of those people who just entered? I am going to tear them apart. Roar. A troll swung its club in anger, unable to vent its rage, smashing a huge rock, more than 1 person tall, into pieces with a bang. Damn it, those humans have already killed one of the guardians in the demon cave. If they kill the final guardian and get the Book of the Abyss, this instance will disappear. Duosa's face twisted, his right fist clenching tightly, his shaking arm trembling. He regretted being just a few minutes late. If they had been a bit faster, they certainly could have entered the secret realm before those humans. Duosa, do you think those humans will get the Book of the Abyss? A troll hesitated. Impossible. Duosa roared, guarding the Book of the Abyss is a powerful being with the bloodline of an abyss demon. He will definitely kill all the intruders. Duosa, don't worry too much. Even if they get the Book of the Abyss, as long as we guard this place, we can still snatch it from them when they come out. A troll said gravely. Yes, snatch it from them, the Abyss Demon Lord is watching us. Despite their anxiety, with 5 trolls present, Songjian calmly checked the loot attributes. 2 Dawn warriors nearly died and were now sitting on the ground, regaining vitality points by eating grilled meat. With a grin, Songjian looked at the dropped items in his inventory, pleased at his loot. This time there were a total of 12 weapons and equipment, which could be considered luxurious. Additionally, there were quite a few grade 1 gems and precious materials. Out of the 12 equipment pieces, the lowest quality were 4 level 15 blue-grade equipment, druid gloves, mage hat and leggings, and summoner shoulder pads. Among the remaining weapons and equipment, there were 4 green and 3 blue level 20 pieces. The best was a silver grade level 20 weapon, the Blood Beheading Greatsword. Blood Beheading Greatsword, silver, weapon, double-handed sword, equipment level 20, attack 80-95, strength +5, agility +3, constitution +3, crush +2, special effect, blood suck, passive, 15% of the attack damage is converted into vitality points for the attacker, durability, 120 out of 120, equipment requirement, warrior class, chapter 381, the Demon Knight. This silver-quality double-handed sword evoked looks of envy in the eyes of the 3 Dawn warriors, who were all still dressed in level 20 white-quality gear. Songjian thought for a moment, then directly handed the long sword to the newly recruited follower. He then sorted through the loot, picked out a few pieces of level 20 blue-green gear, and handed it over to Dawn warrior. Yeah. Thank you, my lord, I swear I will follow you unto death. Da? Warrior Ya, emotion written all over his face, knelt on one knee and bowed to Songjian. After changing into his new gear, Ya's combat power had increased 2 or 3-fold. The Blood Beheading Greatsword he held incited envy in the other 2 Da? Warriors. Once everyone's vitality points had fully recovered, Songjian rose to his feet. Continue. The group followed the cave passage and moved on. On their journey, Ya was always at the very front, opposing all the minor creatures single-handedly, making the path afterward much easier. If it weren't for the 10-year contract I signed with Silver Moon Commerce, I'd want to follow this man too. A Dawn warrior, enviously watching Ya, murmured quietly. After killing the Bloody Baron, Songjian gained a great deal of combat experience. On a later journey, he killed over a dozen small creatures. A golden light burst from his body, and his level rose to 19. Songjian used the additional skill point he gained to upgrade his rapid sword skill, extending its duration by 2 seconds from 6 to 8. After more than 2 hours, the group finally reached the deepest part of the Blood Demon Cave. It looked like a ruined great hall. Half of it had collapsed, with large chunks of rubble piled up. At the rear of the hall was something like a volcano spouting hot red blood, splashing around like magma. In front of this blood volcano was a 7 to 8 meters high throne, entirely made of black crystals, glistening under the light of the blood. A demon knight with horns on his head sat on the throne. As they entered the hall, the atmosphere changed as if an invisible force was binding them. Even the air became heavy. The 3Da? Warriors looked at the throne with somber expressions and a look of despair in their eyes. How could this be? A real demon knight is guarding the Book of the Abyss. 3 bosses? Songjian was stunned, his face full of disbelief. So many bosses, no wonder no team has ever cleared the Blood Demon Cave so far. At this point, 2 3-headed hellhounds lay at the feet of the demon knight's throne. Each of their massive heads raised, riveted on Songjian's party, revealing monstrous expressions. If it were only one demon knight, Songjian might have put up a fight, but the 3 bosses they faced now were something they couldn't handle. They didn't even have the courage to give it a try. Isn't his quest difficulty a bit too high? Is the Book of the Abyss really a task I can accomplish at this stage? Songjian couldn't help but wonder. Level 25 Abyss Demon Knight Kulon, Lord level, Vitality points, 8,000 out of 8,000, Characteristics, Demonic Body, Super Damage, Skills, Demon Summoning, Hell Strike, Abyss Instant Slash. Level 23 Headed Hellhound, Elite level, Vitality points, 4,200 out of 4,200, Characteristics, Demonic Creature, Super Sharp, Skills, Evil Breath, Deadlight Eye, Bite Assault. A level 25 Lord level boss and two 20 level elite bosses. Even if Songjian were to ascend to level 20, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. Even with the addition of 3 Dawn Warriors and a Black Dragon hatchling, there's no way they could defeat them. The Black Dragon cub sniffed out the scent of the demon, it became eager, let out a roar at the 3 bosses. 2 hellhounds slowly stood up, fixing their eyes on the Black Dragon cub, they matched it in defiance and let out terrifying howls. The 3 Dawn Warriors stayed restrained, looking over at Songjian, waiting for his command. Priest Cecilia would never give me a task that I can't accomplish. We will definitely kill these 3 bosses and obtain the Book of the Abyss. Songjian said firmly. Asa, you go try out the damage on the Demon Knight, I will command the Black Dragon cub to attract the attention of the 2 hellhounds. Songjian turned to the remaining 2 Dawn Warriors saying, you assist with attacking from the side, if you notice something amiss, retreat immediately. Asa had changed into a new set of gear. Songjian estimated that they should be able to resist attacks from the Abyss Demon Knight, but the other 2 Dawn Warriors might be knocked away as soon as they come into contact with the Demon Knight. Yes, Master. Asa yelled, the Goddess of Dawn is protecting me. Da? Charge. A glorious white light bloomed under Asa's feet, and as quick as an arrow, she charged at the Demon Knight. The Black Dragon cub let out a roar at the 2 hellhounds, spouting hot dragon breath, rushing towards the 2 hellhounds. The Goddess of Da? Protects us. The 2 Dawn Warriors exchanged a glance, their faces filled with determination, and with a low growl, they also charged at the Demon Knight together. -58, -57, -55 Indeed, the power of a level 20 silver grade blood beheading great sword was extraordinary, cutting down on the Demon Knight. Even a common attack could cause over 50 damage. However, the other 2 Dawn Warriors could only inflict about a dozen damage on the boss. Sometimes, they could only cause single-digit damage. Vermin. The Demon Knight gave a disdainful growl, randomly drew a halberd from beside his throne and fiercely stabbed it toward Asa. A sharp sound tearing through the air suddenly echoed. It almost pierced the Da? Warriors' eardrums. All 3 showed pained expressions on their faces. Thud. The halberd cruelly pierced Asa's chest, instantly causing over 500 damage. This attack made Asa, with only 800 vitality points, feel a wave of fear. This was her first time being so close to death. Why is the damage so high? Songjian's eyebrows furrowed. This was just a casual strike from the boss. If their opponent used a skill, wouldn't that instantly wipe out Asa? The assisting Da? Warriors' faces also revealed surprise. Asa's gear was much better than theirs. If they were the target of this attack, they would probably be beaten to near death. We can't defeat it. Songjian's eyebrows furrowed, and after some hesitation, he jumped in, preparing to take Asa's place. Retreat, retreat, we can't win. Songjian was anxious, but at that moment, a milky white beam of light fell from the sky, enveloping Asa. Her vitality points, which had already lost 2/3, instantly filled up, and a thin light curtain appeared on the surface of Asa's body. The curtain kept circulating, sparkling with milky white light. Chapter 382 Cecilia, the sudden turn of events left Songjian somewhat surprised. He turned to look and a figure emerged from the passage outside the main hall. Priest Cecilia. A faint glow enveloped her as she continually waved her magic staff. Rays of light descended from the sky, falling upon Songjian, the 3 Dawn Warriors, and the Black Dragon hatchling. Cecilia, why did you come? Songjian asked excitedly. Guided by God, Cecilia replied with a smile. Songjian noticed a new status effect in his status bar, recover 15 vitality points every second, lasting 30 minutes. Flap flap flap. Cecilia's codex and a left hand flipped pages on its own without any wind. As Cecilia chanted divine incantations and pointed at everyone, they were immediately shrouded in a milky white glow. Divine protection. Defense increased by 2,000, damage from enemies reduced by 30%, another powerful supportive effect. Songjian's face lit up with joy. With Cecilia's assistance, beating the 3 bosses ahead suddenly seemed possible. Cecilia, this isn't the Dawn Divine Palace. The Abyss Demon Knight sneered, swinging his lance at the Dawn Warrior with savage force. A dark demonic aura surged from the lance, and his eyes glowed with murderous intent. Move out of the way. Songjian roared, rushing forward to stand in his place. Golden light radiated from his body as he assumed a strange stance with his crimson fire heart-ape sword. Whoosh! The air within a 3-meter radius seemed to be violently compressed. Songjian felt a strong wind blowing in his face, making it hard to breathe. It felt as though countless sharp blades were stabbing into his body, and his protective armor seemed to lose its effect all of a sudden. Clang, a dull collision echoed in everyone's ears. Initially, the sound was muffled, but it soon grew louder and more resonant. Finally, the sound reverberated throughout the temple, crashing against everyone like a tsunami wave after wave. Sacred parry. Song Jian felt a huge force driving him backward. He was like a small stone being hurled into the air, smashing harshly against the temple wall. He then fell down from the wall. A damage indicator showing over 900 points popped up above the demon knight's head. The searing pain caused the demon knight to growl in agony. Kulun, you have been away from the Dawn Divine Palace for too long. You have even forgotten the signature move of the Dawn Knights. Cecilia revealed a mocking smile. She waved her right hand, and a ray of divine light fell upon Song Jian. With the super supportive Cecilian on their side, Song Jian and the three Dawn warriors were brimming with confidence. They charged fearlessly towards the demon knight Kulun. -12, -14, -18, -59 Broken Wing Dance. Spiritual Sword Control Technique. Light Strike. With a sword shadow step, Song Jian flashed behind the demonic knight, and unleashed a series of sword techniques at the boss. The light strike in particular inflicted double the damage on the demonic knight, Kulun. The initial damage of over 600 points, but now reached 1,200 points, immediately directing the knight's attention towards him. Light strike is a holy attack, specifically effective against demonic knights. Seeing Song Jian using light strike, Cecilia's eyes twinkled, and an enchanting smile appeared on her face. Knight of Dawn, you damned guy. The demonic knight Kulun directly gave up on the Dawn warriors and pivoted, swinging his halberd violently towards Song Jian. Even with Cecilia performing healing magic from behind, Song Jian dared not take a direct hit from the demonic knight and swiftly maneuver to evade. With a boom, the ground split, creating a rift over 3 meters long from which hot, red blood, like lava, spurted out. Wielding his halberd, demonic knight Kulun, steady yet agile, resembled a mighty dragon. Despite being surrounded, he didn't seem pressured. Each of his techniques grew stronger. If it wasn't for Cecilia continually casting her healing spells from behind, the 4 of them, including Song Jian, would have been killed by the demonic knight. Song Jian observed that although the knight's hostility was directed towards him, each of his attacks had a splashing effect, also causing damage to the 3 Dawn warriors nearby. Even a basic attack could inflict 200 to 300 points of damage on the surroundings. Moreover, as the demonic knight Kulun's vitality points could continue to decrease, its attack grew stronger. The initial basic attacks that caused 200 to 300 points of damage now caused 400 to 500 points. Despite Cecilia's healing, the 3 Dawn warriors felt restrained and dared not plunge straight into the fight. Boom! With a devastating sweep, the demonic knight sent a Dawn warrior flying, dealing over 700 points of damage, sending him into a critical state. Cecilia quickly cast a healing spell, reviving him. Master, its attack is getting more fierce. We are struggling to resist. A warrior cried out. Hold on, it won't last much longer. Song Jian roared. Just then, a dragon's roar echoed from the sky. Song Jian, startled, looked up only to see the half-blooded black dragon hatchling with a 3-headed hellhound in its mouth, suspended in midair. The hellhound seemed to have lost all its strength, hanging limply. Despite being battered, the hatchling held its head high, proudly slamming the hellhound onto the ground. Good job. Song Jian couldn't help but cheer. Although the black dragon hatchling was only a level 15 elite, it was able to kill one of the 2 level 20 elite boss, demonstrating its place at the top of the food chain. This also had a lot to do with Cecilia's constant healing. Without the support of Cecilia Priest, the black dragon hatchling would not be a match for the 2 hellhounds. Damn it, reptile, I will tear you apart and cast you into the abyss. Your soul will wail in agony for 10,000 years under the flames of the abyss. The demonic knight Kulun roared as he saw the falling body of the 3-headed hellhound. Swinging his halberd, he struck the ground. Boom! An intense force burst from the ground, blasting everyone who was attacking him a dozen meters away. The demonic knight chanted a spell, slowly raising his left hand. Behind him, the volcano of blood erupted, the hot blood wave rising tens of meters high. A codex emitting a dark aura slowly ascended from the volcano opening. Come forth, my warriors, shred my enemies before my eyes. The demonic knight's eyes radiated crimson as a ball of hot flames emerged from the book of the abyss and fell in front of him. A huge black bronze gate became clearer and clearer as it was engulfed in burning black flames, becoming larger and larger. Chapter 383, Magic Flame Upgrade. Damn it, it's summoning the abyssal gate. Stop it. Cecilia's face changed drastically, and she quickly shouted. Soon, a 5 to 6 meter tall bronze gate, emitting a dark aura, stood in front of everyone. On the surface of the gate was a carved relief of a demon skull. At this moment, the demon skull on the gate began to slowly open its eyes, and as the black flames on the surface of the gate burned fiercely, the gate also began to open slowly. This is the abyssal flame? Song Jian's face showed a surprised expression. It's important to know that he had merged with the abyssal flame, and it burned inside his body. At this moment, as the abyssal gate slowly opened, a wave of demonic roars and howls came from behind the gate. Shadows loomed, as if a demon army was waiting behind the door. Whoosh! Just then, Song Jian's body surface suddenly burst into a black flame, identical to the black flame in front of the demon knight. In the center of the black flame, there was also a faint outline of a bronze gate. How could this be? Demon Knight Kulun revealed a surprised expression in his eyes. The abyssal flame is a unique magic flame from the abyss, only found in the abyss and only controlled by an abyssal lord-level powerhouse that rules over a region. It was through the Book of the Abyss that Demon Knight Kulun could control the abyssal flame and open the abyssal gate to summon demon warriors, but the human in front of them was clearly not an abyssal creature. Why did he also possess the abyssal flame, and it seemed that he could control it completely? The appearance of the two abyssal flames instantly surged, seemingly competing to prove who is stronger. The abyssal gate, which was already half open, began to close slowly. This ball of abyssal flame had to use all its power to fight against the abyssal flame on Song Jian's body, and it could not continue to open the abyssal gate. The Demon Knight's trump card was accidentally destroyed by Song Jian. Even Cecilia did not expect this scene to happen. The abyssal flame in front of the Demon Knight was raging, and in a short time, it had pushed down the abyssal flame on Song Jian's body. Originally rising 2 to 3 meters high, the flame had now been pushed to less than a foot away from Song Jian's body surface. At this sight, the Demon Knight's face revealed a ferocious smile. It seemed that the abyssal flame of the other party was still very weak and no match for the abyssal flame contained in the Book of the Abyss. Song Jian also felt a heavy pressure rushing towards him, as if carrying a mountain on his body, and this mountain was getting heavier and heavier. The abyssal flame within him was struggling, trying to counter the enemy, but was repeatedly suppressed once again. Creak creak. Song Jian felt his vitality points were continuously dropping, and his whole body's blood turned into fuel to support the confrontation of the abyssal flames. Checking his attributes, Song Jian couldn't help but curse, fog grass. His previous feeling was not an illusion, and his vitality points were really decreasing. From losing 1 vitality point per second, the loss increased to 2, 3, 4. The Demon Knight seemed to have noticed Song Jian's situation too, and started laughing out loud, with a delighted expression on his face. I didn't expect you to have already merged with the abyssal flame. It being suppressed is equivalent to you being suppressed. It's currently using your vitality points as fuel and will soon be consuming your flesh, bones, meridians, even your entire body. All of it will become its fuel. In the end, your spirit and even your soul will be burned clean. Ha ha ha, this is the most painful death. In the abyss, only those who have betrayed the abyss, the traitors, will face such an outcome. Cecilia was also looking at Song Jian with an anxious expression, continuously casting healing spells on him. However, Song Jian's lost vitality points kept increasing, 10 points, 20 points, 30 points. The abyssal flame absorbed more and more vitality points, but there was no sign of victory. The abyssal flame on the opposite side was too powerful, and it even had a hidden suction force, which seemed to want to absorb the abyssal flame on Song Jian's body and merge it with the other party's flame. The Book of the Abyss on the volcano's crater was also emitting light, supporting the abyssal flame's suppression of Song Jian from behind. I can't lose, I can't lose. Song Jian's whole body was tense, using every trick he knew, as if he was really fighting against a mountain. He fought against the flames in front of the Demon Knight together with the abyssal flame. Song Jian felt his whole body immersed in flames, every cell in his body was burning, even his soul emitted a searing taste. With a soft sound, 8 or 9 fist-sized black flames appeared beside Song Jian. They integrated one after another into Song Jian's body, merging with the abyssal flame on his body's surface. Whoosh! The abyssal flame on Song Jian's body suddenly surged, instantly suppressing the black flames in front of the Demon Knight. How is this possible? How could this happen? The Demon Knight was suddenly thrown into confusion, unable to understand how the abyssal flame within Song Jian's body could be so powerful. What just happened with those few balls of fire? Why did they suddenly appear and merge directly with the other party's flame? This is simply. What happened just now had completely overturned the Demon Knight's previous experience. It was known that abyssal flames repelled each other. Once 2 balls of abyssal flame encountered each other, either one would suppress and absorb the other to strengthen itself, or it would be absorbed by the other party to strengthen them. Automatic fusion was absolutely impossible, but those 8 or 9 black flames had directly merged together. It's impossible, unless those 8 or 9 black flames separated from his body. A thought suddenly struck the Demon Knight's mind. At this time, the black flames that once burned fiercely in the forging room of Starfire Shop suddenly extinguished, shocking all the life profession players crafting items inside, and this crafting attempt naturally ended in failure. After merging with the previously separated flames, the abyssal flame on Song Jian's body was instantly at an absolute advantage, completely suppressing the black flame in front of the Demon Knight. What panicked the Demon Knight even more was that the black flame in front of him was slowly approaching Song Jian, just like prey being gradually dragged into a hunter's cave. No, this can't continue. The Demon Knight clenched his teeth, grabbed his long halberd, and prepared to charge towards Song Jian. At that moment, with a boom, the black flame finally couldn't resist any longer, and was absorbed by the abyssal flame inside Song Jian's body. For a time, Song Jian seemed to be completely enshrouded in the black flame, which even condensed into a black armor on the surface of his body, firmly protecting him inside. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian's eyes. System, congratulations, your 3rd tier demon flame abyssal flame has been promoted to the 4th tier demonic flame abyssal raging flame. Chapter 384, Passing Through. I have leveled up. Just like that. I have leveled up. Song Jian felt a bit surprised. He had hoped that the abyssal flame would level up after he absorbed the recovery flame before, but it had only enhanced his attributes. Unexpectedly, after suppressing another group of abyssal flame, he directly leveled up, becoming a 4th tier demonic flame, the abyssal raging flame. Abyssal raging flame, 4th tier demonic flame, damage increases by 100, ice resistance increases by 50 points, fire resistance increases by 50 points. The damage received from water-based magic is weakened by 50%. The damage received from fire-based magic is reduced by 50%. Feature, can condense abyssal flame armor. Defense increases by 200 points. Resistance increases by 150 points. Attackers suffer a 150% fire damage rebound. Because of the Eye of the Fire God ring, Song Jian was already able to reflect 30% of melee damage. Now that he has condensed into a 4th tier demonic flame, the rebound effect has further increased significantly. Song Jian even suspected that if he stood in the crowd of monsters without taking any action, the rebound damage alone might be enough to wipe them all out. Damn, impossible, you actually stole the power of the Book of Abyss. The Demon Knight swung his long spear, smashing it hard on Song Jian's shoulder, but was immediately repelled by the bounce from the abyssal flame armor. Looking at Song Jian, his eyes were filled with a look of shock. Even Cecilia's gaze at Song Jian was filled with surprise. But looking at the black flames burning on Song Jian's body, a touch of worry flashed in Cecilia's eyes. Broken Wing Dance. Song Jian brandished the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword and charged at the Demon Knight. With the black flames burning on him, Song Jian looked even more like a Demon Knight than Kulun. His long sword had also become sharper. After the 4th tier demonic flame increased Song Jian's damage by 100 points, even a simple strike could cause more than 200 points of damage to the Demon Knight. If skill bonuses were added, a set of skills could even deal close to 500 points of damage to the Demon Knight. Boom boom boom. The Demon Knight was forced to continuously retreat just by Song Jian, completely suppressed and unable to fight back. This scene left the 3 Dawn warriors dumbfounded. They knew that before this, the Demon Knight was dominating, and if it wasn't for Cecilia providing continuous healing from behind, the 4 of them would have already been done for. The Demon Knight was aggrieved. He dealt 100 points of damage to Song Jian, but in turn he received nearly 180 points of damage. Even if his vitality was high, he couldn't handle this. Die. Song Jian, covered in black flames, appeared as if a god descended. As soon as the cool down on light strike ended, he immediately executed it. He, shrouded in black flames, swung his long sword and condensed a golden sword chi that was more than a meter long, and fiercely slashed at the Demon Knight. With a thunderous boom, the Demon Knight was slashed in the chest by the substantial golden sword chi. His body flew backward and smashed into a stone pillar, shattering it, then flew another 10+ meters. The armor on his chest was completely broken, exposing his scale-like demon skin. The wound on his chest almost cut open his ribcage, you could even see his beating heart. This strike put the Demon Knight directly into a near-death state, making it extremely difficult for him to even get up. Impossible, how could this be? The Demon Knight's eyes were filled with terror. He struggled to get up, leaning on his long spear, staring at Song Jian with a ferocious look on his face. Looking at Song Jian covered in black flames, a strange smile suddenly appeared on the Demon Knight's face. He murmured softly, "When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you." Boom. A loud noise, the Demon Knight's body suddenly exploded, turning into countless fragments floating in the air, then all ignited, like a swarm of black butterflies fluttering in the sky. The moment the Demon Knight Kulon died, The three hellhounds that were originally fighting desperately with the black dragon whelps suddenly let out a scream, and their bodies also began to burn. In a short while, they turned into ashes, sprinkling down from the sky. System: you have killed the final boss of Blood Demon Cave, Demon Knight Kulon. Your actions have drawn the attention of the Abyssal Clan. System: you have cleared a unique instance, Blood Demon Cave, and gained 100,000 battle experience. System: you have cleared a unique instance, Blood Demon Cave. Your name will spread throughout the city of hymns. Your reputation in the city of hymns increased by 50 points. In the Sunfire Business Association, several managers were sitting around a conference table, their expressions solemn. Silver Moon Commerce has really gone too far this time. Zone B has always been our territory. They seem to be trying to provoke a war. We were close to driving out that. Yes, the Starfire shop this time, but against all odds it has revived, causing a thorn in our side in Zone B. I heard that Starfire shop has been sold to a god-favored one, but this person has also joined Silver Moon Commerce. It seems like they're planning to use this shop as a springboard to expand their influence in Zone B. Investigate this god-favored one. Humphrey, I am going to show him what happens when you cross the Sunfire Business Association. Sir, the owner of the Starfire shop is called Songjian. He has never been seen in the city of hymns before. Humphrey, Songjian, Makara, find some experts tomorrow. I don't want to see this guy in the city of hymns anymore. Yes, sir, I think we can. Just as they were discussing how to deal with Songjian, a system broadcast rang throughout the city of hymns. City of Hymns System Region announcement. Congratulations to Songjian for being the first to clear the unique secret realm, the Blood Demon Cave. Reward this player with 100,000 combat experience points and 50 prestige points in the City of Hymns. The secret realm of the Blood Demon Cave will now be converted into a regular secret realm. Its difficulty will be greatly reduced to simple, ordinary, difficult, and real. All teams are welcome to challenge it. This system announcement was sent out 3 times in a row. The people discussing in the Sunfire Business Association were taken aback and fell into a brief moment of embarrassment. Sir, do we still proceed with? A manager next to him cautiously wiped his sweat and asked in a low voice. Proceed with what? He alone has overcome a secret realm that hasn't been conquered in the City of Hymns for a long time. Who dares to mess with him now? Unless you can find a Tier 1 combat power expert, anyone below Tier 1 won't be a match for him. Humphrey. There are Tier 1 combat power experts in the City of Hymns. The cost is too high. After a sigh, the scene fell into a silent and awkward atmosphere. The entire City of Hymns was bubbling after hearing the system announcement. The Blood Demon Cave was one of the taboo secret realms of the City of Hymns. It was out in the open without any restrictions to enter, yet till now, no one had managed to conquer it. For a while, the entire City of Hymns was discussing the name Songjian, while Songjian himself was happily picking up the items dropped by the Demon Knights. Chapter 385, Return to the Manor. After killing the Demon Knight Kulon, Songjian's experience points skyrocketed massively. Coupled with the 100,000 battle experience gained from clearing the dungeon, Songjian, whose experience bar had just leveled up to 19, leapfrogged to the position above half, reaching 19.78%. This was equivalent to the experience that Songjian could gain from 5 or 6 days and nights of non-stop monster hunting. Besides gaining abundant experience, the loot dropped by the Demon Knight Kulon also amounted to 18 pieces. Among them, 12 pieces were weaponry and equipment. The remaining included a blueprint for weaponry forging, a tailor design diagram, a magic inscription drawing, 2 Tier 2 gems, and a piece of precious forging material, the Abyssal Demon Crystal. After the death of Demon Knight Kulon, the Book of the Abyss was naturally collected by Priest Cecilia to eliminate the Abyss Demon that was sealed. Songjian began to sort through the loot. Among the equipment dropped, 3 pieces had a silver quality property. The Abyssal Demon Helmet, a leather hat, was silver, equipment level 20, providing plus 38 defense, plus 29 resistance, plus 10% total defense, and plus 10 fire resistance. Special Effect 1, Dark Vision, passive, allowing the user to see clearly within a 30-meter radius in dim or no light conditions. Special Effect 2, Abyss Demon Breath, passive, the user gains the protection of Abyss Demon Breath, reducing all damage by 20%, and the probability of being critically hit is reduced by 30%. Equipment requirement, 18 level. Can it be taken out of the game? No. This silver quality hat was much better than the Scorpion Beast helmet that Songjian was currently wearing. Ever since the Scorpion Beast helmet was damaged by an enemy, the chance of triggering the Desert Scorpion Soul seemed to have decreased a lot. Sometimes, even after several battles in succession, it wouldn't trigger even once. The most important feature of the Scorpion Beast helmet was the triggering of the Desert Scorpion Soul to assist in battle. Without this feature, The value of this helmet was at most equivalent to a green quality helmet of the same level. Now that he had a better silver quality hat, naturally, he would replace it immediately. The remaining 2 silver quality items were also level 20 equipment, but one was a pair of gloves for summoners and the other was a chest armor for hunters. Besides these 3 silver quality items, the rest were all level 20 blue and green equipment. Song Jian glanced at them, and as there was none that he could use, he tossed all of them into his inventory. The remaining blueprint was for a halberd. Furthermore, this halberd had a 10% chance of being forged into a golden quality weapon, a 70% chance of being a silver quality weapon, and a 20% chance of being a blue quality weapon. This harvest, it's really not small. Looking at the loot in his inventory, Song Jian's face revealed an excited smile. Priest Cecilia, having obtained the Book of Abyss, directly opened up a teleportation gate. Song Jian placed the black dragon whelp into pet space for rest and treatment, and entered the teleportation gate with his new followers, directly returning to Doomsday City. The remaining 2 Dawn warriors followed Cecilia back to the shop where Annie of the Silver Moon Commerce was managing things. At this moment, several troll warriors who had been guarding the entrance of the Blood Demon Cave watched as the light screen at the entrance of the Blood Demon Cave gradually faded, causing their faces to turn drastically. Then, they heard the regional announcement. Duosa couldn't help but raise his head and let out a mournful roar, his eyes glowing red as he stared at the entrance of the mystery door, tightly clutching his weapon. Duosa, he. A troll warrior stepped forward, wanting to appease Duosa. Shut up, today I must kill him. Kill this God's chosen one called Song Jian and take back the Book of the Abyss. Roar. Duosa seemed to fall into madness, his eyes emitting a blood-red light, and turned his fiendish face to roar at his companion. For a moment, all the troll warriors were scared by Duosa's murderous eyes and stood silently behind him. Just then, 5 or 6 teams appeared in the distance. Some were NPC teams, some were player teams. Upon hearing the system announcement, they prepared to challenge the Blood Demon Cave. The Blood Demon Cave has now become a general instance, which can accommodate all teams to challenge at the same time. Those who are the first to clear the difficult level of Blood Demon Cave can also make a regional announcement in the city of Hems. Moreover, the loot dropped by the first team to clear the instance is often more rewarding. Duosa, we better leave here, otherwise if those people see us, it will definitely start a war. A troll warrior, looking at the vague figure in the distance, nervously said. Whether in the eyes of the God's chosen ones or other NPCs in the city of Hems, the troll clan was seen as the enemy. Once encountered in the wild, it often provoked a war. Currently, the opposing side had 7 or 8 teams, but Duosa and his group only had 5 people. They were no match for the team from the city of Hems. Duosa's anger caused his whole body to shake slightly, his heavy breathing sounded like thunder, his chest heaving dramatically for a moment before he finally gritted his teeth and growled, "Go." In the end, Duosa didn't see Song Jian come out from the entrance of the instance, which foiled their ambush plan. Normally, after clearing an instance, you would be automatically teleported to the instance entrance. But who knew that this time the sudden appearance of Priest Cecilia would open a gate to Doomsday City for Song Jian? This was agreed upon between Song Jian and the others before he accepted the quest. Once the mission was completed, he would be teleported back to Doomsday City, not allowing him to stay outside. Soon, Duosa's group disappeared into the dense forest, and the Blood Demon Cave greeted wave after wave of challengers. Song Jian was directly transported back to Manor Castle. Song Jian, who had just experienced an intense battle and intended to relax, suddenly found that the atmosphere throughout Manor Castle was very tense. Calling over Butler George, Song Jian asked with a frown, what exactly happened in the manor? Why does everyone seem so flustered? George wiped the sweat from his forehead and said softly, not far from the manor, a military camp suddenly popped up. It seems that there are already quite a few soldiers training in there. My lord, they are less than 300 meters away from us. If you decide to expand your territory further, we will be sure to butt heads with that military camp. Military camp? Song Jian's eyebrows furrowed. While his personal strength was already amongst the top players, territorial expansion warfare truly required an army that could conquer fortresses. Relying on an individual's power alone, it would be challenging to take over a manor with a complete defense system. Let's go and check it out. Song Jian thought for a moment and then headed for the castle's exit. The Dawn Warriors, like a guard, closely followed Song Jian. Chapter 386, Dragon Might. Song Jian stood at the edge of his territory, looking into the distance. Sure enough, a military camp had been set up about 300 meters away from his territory. The camp occupied more than 1,000 square meters. It wasn't very big, but the shouts and killing sounds from inside made Song Jian's heart jump. In the center of the camp, only the top of a military tent was visible, with a flag flapping in the wind. The flag was emblazoned with a large character, Luo. In no time at all, the camp gate opened and a woman in a red armor, holding a square sky halberd and riding a black horse, charged out from the camp. Behind her, 30 soldiers in leather armor and holding spears, followed closely. Luo Taniu gestured with the halberd, pointed at Song Jian from atop her horse, and loudly asked, "Are you the lord of the manor next door?" "Correct." Song Jian nodded. Watching the other party riding a horse, with 30 strong and silent soldiers behind her, he felt a sense of unyielding invincibility. Song Jian glanced at his butler George and the Dawn warrior Yi beside him, suddenly feeling that his side seemed a bit weak. With a raise of his right hand, 30 blood corpses appeared out of thin air, shaking and groaning around Song Jian. Looking at the hunched, shaking blood corpses, Song Jian frowned deeper. Without comparison, there's no harm. When compared to the soldiers behind Luo Taniu, his side looked more like a ragtag band of mercenaries. Song Jian raised his right hand, preparing to summon the Blood Wolves. The Blood Wolves were all at level 15, each as big and mighty as a calf. If summoned, they would definitely overpower the other side's momentum. However, after hesitating for a moment, Song Jian withdrew his hand. He needed to keep some cards in hand and not put all his forces on the table. "Dare to fight me? If you can beat me, I am willing to ally with you," Luo Taniu shouted. In Doomsday City, after the previous small war alliances merged into the waste capital, it posed an implicit threat to the surrounding players. Even Luo Taniu was somewhat worried about the future invasion of the waste capital into her territory. She wouldn't be able to resist it alone. Her current foundation was acquired from a victory in a previous territorial expansion battle and used the war merits to buy horses and soldiers. However, this alone certainly won't be enough to resist the waste capital. At this point, Luo Taniu turned her gaze to Song Jian's manor castle. Within a kilometer radius, Song Jian's manor castle was the strongest force. Large territory, many buildings, fully equipped defensive mechanisms, it had shown its power after 2 expansions. Many wandering NPCs had even joined. Due to the power of Song Jian's manor's territory, some players even gave up their safe houses and moved to other places. However, Luo Taniu was reluctant to give up her hard-earned special building. This was her special reward she obtained after completing an extreme difficult task as a general, a treasure called the Tiger Talisman, which allowed her to transform her safe house into a military camp. With the military camp, Luo Taniu could recruit and upgrade soldiers. She could even lead these soldiers to hunt monsters and level up. If the military camp was destroyed, Luo Taniu's power would decline by more than half, and it would be very difficult to survive in Doomsday City. However, she was reluctant to become the subordinate of others. She spent her days training soldiers in her camp, the purposefully resonating cries serving to attract Song Jian's attention and invite him for a battle. If the opponent is too weak, she could take over the opponent's territory. If the opponent is strong, then she could form an alliance, at least it would keep her military camp safe. Song Jian glanced at Luo Taniu's military camp. All kinds of defensive facilities were very well prepared. Some of the defensive facilities were unique to the military camp. If they were to launch a hard attack, it would be very difficult to conquer. "If I win, are you really willing to become my subordinate?" Song Jian chuckled. The power he now wielded, he believed he could kill even a level 25 elite boss. The power of the 4th-tier demonic flame, abyssal raging flame, was not something the current players could withstand. A man's word is as good as a horse's charge. "As long as you win, I am willing to fight for you," Luo Taniu shouted loudly. "Alright, bring it on." Song Jian had a thought, and the crimson fire heart-ape sword appeared in his hand. He shouted loudly. "Don't say I didn't warn you." Luo Taniu looked at Song Jian, the corner of her mouth revealing a strange smile. She spurred her horse towards Song Jian. Generals without a horse and with a horse were like 2 different classes. Many of the general's skills required the cooperation of a horse. Luo Taniu, who was previously bankrupt, could only afford the cheapest horse after earning lots of war merits. This horse's attributes were only slightly better than a regular mount, but with it, Luo Taniu could exert 150% of her combat power. After the black war horse trotted forward a few steps, it suddenly sped up. Luo Taniu thrust her spear forward, and a brilliant white light enveloped her and the horse, as if they had become one. At the same time, the white light formed the shape of a long spear, the tip of which was the spearhead Luo Taniu was holding. Spear charge. This is a charge skill of the generals, not only fast but could also deal 180% damage to the target, and it even had a chance to inflict targets with piercing, dizziness, and bleeding damage. This move must be used in conjunction with a warhorse. Without a warhorse, one cannot use spear charge. Originally, Song Jian and Luo Taniu were still 70 to 80 meters apart. As soon as this move was applied, Luo Taniu instantly advanced more than 10 meters. Her speed increasing, she would be able to reach Song Jian within 3 or 4 seconds. Such speed. Song Jian's face showed a surprised expression. He could vaguely sense the huge power of this attack. If he were to get hit, he would immediately be at a disadvantage. He didn't believe that this was Luo Tanyu's only move. If hit by her follow-up attacks would be endless. At this moment, Song Jian's best option was to dodge with a sword shadow step, but he didn't move. Directly raising his hand, he summoned the Black Dragon Cub. The Black Dragon Cub had previously been heavily injured while battling 2 level 20 hellhounds in the Blood Demon Cave, killing one. It was still slowly recovering in the pet space. At this time, its vitality points had only recovered by 60%, and the wounds on its body were still evident, but once Song Jian summoned it, the Black Dragon Cub immediately entered combat mode, issuing a dragon's cry, its body radiating a strong aura. The dragon's cry was no longer as immature as before, but now carried a killing intent. The dragon might spread out. The charging black warhorse suddenly stopped, rearing back to scream, trembling. The black warhorse collapsed to the ground, breaking Luo Tanyu's spear charge. Suffering from the backlash of her skill, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from her horse. Chapter 387, The Abyss Demon. The Black Dragon Cub roared and fiercely pounced forward, pinning Luo Tanyu's warhorse under its body. The frail warhorse had no power to resist, and let out a cry as the Black Dragon Cub bit its neck and threw it into the sky. "How dare you!" Luo Tanyu rolled a few times on the ground without getting up, and saw her own warhorse about to become prey for the Black Dragon Cub. Her eyes flared with rage as she shouted. Whoosh! A scorching dragon breath burst from the Black Dragon Cub's mouth, enveloping the black warhorse in an instant. In no time, the smell of roasted meat wafted from the horse as it fell from the sky, and the Black Dragon Cub bit it and began tearing and devouring it vigorously, not paying any attention to Luo Tanyu nearby. It recently developed a sudden fondness for cooked food, so it likes to roast things before eating them. Song Jian put away his long sword and said awkwardly. "You owe me a warhorse." Luo Tanyu's eyes welled up with tears. As a warrior profession, she only got her own warhorse at level 12, and although it was the weakest and lowest quality warhorse, she cherished it dearly. Now it had become food for Song Jian's pet, and Luo Tanyu couldn't bear the injustice. They had only agreed to a fight. How could he let his pet eat her warhorse? Sorry about that. I will compensate you for the warhorse, and I will definitely get you a better one. Song Jian said apologetically, looking at Luo Tanyu, who was about to cry. Humphrey. Luo Tanyu glared at Song Jian, grabbed her long halberd and turned around to return to the camp. The gate slammed shut. Would this count as her losing? Once my territory expands to here, she should choose to surrender, right? Song Jian asked uncertainly. My lord, I guess it would depend on when you give her a new warhorse. A Dawn warrior beside him chuckled. Song Jian was about to speak when he suddenly received a system notification. His face turned pale, and he visibly worsened. System, the seal of the Abyssal Demon has been broken, and your aura has been locked onto by it. In 10 minutes, it will track your aura and come for you. System, for the next 10 minutes, you will not be able to log off normally. If the Abyssal Demon cannot find you, it will begin destroying your territory. System, if you are killed by the Abyssal Demon, your body will become its parasitic host, and your soul will serve as nourishment for its growth. Series of system notifications informed Song Jian that the Abyssal Demon, which had been sealed by the priest Cecilia, had now broken the seal and was coming to take revenge on him. Damn it. Wasn't acquiring the Book of the Abyss supposed to help me annihilate the Abyssal Demon? Why did the seal break prematurely? Song Jian couldn't help but curse. At first, he thought the Abyssal Demon was just an ordinary boss. But after so many incidents and clearing the Blood Demon Cave, Song Jian realized that the Abyssal Demon was no lone entity. It was the embodiment of the Abyssal clan's evil, and provoking one was the same as provoking the entire clan. Thinking about it made Song Jian's head hurt. What's more, Song Jian still had the Abyss curse with a luck reduction of 3 on him, serving as GPS tracking and allowing the Abyssal Demon to locate him at any time. If you want to fight, then let's fight. This time, let's see who dies. Song Jian gritted his teeth. He didn't intend to hide anything, so he summoned both Blood Crows and Blood Wolves. Blood Crows didn't have much combat power, even if their level had been raised to 15, but their combat power wasn't even comparable to that of ordinary monsters of the same level. However, Blood Crows could fly, so Song Jian ordered them to fly to a height of 500 meters to scout for any movement. Blood Zombies and Blood Wolves spread out in the surroundings, while the Black Dragon Cub stood by Song Jian, silently waiting for the arrival of the Abyssal Demon. Soon, several Blood Crows in the southwest direction suddenly lost contact with Song Jian. Just before their death, their eyes sent an image to Song Jian's mind. It was a powerful demon with a pair of goat horns on its head, huge black bat wings on its back, a tall and strong body that seemed to be engulfed in transparent flames. It's here. Song Jian's heart thumped as he tightened his grip on the crimson fire heart-ape sword. Wasn't the seal supposed to be draining its power? This abyssal demon was supposed to be getting weaker and weaker, so why does it look so much stronger than before? Song Jian recalled the image, furrowing his brow. Boom boom boom, several buildings collapsed in the distance, and a tall figure appeared amidst the dust and smoke. Human, it's time to settle our old scores. The abyssal demon spoke in the abyssal language, causing dizziness and hallucinations in ordinary creatures who heard it. Although Song Jian couldn't understand what it was saying, the words entering his ears made him comprehend the meaning automatically. Kill it. Song Jian waved his sword and cried out loudly. The blood zombies roared and charged at the abyssal demon with their hands and feet. The blood wolves growled and started trotting, picking up speed as they went, their figures turning into red lightning as they rushed towards the abyssal demon. Trash. The abyssal demon looked at the blood zombies rushing towards it with a hint of disdain in its eyes. At this point, the abyssal demon's level had reached 20, and it was a lord-level boss, emitting a terrifying aura. Its body surged with energy like flames rising into the air. The 30 blood zombies had barely reached within a meter of the abyssal demon when their bodies suddenly paused and began to shake violently. Plop plop plop, one after another, the blood zombies' bodies burst open, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky like drizzle. Song Jian's eyes narrowed. The abyssal demon's strength had increased more than tenfold compared to when he had first seen it. What the hell is Cecilia up to? Was obtaining the Book of the Abyss meant to enhance the abyssal demon's strength? Song Jian muttered under his breath. Oh, a mournful howl, the blood wolves charged at the abyssal demon one after another. On their bodies, crimson vitality flames ignited. A blood wolf broke through the abyssal demon's energy barrier and viciously bit its neck. With a cold snort, the abyssal demon raised its hand and grabbed the blood wolf's neck. Its hand, covered in black scales, gripped tightly, instantly crushing the blood wolf into a puddle of fishy-smelling blood. One after another, blood wolves leaped towards it, but the abyssal demon snorted, its figure flickering as it punched one wolf after the other. The wolves' bodies exploded one after the other, dying instantly. In a short while, the abyssal demon was immersed in a rain of blood, surrounded by the sky-reaching magic flames. Chapter 388, 8 Demon General, Insignificant Human, Prepare to Die. The demon from the abyss leaped forward, throwing a punch horrifyingly at Song Jian. Song Jian immediately felt as if an invisible force had tightly bound him. He was like a small bug trapped in amber, utterly powerless to break free. Light strike. With a sword held in his right hand, Song Jian swung it forward, releasing a large golden glow from his sword chi. It broke the invisible forces surrounding him and swung at the demon from the abyss. Light strike was undoubtedly the best choice against demons, not only because of its immense power, but it could also cause 200% double damage, a divine attack? Damn it! The demon from the abyss's face changed drastically as he felt the scorching divine power. Suspended midair, he had no opportunity to avoid the attack and could only brace himself to resist it. The fierce golden sword chi, with its unstoppable momentum like a looming sea and towering mountains, heavily landed on the arms the demon from the abyss used to shield his face, slicing open a deep, bone-visible wound. The body of the demon from the abyss hit the ground like a falling meteorite. The side of a high-rise building was smashed into a huge indentation, and bricks and stones were raining down, burying the demon from the abyss in the deepest part. Song Jian, seizing the opportunity after successfully attacking, without any hesitation, immediately performed the sword shadow step. His body turned into a shadow, rushing towards the spot where the demon from the abyss had fallen. Boom! With a loud noise, debris exploded off the demon from the abyss. His face twisted in pain as he spilled his purple-black blood from his falling arms, while his body burned with transparent flames. Human, I will roast your soul on the flames of the abyss for 10,000 years. The demon from the abyss howled heart-wrenchingly, waving his arms and charging towards Song Jian. Bam, bam, bam. Song Jian battled fiercely with the demon from the abyss, repeatedly chopping the crimson fire heart-ape sword onto the demon, creating sparks. The demon from the abyss could only use his two arms to repeatedly smash Song Jian. The Dawn Warrior Ya stayed consistently by Song Jian's side without uttering a word. He continuously attacked the demon from the abyss, but the gap in strength was too significant. Even with the equipment Song Jian gave him, he was no match for the demon from the abyss and could only assist in the attack. The entire street resonated with thunderous roars from their chronic battle. A row of shops had their roofs blown off, high buildings were leaning precariously from being sliced by sword chi, and even the massive trees were being uprooted and falling in every direction. The street, already abandoned and decrepit, had turned into rubble under the explosive noises completely. Fly ashes danced in the air. Apart from the impact rubble, nothing intact could be found on the ground anymore. Even the low-level monsters all around were fleeing in terror. Bam! After another violent impact, The demon from the abyss's arms were full of scars, and not a single scale could be found intact on the entire arm. However, his regenerative capabilities were formidable. The countless wounds on his arm healed rapidly at a rate noticeable to the naked eye. Grabbing the crimson fire heart-ape sword tightly, Song Jian was panting heavily. Hundreds of exchanges had cost him. Although he managed to deduct more than 3,000 vitality points from the demon from the abyss, Song Jian didn't succeed without cost. He had lost more than 300 vitality points after being hit hard by the demon from the abyss. His right shoulder still ached relentlessly. If it hadn't been for the triggered special effect void of his ghostly leather armor, Song Jian's vitality points might have already dropped below 50%. Pathetic. After punching Song Jian away, the demon from the abyss directed a glance at the Dawn Warrior Ya. With a punch, he knocked him flying. The Dawn Warrior Ya was completely defenseless. After crashing through a wall, he fainted and was buried under a pile of rubble. Human, I smell the abyss on you. If you willingly serve me, I would make you my 8th demon general, ruling the abandoned city. The demonic abyss swayed its bat wings, floating midair, looking down at Song Jian with a cold voice. The abyss demon was also shocked to his core. He had not expected Song Jian's growth to be so rapid. Initially, he planned to destroy Song Jian's weapon directly, but found that his own power had no effect on this long sword. Instead, he momentarily lost his grip and was ruthlessly hit twice by Song Jian, who seized the opportunity. Furthermore, during the fight, the abyss demon felt a faint scent of the abyss radiating from Song Jian's body, which tempted him to recruit. System: the abyss demon offered you a recruitment mission. Do you accept? Note: this mission involves changing racial allegiances. Please choose carefully. Song Jian had a glance and refused without hesitation. After being refused, the abyss demon's eyes became sharp, and murderous intent blanket covered towards Song Jian like a tidal wave. Song Jian chuckled coldly. Rather than retreating, he advanced and leaped towards the abyss demon in the sky with his sword swung. Too naive. The abyss demon sneered, looking at Song Jian as if he were a lowly ant lifting its 4 hooves towards an elephant. At this moment, a deep dragon chant sounded in the air, and a black dragon hatchling appeared beneath Song Jian's feet. The hatchling flapped its wings and flew hard into the sky. Song Jian lightly stepped on the back of the black dragon hatchling. His figure instantly raised more than 10 meters. The crimson fire heart-ape sword suddenly ignited red flames in his hand and fiercely hacked towards the abyss demon. How could this be? The terrified abyss demon raised his fist defensively, and there was a loud bang. A burning transparent flame arm spun into the air. It hit a tall building, making a 1-meter diameter hole in it. Song Jian cut off one of the abyss demon's arms. He was also somewhat surprised. He hesitated momentarily. The abyss demon suddenly opened his mouth. A black beam of light shot out of it, hitting Song Jian in the chest. The distance between the two was too close for Song Jian to react in time. He felt like he would been hit head-on by a heavy truck. Blood spurted out of his mouth while he crashed towards the ground like a cannonball. Damned human. The abyss demon gritted his teeth with wisps of black smoke emanating from the wound in his left arm. The severed arm turned into strands of smoke and flew back towards the abyss demon. In a short while, the severed left arm of the abyss demon grew back. However, the lost vitality points could not be restored, and the vitality points of the abyss demon had already fallen below 60%. The look in his eyes grew sharper when he looked at Song Jian. Song Jian, coughing up blood, struggled up from the ground and glanced at his vitality points, which had fallen below half. A bitter smile appeared on his face. The opponent was too formidable that a casual attack could reduce hundreds of his vitality points. At this point, Song Jian's vitality points were only slightly more than 1,400, already 4 or 5 times that of other players. But compared to the abyss demon, it was pathetically less. Taking a potion from his bag and swallowing it, Song Jian, sword in hand, looked at the abyss demon in midair. Boom. The abyss demon fell from the sky and step by step walked towards Song Jian. With every step, the earth would slightly shake. Invisible flames gathered above his head, forming an enormous demon skull roaring silently at Song Jian. At this moment, a whoosh sound was heard. An arrow was shot at the abyss demon. Chapter 389, Sharp Formation. The demon from the abyss raised its right hand, seizing the long arrow. The black aura twined around the arrow, instantly turning it into ashes. Turning its head, the demon saw a woman clad in bright red armor, bending her bow to string another arrow, aiming at it. Behind this woman, 30 warriors had already formed a battle formation, on full alert. Humans, are you provoking the abyssal clan? The demon of the abyss showed a scornful look on its face, with a hint of mockery in its eyes directed at Luo. You're all talk, you're just a lord-level boss. I am about to beat the boss. Luo shouted, releasing her grip on her right hand, letting loose the long arrow that shot towards the demon from the abyss. This level of attack is barely a tickle to me. The demon of the abyss sneered, staring at the incoming arrow, making no attempt whatsoever to dodge it. From that previous strike, the demon had already gauged Luo Tanyu's offensive damage and consequently dismissed her as a threat, instead turning towards Song Jian and striding towards him. In its eyes, only Song Jian was its real opponent, and more importantly, Song Jian's body was related to the demon hosting ceremony it was planning to conduct and was naturally of great importance to it. Just after taking 2 steps forward, the demon from the abyss heard a sharp whistling sound from behind. An alarm bell went off in its head, and as it prepared to turn and defend, that seemingly insignificant long arrow suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, accelerating rapidly, and like a streak of lightning piercing into the back of its head, puff a spray of purple-red blood gushed out, and the demon's robust body shuddered before collapsing face first onto the ground. A tremendous critical hit of more than 600 points of damage floated up from above its head. Humphrey, naive. Luo Tanyu snorted coldly, putting away her bow and arrow, her face displaying a slightly abnormal pallor. The previous arrow was a regular attack. Luo Tanyu purposely appeared weaker. But this arrow was the warrior skill Shadow Strike Kill Arrow, one of the few warrior skills that Luo Tanyu could execute without the assistance of a warhorse. At the moment the arrow was fired, the power was not great, but during its flight, its might and speed rapidly and geometrically increased and became formidable. By the time the enemy noticed this move, it had already missed the best chance to dodge and would suffer immense damage. Despicable humans. The abyssal giant monster roared, crawling up from the ground. Clutching the arrow lodged in his head, it yanked it out with force, threw it to the ground and looked at Luo Tanyu, its eyes filled with rage. Formation. Luo Tanyu raised her square sky halberd and commanded loudly. Kill. 30 pikemen shouted in unison, quickly moving into position and forming a pike head-shaped formation in no time. Sharp formation. All those in the formation, attack plus 30, penetration damage plus 3, attacking enemies head-on, adding the effect of armor break plus 5. The tip of the spear in the sharp formation was Luo Tanyu herself, gripping her halberd tightly and striding forward towards the demon from the abyss. She and the 30 pikemen behind her were all connected by the formation, all of them enveloped by a thin white glow. Kill, kill, kill. Follower pikemen charging behind Luo Tanyu shouted in unison. Luo Tanyu was irate at this moment. If she had a warhorse, she could have led a charge at the front, greatly increasing the power of the sharp formation, a cavalry and infantry combination formation. But now, it could only be used as an infantry formation, reducing its power a bit. Thanks to Luo Tanyu's formation, Song Jian finally found a brief respite. After quickly downing several healing potions, Song Jian's vitality points recovered by over 200 points, bringing it just over half. Seeing Luo Tanyu charging towards the demon from the abyss, Song Jian also gritted his teeth, wielding the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword and pounced towards the demon from the abyss. Immortal Sword Body, activate. A dazzling golden light enveloped Song Jian, as 8 long sword shadows, like guardians, slowly swirled around him. Song Jian's strength instantly increased by a large margin, and golden sword chi was slashing towards the abyss demon, continuously rending deep traces on the ground. With the boost of the immortal sword body, Song Jian's damage sharply escalated. Countless sword chi slashed deep wounds on the abyss demon's body, letting purple blood spurt out. The abyss demon let out a series of mournful screams, its transparent flames flickering unstably, its vitality points dropping continuously. Sharp formation, attack. Luo Tanyu also took the opportunity to rush in front of the abyss demon, swinging the square sky halberd in his hand, and slashing at the abyss demon. Boom. With a loud explosion, the square sky halberd fiercely cut into the chest of the abyss demon, instantly hacking its enormous body. A damage points of over 500 appeared above its head. Unforgivable. The abyss demon roared, standing up from a pile of rubble. Numerous black flames emanated from its body, and in the ground below him, areas continuously emitted black breath. Withering field. As the abyss demon roared, countless ghostly screams echoed around him, and the area continuously radiating black breath began to expand. At this time, Luo Tanyu was leading 30 spear-wielding soldiers, turned their heads and rushed towards the Lord of the Abyss. In an instant, they charged into the withering field of the abyss demon. Gusts of cold wind blew. A large section of the ground emerged covered in black cold breath. These black breaths were like claws. Once attached to the legs of the spearmen, it immediately clamped tightly, attempting to trap them in this region. For a moment, Luo Tanyu and the 30 spearmen seemed to have fallen into a mire, their movement speeds greatly reduced. At the same time, as time passed, Luo Tanyu felt the power within his body being sucked away bit by bit, so much so he was even finding it difficult to hold the square sky halberd in his hand. Many of the spearmen's faces started to show shallow wrinkles, as if they had aged 7 or 8 years. Song Jian also charged into the withering field, but his body intermittently flickered with a golden light, resisting the magic invasion of the withering field. The black breath under his feet avoided him like the plague, moving far away from his surroundings. You're immune to the erosion of abyssal power. The Abyss Demon showed a surprised look in its eyes, watching in disbelief as Song Jian rushed in front of him and swung his sword at its neck. Broken Wing Dance. A white light blossomed on the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword. The Abyss Demon threw a punch to block it. Bang! A great force passed through. The Abyss Demon was pushed back a step. Impossible. How could your power? The Abyss Demon's face showed a terrified expression. It discovered that Song Jian's strength was abruptly larger than itself, which filled it with a hint of fear. Bang! The second strike came, slashing at him. The Abyss Demon felt a piercing pain in its arms. Song Jian cut off a large chunk of flesh from its right arm, revealing the purple-golden skeleton within. The level 3 immortal sword body not only enhances Song Jian's attack damage, but also adds 7 points to all of Song Jian's attributes. With these 7 points of strength, Song Jian's strength attribute has now reached 40 points. No matter how strong the Abyss Demon is, it's just a level 20 Lord level boss, its strength attribute hasn't even exceeded 30 points. At this moment, Song Jian's power is completely overpowering it. Die. Song Jian leaped high into the air, like a hawk swooping on a rabbit. He attacked the Abyss Demon from the air. This sword fiercely slashed at the Abyss Demon's shoulder. A power of the 5 elements knocked the Abyss Demon into the air, momentarily losing control of its body. Chapter 390, Abyssal Nightmare, Light Strike. Seizing the opportunity when the Abyssal Demon was in midair and its defenses wide open, Song Jian unleashed the most damaging move on it, the Light Strike. This strike landed on the demon's waist, and a dazzling golden sword chi burst forth, its blinding light forcing Luotanyu to involuntarily close his eyes. Boom. Feeling suddenly lighter, Luotanyu opened his eyes again to find that the withered domain under his feet had vanished without a trace. However, the 30 spear soldiers who had been fighting alongside him were all sprawled across the ground, their vitality points low and growing weaker by the moment. These 30 soldiers with spears were the most basic rank of recruited troops, with an average status of no more than 10 points. The abyssal power within the withered domain was simply too much for them to withstand. Witnessing the scattered spear soldiers collapsing behind him, Luotanyu felt a fire ignite in his chest. Without warning, he let out a roar and charged at the demon, crazily brandishing his square sky halberd. I have lost my war horse, and now my soldiers too. Damn it, you're all bullying me. Luotanyu's eyes grew red with anger. Tiger roar. With his hair disheveled and his killing intent solidifying around him like a tangible force, Luotanyu seemed aflame as fire surged across his body's surface. In his hands, the square sky halberd emitted a deep, roaring sound, akin to a ferocious tiger howling in the forest, causing all beasts to tremble in fear. In this moment, the top half of the abyssal demon had been severed by Song Jian's light strike, leaving it as 2 separate entities. The wound from where it was sliced emitted a dense, black mist. Yet, there was no sign of the demon succumbing to death. The top half of its body floated in midair, while the bottom half, only a pair of legs remaining, seemed to have its own consciousness and kicked at Song Jian. The demon's body was as tough as steel, and even its 2 legs alone could put up a fight against Song Jian. When the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword slashed at the demon's legs, a clash of metal rang out, sparks flying in every direction. Most bewildering of all, the upper and lower halves of the demon each had their own vitality points. As the sinister-looking top half of the demon floated overhead, gazing at Song Jian, it prepared to speak, but suddenly felt a powerful killing intent surging from behind. It turned to see Luotanyu brandishing his halberd while leaping into the air, his entire body emanating an aura that conjured the phantom of a white tiger, teeth bared and claws striking towards the demon. Abyssal sigh. The demon's right hand lifted as countless black auras converged rapidly, forming an invisible wall before it. Boom. To the demon's horror, the wall of psi crumbled like paper under Luotanyu's assault, easily shattered by the attack. Impossible. The demon's eyes bulged in disbelief as it refused to accept its seemingly invincible abyssal psi wall was so effortlessly broken. After all, the wall of psi was the most robust defensibility among the abyssal magic. Splash! The square sky halberd chopped deep into the demon's shoulder, and even reached halfway through its neck. As the purple-red blood spurted out from Bang, an over 800 critical damage number floated up from the top of the abyssal demon's head, taking away its last bit of vitality points. The abyssal demon looked at Luotanyu in horror, its lips trembling as if it wanted to say something, but in the end, its head tilted slightly, its vitality points went to 0, and it fell from midair. As soon as it hit the ground, the upper half of the abyssal demon's body seemed to have been weathered for 100 years and shattered into a pile of ashes. At this point, the lower half of the abyssal demon's body, now only comprised of 2 legs, suddenly quivered and kicked away Song Jian, trying to escape towards the distance. It seemed that it sensed that its upper half had fallen and wanted to flee. Song Jian saw that Luo Taniu had slain the upper half of the body and watched the fleeing lower half. His heart raced, and his right foot stomped fiercely on the ground. A fang-shaped energy cluster quickly condensed and rushed towards the half-body of the abyssal demon. Song Jian performed the sword shadow step, his body transformed into a black shadow, chasing after the two legs of the abyssal demon. He had already seen that Luo Taniu had destroyed the upper half of the abyssal demon's body and only the lower half remained. If he didn't completely slay it at this moment, would he have to wait for it to recover and come to trouble him again? Spiritual sword control technique, go. Song Jian swung his sword towards the open space in front of him, and a transparent spirit sword quickly condensed and cleaved at the two legs that had been hit by the earth teeth assault. With the main body destroyed and only two legs left, the defense and resistance of the abyssal demon's body greatly decreased. Just now, a single earth teeth assault directly took away more than 100 vitality points. At this moment, a transparent sword slashed toward it, instantly turning it into a pile of minced meat. As the transparent sword disappeared, a mournful wail erupted from the pile of minced meat, and a translucent black shadow slowly emerged. The shadow's surface was full of cracks, and golden light continuously bloomed from the gaps. The appearance of the shadow was ferocious, two lines of blood and tears flowing from its eyes. It glared at Song Jian with a murderous aura. However, before long, the golden light in the cracked gaps grew more and more intense, ultimately engulfing the entire shadow. System, congratulations, you have killed the abyssal demon, and the abyss curse on you has been lifted. System, congratulations, you have killed the abyssal demon, and your relationship with the abyssal clan has been locked as having enmity. As long as there are abyssal demons, they will consider you their primary target to kill. Song Jian was stunned. Are you serious, system? The first curse is lifted and congratulations are fine, but what's there to congratulate about the second system prompt? Just then, the abyssal demon's body suddenly exploded with a bang and dropped 7 or 8 items. Among these, 3 were glinting with silver light, and 1 item surprisingly emitted a faint golden glow. Is this a big loot drop? Song Jian hesitated for a moment, then his expression filled with excitement. After removing the abyssal curse, his luck was 5 points higher than that of ordinary people. Coincidentally, he had just killed a level 20 lord-level boss, so having a big loot drop was quite normal. Song Jian directly picked up the item emitting the faint golden light and saw that it was a whip. Abyssal Nightmare Reigns, gold, after use, can summon an Abyssal Nightmare mount. Once this item is used, it will automatically bind to the user. After binding, it cannot be traded, sold, or dropped. A mount? Song Jian's expression turned a bit strange as he looked at Luo Taniu lying on the ground, panting heavily. Is it my luck that's exploding, or is it her luck? Chapter 391, The Dwarf's Intimacy Decreases. A level 20 lord rank boss, and the only golden grade drop it left is a mount. And the most important thing is, a certain girl just happens to be in need of a mount. What's more crucial is that the girl used to have a mount, and that mount was killed by Song Jian. And the most essential thing is, Song Jian had rashly promised to make it up to her with a better mount. Holding the Abyssal Nightmare Reigns radiating a faint golden light, Song Jian felt like his heart was bleeding. I am still only riding a white-quality motorcycle. The Abyssal Nightmare, the name itself sounds superior. I want it too. Song Jian threw his head back and sighed without shedding tears. Song Jian felt as if 2 little figures suddenly appeared in his mind. A little figure with devil horns said, if we hide this item, the girl would not know about it, right? After all, you didn't form a team with her. Another one with angel wings said, yeah, you can give her the motorcycle summoning key and claim it's a boss drop. A warlord on a motorcycle sounds pretty cool too. Song Jian couldn't help but turn his head to look at Luo Taniu, only to find her standing in front of a pile of corpses, her shoulders moving slightly as if she was sobbing. The disheveled Luo Taniu looked particularly desolate at this moment. Song Jian's heart softened and he sighed. The 2 little figures in his mind vanished. No longer in the mood to look at the remaining loot, he put all the items into his bag, took the golden reins, and walked over to Luo Taniu. Don't grieve. The dead cannot be revived. Song Jian said consolingly. But it will cost a lot of war merits, and I have used up all of mine. Luo Taniu whimpered in a frail tone. Song Jian, so, you're not mourning these soldiers, but regretting the war merits spent? Song Jian couldn't help but feel sorry for these fallen soldiers for a moment. Here, take this. Song Jian gritted his teeth, a pained look on his face as he passed the reins to Luo Taniu. This is the loot dropped by the boss and the better mount I promised you, which is even better than your black horse. What, a better war horse? Luo Taniu turned around, her teary eyes meeting Song Jian's. Upon seeing the properties of the reins, Luo Taniu's expression grew stiffened. The tears in her eyes miraculously disappeared, replaced with a face full of excitement. What? An abyssal nightmare. Oh, my god, is this really for me? This is fantastic. Haha, thank you. You're such a kind soul, thank you so much. Owotani grabbed the pale golden reins, tears still smeared across her cheeks, and she broke into a hearty laughter. Actually, this abyssal nightmare isn't really your style. Songjian's face looked grim, and he made a last-ditch effort to change her mind. Unfortunately, Owotani, who would already set her heart on the abyssal nightmare, didn't even wait for a second after taking the reins and immediately summoned her abyssal nightmare. Songjian was lost for words as black clouds of steam suddenly rose from the ground in front of Owotani. The clouds quickly solidified, forming a bizarre magic array. Next, amidst a flash of black light, a skeletal warhorse, entirely clad in armor and with black flames burning under its feet, emerged in front of Owotani. The warhorse, taller than an average man, exuded a black aura from its entire body. Its saddle, stirrups. Every accessory was intact. But the strangest thing was that the warhorse, only a skull left of its head, actually had a pair of curved horns, looking like goat horns, winding backwards along the armor that covered its skull. If it hit someone with its skull, it would definitely knock the target a few meters away. Owotani, with her mouth wide open, stared at the abyssal nightmare with twinkling eyes. It's perfect, just perfect? This is the mount of my dreams. Ha ha ha. Owotani couldn't resist leaping onto the abyssal nightmare, her thoughts racing. With a single command, the abyssal nightmare shot forward, so fast that all it left behind was a pair of weakly burning green flames. It's so cool. Songjian couldn't help but exclaim, his heart aching as if it was being continuously mauled. It hurt too much. After a short while, Owotani returned riding on the abyssal nightmare, his face animated with excitement. Haha, splendid, you're remarkable, truly remarkable. I will tag along with you from now on. If you're setting up an alliance, count me in. Owotani looked at Songjian, saying earnestly. Having said that, he galloped away laughing heartily towards the barracks. Using an abyssal nightmare mount to secure an alliance, I wonder if it was a loss or a gain. Songjian stood in place, thinking for a while, but ultimately he shook his head, turning to walk towards his manor castle. This sudden appearance of the Abyss Demon concerned Songjian. He held a quietly growing worry for Cecilia Priest since she had obtained the Book of the Abyss. By all accounts, Cecilia Priest should have already slain the Abyss Demon after the acquisition. Unanticipated carrot, it managed to break its seal and escape in the end. If the Abyss Demon had escaped, then Cecilia Priest's situation was probably more dangerous than safe. Reviving the almost expired Dawn Warrior from the brink of death, he noticed the ashamed expression on Ya's face. Songjian gave his shoulder a comforting pat. "Yeah, are you interested in becoming a shield warrior?" Songjian asked. "What?" Ya looked at him, his eyes filled with bewilderment. "Think about it, becoming a shield warrior might be a good decision for you. At least, your survival rate would significantly improve," Songjian suggested, smiling. He led Ya towards his safe house, while still holding some worries for Cecilia Priest. But then, considering Cecilia Priest possessed first-grade combat power and the Abyss Demon before them was only a level 20 Lord-class boss, presumably not a match for Cecilia Priest. Songjian pondered for a while, still not understanding the entirety of the situation. In the end, he decided to set it aside for the moment. It was going to be a while before the next territory expansion battle could be initiated, yet Songjian held another planting ceremony. This time, he permanently acquired the effect of chance to obtain magical items plus 1%. Although it wasn't an attribute pointer and the effect was rather weak, it was better than nothing. There was no loss to Songjian. Upon conclusion of the ceremony, Songjian suddenly heard a series of rumbling noises pervading the airspace of Doomsday City, accompanied by a loud war trumpet and the ferocious roar of countless soldiers. Such a commotion was not new to Songjian as it was typical of a player launching a territory expansion campaign. Looking towards the distant red halo, Songjian fell silent. Doomsday City seemed to be on the verge of entering an era of warfare, where each player had started raising their butcher's knife for their survival. This was not about justice, but about survival. This was a decision every player who did not want to be controlled by others had to make. Just as Songjian lost himself in his thoughts, a series of system notifications unexpectedly reached him. System, your relationship with the mountain dwarves has decreased to indifferent. System, your relationship with the forest dwarves has decreased to indifferent. System, your relationship with the furnace dwarves has decreased to enmity. System, your relationship with the black iron dwarves has increased to friendly. Chapter 392, Warning Sign. What's going on? Songjian was stunned, however, he soon thought of the dwarf commander who had escaped earlier, and it had probably mobilized its related dwarf clan, causing the intimacy between Song Jian and the dwarves with a good relationship with the dwarf commander to decrease. But it was obvious that the relationship between the Black Iron Dwarf and the dwarf commander was not very friendly. Surprisingly, the relationship between Song Jian and the Black Iron Dwarf had risen from strangers to friendly for no reason. Song Jian shook his head. Doomsday City belonged to a lawless place, and even if his relationship with all NPCs dropped to hatred, it wouldn't matter much. To enter Doomsday City requires too many resources and is simply not worth it. Even a large power like the Gathering Area 101, which was already prepared to be promoted to a city-level territory, temporarily gave up chasing after him after trying a few times. However, it was clear that the power of the dwarf clan was much stronger than that of the Gathering Area 101, but Song Jian's strength was growing even faster, so he naturally wasn't afraid of them. George, can we form our own army now? Song Jian looked at the movements of other players expanding their territory at a distance, and summoned the butler George to ask. My lord, we are currently unable to build structures like a soldier barracks and recruit soldiers. Butler George shook his head slightly and said, Soldier barracks? How many levels of the safe house are needed to build it? Song Jian asked. My lord, the soldier barracks are a special building and can only be built when the manor reaches level 6. Moreover, you must also have a blueprint for construction. George hurriedly explained. Manor level 6, huh? Song Jian frowned slightly, as his safe house level was currently only at manor level 2, which was still far from level 6. Focus on building and upgrading the buildings. It's time for our manor to be upgraded. Song Jian ordered. Yes, my lord. In 6 days, all the promotion buildings can be completed, but the promotion requires a lot of resources, and we still lack a lot, said Butler George. What resources are missing? Give me a list. Oh, and how many minerals have been produced by the mineral seeds recently? Song Jian glanced at the tall ore planted in the spirit field outside the window and suddenly asked. Mineral seed was a spoil of war obtained by Song Jian previously. It can be planted like a plant in the spirit field and harvested every 6 hours, yielding ores of various qualities. My lord, I have arranged for someone to harvest and store the output of the mineral seeds. There are currently 360 first-tier ores, 103 second-tier ores, and 67 third-tier ores. I have instructed the blacksmiths to smelt all of them into corresponding ingots, which can be extracted at any time. Said Butler George, you're doing a great job, feel free to use them wherever the manor needs them, said Song Jian with a nod. The mineral seeds can produce up to 9th-tier ores, but now they only produce low-tier ores. Song Jian wasn't even interested in taking a look at these ores. After the work report of the territory was completed, Butler George left the room. Song Jian glanced at the attributes of the level 3 blood pool. At this time, the blood pool was breeding blood zombies and blood wolves. Previously, all the blood slaves had been consumed cleanly, reducing the defense power of the territory. The blood in the blood pool was constantly rolling, and blood cocoons the size of basketballs were rhythmically expanding and shrinking at the bottom of the blood pool, as if breathing. In a few more hours, these blood cocoons would birth new blood zombies and blood wolves, but Song Jian still had no clue about the materials needed to upgrade the level 3 blood pool to level 4. After killing the abyssal demon, Song Jian had already reached level 19, with 93% experience. He was just a little short of reaching level 20. After resting in the room for 2 hours, he was ready to leave and hunt monsters in the level 20 monster area to level up. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly saw a figure staggering towards the manor castle at the edge of the territory, falling to the ground directly before entering the territory, as if fainting. This person seems familiar. Song Jian frowned slightly, and with a flash, he appeared at the edge of the territory and walked towards the person. Cecilia. Song Jian exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that the person who had suddenly appeared at the edge of his territory was none other than the Dawn Priest Cecilia. Song Jian quickly stepped forward and helped Priest Cecilia up. At this time, Priest Cecilia looked somewhat embarrassed. The codex was nowhere to be found, and her priest's robe was dirty and even had a few holes. Her right hand held the magic staff tightly, but the gem on the staff had shattered completely, with its surface covered in cracks and no light shining from it. On Cecilia's delicate cheeks, there was also a slash. Her pale face was devoid of any color, her brows furrowed, and she occasionally let out a faint moan of pain. Surgery. Although Song Jian didn't know what had happened to Priest Cecilia, and it didn't look like she was bleeding or had any broken bones, he still used the only healing skill he knew. Afterward, Song Jian took out a bottle of primary healing potion and poured it into Priest Cecilia's mouth. Not knowing if it was the effect of the healing skill or the healing potion, Priest Cecilia finally woke up from her coma, slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw Song Jian, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The seal on the abyssal demon has been broken, and I don't know why, but the power of the Book of the Abyss has been greatly damaged. I wasn't able to kill it, but it banished me to the abyssal land. You have to be careful, it will definitely come for you, Priest Cecilia said, struggling. Songjian, the abyssal demon had already come, okay? If I waited for your warning, I would be ashes by now. You just rest, the abyssal demon has already been defeated by me. Songjian hurriedly comforted her. What, you killed it? How is that possible? Cecilia stared wide-eyed, with an unbelieving expression. Songjian was speechless. I am pretty strong, too, okay? However, seeing Cecilia's appearance, Songjian suddenly became very interested in the abyssal land. The third-tier magic flame that he controlled, now it had evolved into a fourth-tier demonic flame, was capable of opening the abyssal gate and entering the abyssal land. However, the system also issued a warning that the monsters in the abyssal land were powerful, and it was best to wait until Songjian reached level 30, complete the first-tier combat power assessment task, then consider entering the abyssal land. Seeing Cecilia's almost dying appearance, Songjian had to temporarily give up his plan to fight monsters and level up, and first send her to the manor castle to rest and recover. Chapter 393, Wilderness Instance. Upon hearing that Songjian had eliminated the abyssal demon, Cecilia, albeit somewhat incredulous, felt relieved and finally fell into a deep sleep. Songjian noted that two conflicting forces vied within Cecilia. One was the familiar abyssal power, while the other seemed to be filled with light and vitality, the dawn divine power. Despite being rootless and sourceless, the abyssal power was resilient and continued to erode Cecilia's body bit by bit. Meanwhile, the dawn divine power was resisting, eradicating the abyssal power in small increments. Although Cecilia was in a deep sleep, she occasionally let out soft hums and furrowed her brow in discomfort. As much as Songjian wanted to help, he found himself powerless to do so. He was not a follower of the goddess of dawn and therefore couldn't provide aid to her priest, Cecilia. Master, please permit me to lend her a helping hand, implored one of the dawn warriors, Yiden, as he knelt on the ground. Can you help her? Songjian inquired, taken aback. One was a warrior and the other a priest, both served the goddess of dawn, yet followed different paths. Yes, I can pray to the goddess of dawn on her behalf, helping her recuperate faster, declared dawn warrior Yiden. In that case, stay by her side and make sure she is tended to. If anything is needed, just give orders to the servants outside, Songjian suggested. As you wish, master. Once Yiden finished speaking, he knelt by Cecilia's bedside, began praying devoutly to the goddess of dawn. After a while, countless minutes, semi-transparent, silvery light spots appeared around Yiden. Cecilia, wrapped in these light spots, gradually relaxed her furrowed brow and started to breathe more smoothly. Occasionally, some of these semi-transparent, silvery light spots would enter her body, assisting her in combating the abyssal power within her. With Cecilia's condition stabilized, Songjian nodded in approval and left Manor Castle. Just then, Songjian felt something trembling slightly in his inventory. Upon opening it, he discovered it was the black token he had obtained in the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. At that moment, the token was constantly vibrating, its surface radiating an eye-catching glow that flickered, as though it were trying to remind Songjian of something. Songjian pulled out the token and held it in his hand. Immediately, several lines of system prompts appeared in front of him. System, the 137th Unique Profession Inheritance Test is about to begin. Anyone who possesses an exam token is eligible to participate. System, player's combat power detected to be below the first rank. Conditions are met to participate in the test. Would you like to participate in this inheritance test? System, this test triggers once every 3 months of game time. You have 3 chances to reject participation. You must participate on the 4th occurrence, else your exam token will be confiscated. Before Songjian's eyes, 2 options appeared, participate and do not participate. After hesitating for a moment, Songjian chose do not participate. Although he was one of the higher level and stronger players, the exam wasn't exclusive to players. Many NPCs would participate as well. I should at least wait till I reach level 30 before taking the exam, Songjian thought to himself. Otherwise, if I did not pass, I would have wasted an opportunity. Many players hadn't even come into contact with the 10 unique professions. However, Songjian had an opportunity to rise through the ranks in one step. He needed to seize it. Having learned many sword immortal skills, Songjian aimed to become a sword immortal, one of the 10 unique professions. After Songjian refused to participate this time, the black token in his hand gradually calmed down. The radiant glow quickly faded, and it returned to its original state. Songjian stowed the token in his inventory and continued his journey outward. He had 3 chances to refuse the exam, one of which he had already used. This meant that in at most 6 months of game time, he would have to sit for the exam, otherwise, the exam token would disappear. I have 3 months to get to level 30. This is going to be pressure, Song Jian thought to himself. The higher the level, the slower the rate of advancement. Countless NPCs spent years, even decades, struggling to reach level 30. In this aspect, the system gave players an advantage in leveling up. Meanwhile, in Doomsday City's level 15 monster zone, Wang Chi and his companions entered a police station filled with variant zombies dressed in police uniforms. The monsters here boasted high attack power and could even use firearms. Some even wore bulletproof vests. Wang Chi and his companions had a hard time advancing within the police station. Despite the challenges, the items dropped by the monsters here were top-notch. Level 15 blue-quality Kevlar bulletproof vests, handguns and submachine guns excited Wang Chi and his companions. Plus weapons were becoming less of a threat to increasingly powerful monsters. As a result, many players were developing their ability to use melee weapons post-level 10. However, firearms naturally held an advantage over melee weapons. Even if the equipment wasn't used personally, it could fetch quite a sum of Doomsday coins at an auction house. This place isn't too bad. The drop rate is pretty high, even common monsters can drop blue-quality equipment. If only we had discovered this place sooner, said an enthusiastic warrior while holding his newly won level 15 blue-quality riot shield. The drop rate is high, but the monsters are also stronger than the ones elsewhere. We're using up too many resources. I am almost out of mental strength recovery potions. A male priest complained with a furrowed brow. The team had only him as a healer, so the pressure to heal and recover was intense. His stock of more than 10 low-level healing potions was nearly depleted. Zhu King, don't be stingy. You're the only priest in the team. If priest equipment is dropped, it will definitely be yours, a rogue player comforted him. Humphrey, there hasn't been a single piece of priest equipment dropped so far. Everything that's been dropped is yours. Zhu King mumbled with a grin. It was strange. Since stepping into the police station, despite more than 10 items being dropped, not a single one was priest equipment. One couldn't be sure if the team was unlucky, or if it was just Zhu King who was unlucky. Soon, the group reached an area where prisoners were held. When they pushed open the door, they saw a long corridor lined with cells on both sides. At the end of the corridor, a light blue portal was visible. A dungeon. There's actually a dungeon here. Upon seeing the dungeon, Wang Chi was instantly excited. This was a dungeon discovered in the wild, a detail that was previously unknown. Being the first to explore an unknown dungeon was a dream come true for every player and team. Chapter 394, Is Your Friend a Big Shot? This is an undiscovered dungeon. The people in the team were stunned for a moment, then quickly became excited. Quick, check the level of this dungeon. Can we enter? The thief class player who had just spoken yelled excitedly. A dungeon appearing in a level 15 monster area. We should meet the level requirement, but whether we can clear it, I am not sure. The warrior class player who had just obtained a new shield frowned. The monsters outside were already so tough, the ones inside the dungeon would definitely be stronger. Even if their team could enter, there was no guarantee they would be able to defeat the monsters within. We will try anyway. We will be cautious and run if we can't defeat them. Wang Chi suppressed his excitement and spoke softly. Yes, survival is key. If things go sideways, we should leave as soon as possible. No unnecessary fighting, said the priest, Zhu King, sounding a little stirred up as well. First, let's check the dungeon level and the number of players allowed. The group quickly moved towards the entrance of the dungeon. Bloody Cage of Sin, this dungeon name sounds creepy. The dungeon requires level 15 to 21 players. Good, we at least meet the minimum level requirements. This will be tough. I am afraid we won't be able to clear this dungeon. This is a 5-person dungeon, we only have 4, we need one more. Does anyone have a more powerful friend you could invite over? Indeed, preferably a higher leveled one. I guess the final boss of this dungeon could be level 18, or even level 20. Or we could just fight the minor monsters inside and not the boss. Even the minor monsters in the dungeon have a much higher drop rate. Are you kidding me? This is an expedition. Skipping the boss is like throwing in the towel. If others find out, we will be the laughingstock. The boss represents high-level equipment. Clearing this dungeon, we all could get a full gear upgrade. I wish that were true, but I am afraid we might not defeat it, and end up losing our lives in the process. The 4 of them started to argue. But soon, they switched to discussing about someone strong they could invite over. I know a level 16 fire mage. He has a level 15 silver quality magic staff. His damage is incredible. Also, fire mages have the highest damage amongst all the mages. What do you think about inviting him over? I know a level 18 swordsman. His gear is average but he's highly intuitive. If we invite him over, he could be sub-tank and our team would be better off. I don't have anyone. All my friends are lower leveled than I am. Wang Qi opened his friend list and started browsing. Suddenly, he saw a familiar name and hesitated. Wang Qi, what's wrong? Do you know any stronger player? Seeing Wang Qi's change of expression, the priest Zhou King curiously asked. I have never seen Wang Qi hanging out with friends. Most likely, he knows a bunch of dimwits like me, said Tang Rong, a thief, with a smirk. It isn't a big deal if we don't have anyone else, the four of us can give it a try. With this level 15 blue quality shield, I am pretty sure I can at least withstand the minor monster's attacks until you manage to flee from the dungeon. The guardian Ma Yu seemed pretty confident, thanks to his new blue quality shield. Who said I don't have any powerful friends? Wang Qi couldn't help but say, I am worried that their levels are too high for them to be interested in a small level 15 dungeon. Once Wang Qi finished, the rest of his team were dumbfounded. Wang Qi, I give you a 103 for showing off, 1 score for tolerance, another for understanding, and the last one as a token of fatherly love, ha ha ha. A player who considers a level 15 dungeon too low? Ha ha, Wang Qi, could your friend be in the top 10 player ranking? You know such a big shot? Exactly, if you really can get to know a player in the top 10 player ranking, would you still be hanging out with us? Go ahead, invite one over. If you can really do that, you can be our team leader from now on. Yes, we four have been working really well together, forming a permanent team isn't a bad idea. If you can actually invite a top 10 player over, the team leader position is yours. Agreed. But what if he fails to invite someone? The priest Zhou King picked his nose, smirking and asked. All eyes fell on Wang Qi. I know one, but I can't guarantee he will come. After all, a level 15 dungeon might indeed be too low leveled for him. Wang Qi struggled. Scoff, in the current top 10 player ranking, apart from the number 1 player who has already reached level 20 and might look down on a level 15 dungeon, number 2 is just level 17.1. Don't believe that a level 15 dungeon has no attraction for him. Exactly, unless his gear is all level 15 silver quality and he doesn't need anything from a level 15 dungeon. But how could a level 17 player possibly? As they were talking, they suddenly fell silent. They looked at each other in amazement. Zhou King cursed, holy crap, Wang Qi, you wouldn't happen to be talking about the number 1 player in the player ranking, would you? It is Song Jian, the number 1 player. He saved me once when I first started the game, and we have been in contact ever since. Wang Qi said innocently. Holy crap, you know such a big shot and you have kept it from us till now, guys, what should we do? Beat him up. Right, cover your head, bend down, stick your butt out. After their bout of playful scuffling, they became a bit more serious again. You know, he's already level 20, he might indeed not be interested in raiding a level 15 dungeon. Exactly, what if he already has level 20 equipment? Wang Qi, tell us honestly, how good is your relationship with him? Would he help us out? Wang Qi hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I will ask him first. But he is a swordsman. If something drops in the dungeon that he needs, we should yield to him. Of course. As long as the big shot is willing to come, anything he needs will be his. I don't believe that every drop from this dungeon would be useful for a swordsman. Before talking about the equipment, even just for the experience, it's worth it for us. After clearing the dungeon, I believe we could at least level up. I believe I could level up twice. Wang Qi took a deep breath and opened his chat with Song Jian. As the call went out, his nervousness suddenly intensified. Chapter 395, Agree. Song Jian was hunting in the area of level 20 monsters, and in just over 2 hours, he raised his level to 20. At this moment, he suddenly received a communication request from Wang Qi. After taking a glance, Song Jian directly connected the call. Big bro, are you there? There's something I don't know if I can ask for your help with. Wang Qi's slightly nervous voice came through. In fact, the two hadn't been in touch in the game for more than 2 months, and Wang Qi didn't know whether Song Jian would still give him any face. Help? I wonder what kind of help you need, Wang? It's not that you found a special building and want to transform it into a safe house, is it? Song Jian laughed. The last time the two met, they helped Li Ke build a safe house together. At that time, Wang Qi was full of envy and wanted to find a special building and create a safe house of his own. Song Jian promised that if Wang Qi found one, he would definitely help guard it. No, special buildings are too hard to find. I just chose a regular one and have already upgraded it to a level 3 safe house. Remembering the time when they helped Li Ke build a safe house, and the two of them didn't do anything but sleep and take advantage of the situation, Wang Qi revealed a trace of a smile. Oh, that's good, congratulations. Song Jian laughed. What can I help you with this time? Well, I and a few companions are in the level 15 monster area, and we discovered an unexplored instance. We only have 4 people, and we're afraid we won't be able to beat it, so we want Brother Song to help and lead us to explore it." Wang Chi stated his request and then anxiously waited for Song Jian's answer. Exploiting a level 15 instance? Song Jian was somewhat surprised. The rewards for exploring an instance are absolutely substantial, even much greater than those from clearing a difficult dungeon later on. There are many special equipment pieces that only drop during the exploration difficulty and true difficulty, so for players, exploring dungeons is like a feast. However, the difficulty of exploring a dungeon is also great. Without any understanding of the dungeon, sometimes, players might not even see the boss before they are chased out by the small monsters inside. Although Song Jian is now level 20, some of his equipment is not very good. His leg guards are still just a level 5 white quality item with only one level of reinforcement. Alright, but if there's any equipment one need, as well as diagrams for engineering or alchemy and pharmacology formulas, I have priority. Song Jian thought for a while and said. Wang Chi was taken aback. He wanted priority not only on equipment but also on engineering drawings and alchemy formulas. Well, equipment is no problem, but for the others, I need to discuss it with the rest of the team. Can you wait a moment? Wang Chi hesitated. Alright, let's discuss it first. Song Jian hung up the call. In fact, Song Jian was quite interested in exploring a level 15 instance, but many instances have a player limit. The more players allowed, the better the loot that drops inside. With these kinds of instances, Song Jian couldn't successfully explore them alone and had to rely on the power of the team. Maybe I should form my own elite team, or even create a guild. Song Jian patrolled his territory while thinking. On the other side, Wang Chi had a somewhat ugly expression after hanging up the call. What's wrong? Did the expert refuse? Zhu King, a priest, asked anxiously. He hadn't gotten a single piece of equipment yet and was eager to enter the dungeon. No. Wang Chi looked at his companions and said, but he demands priority on all suitable equipment, as well as engineering blueprints and alchemy and pharmacology formulas. What? That's too much. Zhu King, the priest, frowned and showed dissatisfaction. We can give priority to equipment for swordsmen, but for the engineering blueprints, Zhu King has also learned engineering, while Tang Rong learned alchemy and pharmacology. Moreover, if there are really blueprints and formulas, they're definitely valuable. Ma Yu, a shield-wielding guardian, shook his head and spoke with some discontent. Since we have decided to form a fixed team, we can't give up on our crafting professions. And our chosen professions aren't overlapping, so we complement each other well. Yeah, the blueprints and formulas for crafting professions are hard to come by. The system store doesn't sell them, so it's tough to level up. If we really get blueprints and formulas, I think we shouldn't just give them away. If necessary, the 4 of us can roll dice with him to see who gets them based on whose number is higher. Tang Rong hesitated but suggested. They definitely won't agree to that. There are 4 of us, and he's alone. Furthermore, without him, we definitely can't clear it. Besides, it's not even certain that there will be blueprints and formulas. Zhu King said carelessly. Zhu King, don't jinx it. If we really get the engineering blueprints, won't you cry? Yuma laughed. Forget it, let's give it a try. Maybe the instance isn't as hard as we think. We might succeed with just the 4 of us, Tang Rong, the rogue, said quietly, twirling his 2 daggers around his fingers. After some hesitations, the others nodded in agreement. Let's try, we will go in first to see what the monsters are like. Maybe they're really like Tang Rong said. Even if we can't beat them, we can agree to his terms later, it wouldn't be too late. Yeah, let's give it a try first. The 4 made their decision, exchanged glances, and walked towards the entrance of the instance. 5 minutes later, a figure suddenly rushed out of the instance entrance. Tang Rong, the rogue, collapsed on the ground in a disheveled state. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and his vitality points reduced to less than 1/3. Next, the other 3 teammates ran out one by one. Ma Yu, the shield-wielding guardian, was the last to leave. His vitality points were the lowest, almost reaching a near-death state. His arm, which held the shield, trembled constantly from exertion. Even the shield itself had developed a tiny crack. I can't heal fast enough, the small monsters do too much damage. Zhu King, the priest, complained immediately upon leaving the instance, constantly casting the healing skill on Ma Yu and the other 2 teammates. There are too many small monsters inside, and they're all level 15 elite monsters. They're way stronger than the monsters we encountered in the police station. Wang Chi looked gloomy. If it wasn't for Ma Yu desperately blocking the attacks of 4 or 5 elite monsters, the other 3 might have all died inside. But the loot from the monsters inside is indeed good. Look at this. Ma Yu took out a dazzling white crystal from his bag and showed it off. Huh, you killed the monster? Zhu King was surprised. It was the one we were focusing on earlier. I saw it had very little vitality left, so I wanted to try. I didn't expect that I actually killed it. I didn't expect the first monster to drop items. Ma Yu said with lingering fear. In order to kill this one monster, Ma Yu almost lost his life inside. A reinforcement stone? What is that? Tangrong curiously asked, examining the reinforcement stone in Ma Yu's hand. Reinforcement stone, white, special item, effect, after use, can reinforce equipment below level 20, enhancing its basic attributes, increases armor by 5 points of defense and weapons by 10 points of attack. Nice stuff. Zhu Qing's eyes lit up. Chapter 396, entering the subsidiary one enhancement stone could increase defense by 5 points, which was almost half of the defense provided by a level 15 piece of equipment. If one could enhance their equipment multiple times, the defense could be even stronger than silver-grade equipment. Of course, the higher the equipment's grade, the more attributes and features it would have. Some equipment could even come with skills, which couldn't be matched by enhanced low-level equipment. However, increasing defense by 5 points out of thin air was still very attractive. This is great, we should get more of these. If I can increase my defense, I can tank more monsters, and maybe the 4 of us might be able to complete this dungeon, Ma Yu said with shining eyes as he stared at the enhancement stone in his hand and chuckled. As a shield and sword defender's class, Ma Yu valued defense more than other classes. He couldn't bear to let go of the enhancement stone and even had the urge to use it immediately. Ma Yu, your current equipment quality is average. I think it's better to wait until you get better equipment before using this enhancement stone, at least a silver grade one. Wang Shi quickly stopped Ma Yu. Ma Yu thought for a moment, nodded, and said somewhat embarrassedly, so, is this enhancement stone temporarily assigned to me? It's yours, hold on to it. You risked your life to get it, his teammates assured him. If it weren't for you blocking all the small monsters at the end, we might not have made it out. The reason the 4 of them could often team up and leveled together was because they were able to be humble, considerate, and understanding. The enhancement stone was obtained through their collective efforts in fighting the monsters. If it weren't for the other 3 nearly killing the small monster, Ma Yu wouldn't have been able to finish it off at the last moment. However, everyone agreed that as a shield and sword defender player, 5 defense points meant a lot, so no one argued with Ma Yu. I won't take the next one we get, we will take turns, said Ma Yu before storing the enhancement stone in his bag. Guys, what do you think? We have tested the strength of the monsters in the dungeon, and with our current strength, we might not even see the first boss. Wang Chi looked at the other 3 and said. The other 3 fell silent, and after a long while, Ma Yu sighed, we have no choice but to ask for external help. The dungeon's output is much greater than we imagined. Even if we give the swordmen equipment, blueprints, and formulas, we should still make a profit. Just the enhancement stones alone had stirred their hearts, and there were even more valuable items rumored to be inside. Zhu Qing and Tangrong eventually agreed, a little unwilling, but their combined strength wasn't enough. They couldn't give up just like that, could they? Wang Chi's lips curled up slightly. Song Jian's strength was increasing, and it wasn't a bad thing to stay in touch with him. If the 4 of them formed a fixed team, with Wang Chi as the leader, they would likely need Song Jian's help many times in the future. Building a good relationship with him now would make it easier to ask for help later. Brother Song, my teammates have all agreed. When can you come over? Wang Chi asked, a bit excited. Song Jian was patrolling his territory when he received the call. He paused, then said, I am free right now, just send me the coordinates, and I can head over. Great, Brother Song. We will be waiting for you at the dungeon entrance. Wang Chi sent the location to Song Jian and said, be careful on your way over, and make sure no one else sees you. Understood. Looking at the address, it was some distance from his safe house. Song Jian hung up and summoned his motorcycle, heading towards the location Wang Chi had specified. Wang Chi and the others were standing in front of the sinful bloody cage dungeon entrance. In a few minutes, everyone's status had recovered. While waiting for Song Jian to arrive, they entered the dungeon once more. Although they would given up on the idea of beating it with just the 4 of them, they could still handle fighting the smaller monsters at the entrance. The group barely managed to kill a small monster before being forced to retreat. The monster's attacks were just too overwhelming, and their healing class could not keep up. Ma Yu, the sword and shield guardian, couldn't withstand the attacks of 3 small monsters at once. After they finally killed one, they didn't even have time to pick up the loot before quickly leaving the dungeon. We can't handle it. Ma Yu looked at his newly acquired level 15 blue-grade shield with a pained expression on his face. These small monsters here are almost as powerful as elite-level bosses outside. It's not easy. Tangrong shook his head, completely dismissing the hope of completing the dungeon. Wang Qi, do you think Song Jian can really carry all four of us if he comes? Zhu King asked somewhat worriedly. They had confidence in Song Jian's strength but not so much in their own. If even the first on the level glory list couldn't carry them, they would have to sell the dungeon location to another team and make a little extra money. Still, that was nothing compared to the rewards of completing the entire dungeon, which made it a painful thought. Let's wait and see for now. Just recover your status and hope he doesn't disappoint us, Wang Qi said, feeling helpless. Their combined strength was simply too weak, and he was unsure if Song Jian alone could carry them. Hey, I think I hear a motorcycle. Could it be the big shot is here? Lang Rong's sharp ears picked up the sound of a roaring engine and he said cautiously. In a short while, Song Jian's figure appeared in front of the four of them. I am not too late, am I? Song Jian smiled as he looked at the four players. These four were all level 15, their equipment was very average, mostly white grade with the occasional green or blue grade piece. Not at all. We're glad you're here, Brother Song, Wang Qi quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, let me introduce everyone. This is our defense warrior, a sword and shield guardian, Ma Yu. This is our melee damage dealer, a thief class, Tang Rong. And the one next to him is our healer, a priest class, Zhu King. I am a musketeer, Brother Song, which is a range damage dealer class as well. Wang Qi lifted the strange-looking gun in his hand and explained. Hello everyone, I am Song Jian, a swordman class. Song Jian smiled and glanced at the sword and shield guardian, Ma Yu. He had a feeling that Ma Yu's class wasn't just a regular defense warrior. To their surprise, the first on the level glory list didn't seem as arrogant as they would imagined. They found him quite easy to get along with. Alright, everyone's here. Let's go into the dungeon, Wang Qi looked at Song Jian and said. Let's go, Song Jian nodded and took the lead, heading toward the dungeon entrance. Chapter 397, Reclamation Bloody Prison Cage. This dungeon was not very complicated, it was just a temporary detention area for suspects at the police station. However, after the game expansion, it had become much more extensive, several times larger than the entire police station. Upon entering the dungeon gate, there were dozens of stone steps about 7 or 8 meters long, surrounded by no monsters. It served as an adaptation area after entering the dungeon. The dungeon was filled with a strong smell of blood, the surrounding walls were also smeared with dark red marks. In the deeper parts of the dungeon, horrible wails and brutal roars could be heard from time to time. The atmosphere of the entire dungeon was oppressive and irritable. At the bottom of the stone steps where the five stood was a corridor leading all the way to the end, less than 100 meters away. Song Jian could even vaguely see a burly figure walking back and forth in an open room at the end of the corridor, occasionally letting out an angry roar. Brother Song, be careful. As soon as we descend these stone steps, it will immediately attract 4 small monsters to attack us. Wang Qi whispered, explaining from the side. The 4 of them had entered twice before, but were stopped in front of the stone steps every time. No matter what they did, as soon as they stepped off the stone steps, they would attract 4 small monsters. 4? Just elite-level small monsters, you 4 couldn't beat them? Song Jian asked, somewhat surprised. He had already seen 4 muscular zombies wearing police uniforms wandering around the stone steps. They are level 15 elite monsters, much stronger than those monsters outside. 4 at once, Ma Yu alone wouldn't be able to withstand them. Zhu King, a thief next to him, said with doubt. Alright, Ma Yu and I will take 2 of them each. Song Jian glanced at the 4 of them. Their equipment was indeed of low grade, it would be somewhat difficult to kill 4 level 15 elite monsters at once. Aren't you a swordman? Can you withstand 2 small monsters? Zhu King asked, surprised. It was well known that swordmen could only wear leather armor. After reaching level 30 and learning the passive skill scale armor mastery, they could wear the higher tiered scale armor. Moreover, swordmen couldn't equip shields, so they usually held a supporting role in output damage within dungeons. Many times, their output damage was even less than that of thieves, let alone mages. Let's try and see. Song Jian smiled. Fine, Brother Song and I will each take 2 small monsters. You guys should prioritize attacking the small monsters that Brother Song pulls, and use your full power. After we kill those, we will take care of the 2 I am holding, Ma Yu said, lifting his shield and yelling as he rushed down the stone steps. As soon as Ma Yu stepped onto the stone steps, the 4 patrolling police zombies immediately pulled out their batons from their waists, slapping them down with a swish sound while the formerly short batons instantly extended more than a foot long, emanating dark metallic luster. Bloody Guard Zombie, Elite Level, Level 15, Vitality Points, 1800 out of 1800, Characteristics, Fury, Skills, Fists and Feet Kicks. All 4 monsters lunged towards Ma Yu, who raised his shield and let out a loud roar. An invisible force erupted from him, instantly attracting all the monsters' aggro onto himself. Brother Song, quickly take 2 of them. Ma, you can't hold all 4 alone. Wang Chi's face displayed anxiety. Song Jian nodded, stomped his left foot, and a fang-shaped air mass with a sharp whistling sound rushed towards a bloody guard zombie. With a swish, the zombie that was targeted by Earth Teeth Assault was hit like it had been struck by a car, flying away and taking over 100 damage points. The damage instantly stole aggro from Ma Yu. Then, Song Jian flicked his right hand, and a dark red longsword materialized in his palm. Song Jian gripped it tightly and slashed forward. A dazzling golden light blasted another monster lunging towards Ma Yu. This strike reduced the monster's vitality points by over 500. The 3 people behind him were dumbfounded. I didn't see it wrong just now, did I? Was that 590 points of damage? Thief Tang Rong couldn't believe his eyes, rubbing them vigorously as he spoke. This is too exaggerated. I feel like there's no need for us to go up and help. He could clear this dungeon all by himself. Priest Zhou King showed an indescribable expression, seemingly a bit depressed. As expected, the person who's ranked first on the level glory list. Wang Chi's face broke into a grin, not expecting Song Jian to be so powerful. Sweeping sword style. Watching the 2 small monsters rushing towards him, Song Jian brandished his long sword and chopped at them. Come on, don't just watch, hurry up and output damage. If you don't contribute anything, how can you have the nerve to share equipment with others later? Wang Chi whispered a reminder, lifting his firearm and shooting towards the 2 monsters Ma Yu was holding. The original plan was to kill the 2 monsters Song Jian was holding first, then help Ma Yu, but after glancing at the 2 monsters being ravaged by Song Jian, the 3 of them targeted the ones Ma Yu was holding without any further discussion. Seeing his companions focus fire the 2 monsters he was holding, Ma Yu couldn't help but become anxious. He thought there might be some conflict between his party members and Song Jian, and they wanted to harm the latter. Don't mind me, help Brother Song kill the monsters first. He's only a swordman, so he can't hold on as well as me. Ma Yu anxiously shouted. Just take care of yourself. The 2 monsters Brother Song is dealing with are almost dead already. Tang Rong, who had activated his stealth ability, said irritably before brandishing his dagger and stabbing the back of a monster's head that Ma Yu was holding. What? Ma Yu was stunned. He glanced to the side and saw Song Jian easily handling his 2 monsters, and his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. Broken wing dance. Boom. 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 2 monsters could only deal 20 to 30 points of damage to Song Jian. For a person with 1,460 vitality points like Song Jian, this damage was like a tickle. In just 30 seconds, Song Jian killed both monsters. He didn't even bother looking at the loot they dropped, and charged towards the monsters Ma Yu was holding. Soon, the remaining 2 guard dogs let out a miserable scream and fell to their knees, becoming corpses. Did we kill them just like that? Tang Rong couldn't believe it. Those 4 guard dogs had previously tormented them, almost killing all 4 of them. However, now, it took less than a minute to eliminate all 4 monsters. It made them doubt if they had entered the same dungeon as before. Brother Song, thank you so much. Wang Chi excitedly thanked him. No need, Song Jian smiled and said, the experience points from the small monsters in this dungeon is quite high. It's much more efficient than leveling up by fighting monsters outside. Because it was the first time clearing the dungeon, the monsters inside provided higher experience points than usual. Moreover, a 5-person team would also get team rewards. Killing 1 small monster would grant 180% experience points per person on average. With such high experience points, Song Jian, who was already level 20, was quite satisfied. After clearing this dungeon, he might even level up again. Chapter 398, Half-Beastman Thief. 4 minor monsters dropped a level 15 blue plate helmet. When rolling the dice, all 4 people looked towards Song Jian. If Song Jian chose need, Wang Chi and the other 3 would certainly choose pass. Song Jian glanced at the item, immediately noticed it was plate armor, and chose pass. Ma Yu breathed a sigh of relief and chose need. Watching Wang Chi don a new blue quality helmet, Wang Chi chuckled softly, what a lucky start. In addition to the level 15 blue quality plate helmet, the 4 minor monsters also dropped a bunch of materials. After Song Jian and the others casually rolled the dice to distribute these materials, they continued walking forward. After dealing with the 4 watchdog monsters, the remaining minor monsters were much easier to kill. Some of them didn't even leave their cages along the corridor, even though the cage doors were broken. Even when the group stood at the cage entrances to fight the monsters inside, they didn't move out 1 step, as if they hadn't heard. Sinful Prison Zombie, Elite level, level 15, Vitality points, 1600 out of 1600, trait, cunning, skill, begging for mercy. The remaining monsters in this dungeon appeared in small groups. If they were careful, they could usually lure and eliminate them one by one. Once they passed the 4 guardian zombies at the entrance, things would be much simpler. After killing 7 or 8 minor monsters, Song Jian realized that their progress was too slow. It took them more than half an hour to kill just 7 or 8 minor monsters, which caused Song Jian's eyebrows to knit together in slight frustration. Should we try to speed things up? Song Jian couldn't help suggesting. Speed up? We're already fighting pretty fast. Ma Yu was surprised and asked in confusion. Does Brother Song mean we should lure more monsters at once? Wang Qi caught on immediately and suggested quietly. Exactly. Lure several at a time. I will handle the aggro, and you all focus on dealing damage from the back, Song Jian agreed. The layout here was a straight corridor with cages on either side. As long as he could hold aggro for 2 or 3 mobs at a time, the monsters in the back wouldn't be able to get through to attack them. Isn't that a bit too dangerous? The priest Zhu King hesitated. If there were too many monsters, he, as the slowest team member, might not have enough time to run away when things went south. No problem, let's just try luring 7 or 8 at first, Song Jian suggested with a smile. Okay, I will lure them. You guys wait a bit further back. Thief Tang Rong activated his acceleration skill immediately. A white light appeared under his feet, and he became noticeably faster. He rushed into several cages, hit each monster once, and then turned around to run. In just a short while, Tang Rong had lured a dozen or so monsters to charge towards the dungeon entrance. That's a bit too many. Ma Yu frowned slightly, raising his shield instinctively. No worries. Watch me. Song Jian said, rushing towards the monsters with his sword. Tang Rong, sweating profusely, passed by Song Jian, broken wing dance. Song Jian swung his arm, slashing horizontally with his sword. A burst of sword chi scattered and hit a few of the nearest monsters, causing them to give up chasing Tang Rong and shift their attention to Song Jian instead. Bang dot bang. 2 dazzling bursts of sword chi bloomed amid the group of monsters. Finally, he leaped up for the last hit, a powerful downward slash that landed in the middle of the monsters. Is he trying to get himself killed? What if he gets surrounded? Ma Yu's face showed a surprised expression. Genius takes bold risks. Tang Rong wiped the sweat off his forehead and murmured, still feeling a bit shaken. He vaguely felt a strong aura approaching when he was luring the monsters, which made him panic and cause a mistake. He intended to lure only 7 or 8 minor monsters but ended up luring 13. Do we even need to join in? It feels like we just need to cheer him on from the sidelines. Zhu King smirked and gasped for air. Feels like we're playing a different game from him, Wang Qi sighed. He would felt this way since meeting Song Jian. Song Jian threw out a series of sword skills one after another. Despite facing more than a dozen elite-level monsters, he gave the impression of dominating the monsters single-handedly, as if they existed just to be his fodder. I think I felt the presence of a very powerful creature in the corridor earlier, but I couldn't see what it looked like. Tang Rong hesitated for a moment before finally sharing his suspicion in a whisper. You mean there's another boss in the corridor? Ma Yu was taken aback and asked immediately. Isn't there only one boss in this dungeon? Zhu King, pointing towards the room at the end of the corridor, asked in confusion. It was just a feeling, I am not sure if I am right, Tang Rong explained. It's like there's a knife pressed against your back. Even though you can't see it, you can feel something threatening your life. Could it be an invisible boss? Wang Qi had a sudden revelation, glanced at Tang Rong, and was taken aback. Just as Wang Qi was preparing to shout a warning to Song Jian, he suddenly noticed a semi-transparent figure slowly materializing behind Song Jian. This figure was a hunched monster, its face covered with a black cloth, wielding a dagger in its right hand and aiming straight for Song Jian's head. Wang Qi was shocked and shouted aloud, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw Song Jian's body amid a golden light. Song Jian's body turned at an unbelievable angle, and the dark red longsword in his hand collided fiercely with the dagger aimed at his head, creating a burst of sparks. Boom! The mysterious thief who had suddenly appeared was forced to retreat several steps. Over 300 damage points floated up above his head. The surprise down in his blood-red eyes, and his figure faded gradually from sight. It was during this moment that Song Jian managed to identify the creature. To his surprise, it was a boss with its own name, an 18-level elite. Half-beastman thief zombie, Skiffer, elite level, level 18, vitality points, 3,600 out of 3,600, traits, bloodthirsty, cunning, skills, stealth, deadly strike, ambush, devastate, garrote. Skiffer was a half-beastman with goblin bloodline. He was short and thin, standing only half the height of a typical adult male, and didn't have noticeable muscles. He looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, Skiffer was a formidable thief. The day he turned into a zombie after the apocalypse, his goblin bloodline awakened, making him one of the most powerful bosses in the dungeon. Because he could turn invisible and wasn't bound to a specific area, Skiffer liked to roam around the corridor while hidden. When Tangrong was luring the monsters earlier, Tangrong ran into Skiffer's warning range. If he hadn't sensed Skiffer's presence and ran out, Skiffer might have kept him behind. Seeing Skiffer, Tangrong couldn't help but feel scared. If Skiffer had caught up with him earlier, he would have been torn to pieces by the monsters he lured. That was too close. Tangrong patted his chest, still shaken, and whispered to himself. The boss appeared. What should we do? Do we need to go and help? Ma Yu held up his shield and asked his companions while looking around. Do we even need to ask? Of course, we go. Wang Chi was the first to raise his weapon, aiming at a monster attacking Song Jian, and pulled the trigger. Let's go, let's take down the monsters that are low on health first. Tangrong gritted his teeth, activated his stealth ability, and started heading towards Song Jian. Chapter 399, Rare Profession. Finding out about the stealth attack from this 18th level elite boss, Song Jian was not alarmed but delighted. For him, a 15th level dungeon was not that difficult, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked to lure a group of minions before killing them. With an additional boss, the loot would be considerable. After all, good equipment usually dropped from bosses. Using Sacred Parry to dodge the boss's ambush, Song Jian activated Primordial Chaos Indestructible Sword Body and charged at the boss. Behind Song Jian, a dozen or so minions were howling and chasing after him. Tangrong appeared behind the weakest little monster. The moment he emerged from invisibility, his dagger had already violently penetrated the little monster's skull. Numbers showing over 100 points in critical damage floated ahead of the creature. However, at this moment, all the minions had their aggro firmly locked on Song Jian, so no matter how Tangrong attacked, he couldn't divert the aggro. Hit this one. As he saw Ma Yu charging over, Tangrong hastily called out. Wang Chi shifted his target as well. Within moments, the three men killed a nearly dead minion before swiftly advancing to the next one. At this time, Song Jian, under attack from 2 or 3 minions, was chopping at the boss. His third eye was glowing, and the boss invisibility had no effect on him. He could see the opponent directly. For the boss, without its invisibility, it was just like a super minion. Many of its skills must be used while invisible, so a regular strike from Song Jian could break its invisibility and prevent it from using many of its skills. Light strike. Another dazzling golden slash sent towards the boss. Boss brandishes 2 daggers to parry. With a boom, the sword chi slashes onto its body. Its frail figure was sent flying like a baseball, violently crashing into an old cage. With a clunk, the arm-thick bars of the cage bent under the impact of the boss, some even splintering. Sharp fragments pierced the boss's body, causing it to emit a series of mad roars. Song Jian turned his body, swinging his sword and performing broken wing dance. The dozen or so minions were forced to retreat and were eventually thrown into the air by the force. Song Jian, who has activated the immortal sword body, had attributes comparable to a 25th level elite boss, so his broken wing dance caused huge numbers of damage to float above the minions' heads, shocking Wang Chi and others. Zhu King waved his magic staff and cast a healing skill on Song Jian. Ever since Song Jian joined the team, the pressure on healing had significantly decreased. All the monsters were almost dealt with by Song Jian, and Zhu King only needed to occasionally restore Song Jian's vitality points. At this time, his spirit points were still over 90%, and he had 2 healing skills with huge instant healing but long cooldown time in his hand. Even if there was an accident, Zhu King was confident that there would be no casualties. It was precisely because of Zhu King, the healer, that Song Jian was able to fight so freely. Seeing the boss struggling to extricate itself from the cage, Song Jian smiled faintly. Suddenly, a brilliant silver beam burst forth from his third eye. Boom 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 like a laser, the silver beam struck the boss, tearing its flesh apart. The boss was grotesquely disfigured and continuously emitted pain-filled screams. The hit had deducted nearly 800 points of damage from it. Song Jian showed signs of exhaustion. Despite the power of Ice Slasher, it consumed a significant amount of spirit points. Swinging his sword, Song Jian kept casting sword skills at the group of minions behind him. Within a short time, he had killed 7 or 8 minions. Thanks to the existence of the Devouring Belt, Song Jian had mostly recovered his lost spirit points. The remaining minions are yours, quickly wipe them out. Looking at the remaining 5 or 6 weakened minions, Song Jian turned to Ma Yu and others. Don't worry, leave it to us. Ma Yu hastily said, charging into a minion that was pouncing towards Song Jian, repeatedly hacking at it with his single-handed sword. Brother Song, you just focus on the boss. We will handle the minions. Wang Chi kept firing the trigger, unleashing bullets that glowed with various energy colors onto the weakened minions. Song Jian nodded and activated Rapid Sword while the immortal sword body was still activated. He continuously slashed his sword, even creating a streak of shadows with it. Even a regular attack could inflict nearly 100 points of damage on the boss. If he used a skill, the boss's vitality points would be falling visibly like a broken dam. Die. Song Jian leapt high, his crimson fire heart-ape sword suddenly ignited in a flame. A majestic voice resonated throughout the dungeon. Endure my fury. With this strike, Song Jian triggered the passive attribute of the Eye of the Fire God Ring. The boss, which had been preparing to dodge, suddenly shivered, causing it to briefly stagnate. By the time it had reacted, Song Jian's sword had already viciously struck its body. A heart-wrenching pain made the boss scream in crazed agony. Song Jian's eyes lit up. He immediately used the spiritual sword control technique, and a transparent long sword fiercely penetrated the boss's skull. Pop! The boss's head exploded like a watermelon. Song Jian was stunned. He originally intended to use the spiritual sword control technique to make the boss lose its mind. However, he didn't expect that this mental attack would be the death of the boss. Its head completely blew apart. The boss's vitality points instantly depleted, and its headless corpse fell to the ground, twitching continuously. 7 or 8 pieces of equipment rolled out from underneath the boss, neatly arranged around its corpse. Brother Song, hang in there, we're finishing up these minions and we'll come help you. Ma Yu was desperately attacking the minions when he heard the boss's roars from behind him. Thinking that the boss was suddenly going berserk, his heart dropped and he quickly shouted. By the time you help, it will be too late. Brother Song has already killed the boss alone. Clear out these minions quickly. Wang Chi sneered and shouted. What, the boss is already dead? Ma Yu resisted the urge to turn around and look, his face full of surprise. That damage. It's simply terrifying. Every attack on the boss did hundreds of points of damage. Using a skill could deal 300 to 500 damage. Wasn't it said that the damage of a swordman class is insignificant? Tang Rong couldn't help but complain. Well, you also have to consider who's the one playing the class. Can the class that Brother Song chose be an ordinary swordman? Wang Chi laughed. Ma Yu suddenly had an idea and asked, Brother Song, did you choose a rare class? Chapter 400 Central Bank. Song Jian broke into a slight grin, charging towards the few remaining weakened monsters with his sword. Within moments, horrifying screams erupted as each monster fell, with equipment and supplies scattering all over the ground. Man, this is something you would only see in dreams, ha ha ha. Tang Rong's eyes sparkled as he burst into laughter, taking in the multitude of items on the ground, each emitting its own radiant glow. We really owe Brother Song for this one. Wang Chi's face displayed sincere gratitude. Let's split the gear first. Song Jian suggested, smiling. Brother Song, you should choose first. After all, you took down most of these creatures on your own. We will take what you don't want. Tang Rong offered, his face beaming. Before, Tang Rong had been upset that Song Jian demanded so many items, but now it was clear that Song Jian could have cleared the entire dungeon alone. They were practically unnecessary. Then, I won't hold back. Laughing, Song Jian quickly picked up a level 15 silver quality gauntlet, replacing his own zombie leader gauntlets. Bloody Thug gauntlets, silver, leather arm guard. Equipment level, 15. Effects, defense +8, resistance +4, agility +3, armor break +2, dexterity +2. Attack speed increase, 20%. Special effect, Bloodthirsty Fury, passive. When you inflict damage on the target, there's a chance to trigger Bloodthirsty Fury, increasing attack speed by 50% for 6 seconds. This effect can trigger only once every 5 minutes. Equipment requirement, level 15. Available to take out of the game, no. This equipment could have been used by rogues, but there was no hesitation in Song Jian's eyes when he saw it. Besides, Tang Rong, who watched enviously from the side, had no other choice. Well, I will just take this one. You can split the rest among yourselves. Song Jian gave a quick glance at the remaining items, shaking his head. Brother Song, are you sure you don't want any more? There are still 2 silver quality items left. Wang Chi asked, his face filled with surprise. Enough, I have no use for the other 2 items. Song Jian responded, shaking his head. Brother Song, you're really generous. Wang Chi beamed, giving him a thumbs up. Tang Rong, why aren't you thanking Brother Song yet? There's a silver quality dagger right here. What, a silver quality dagger? Tang Rong's whole body quaked. He had been so focused on the silver gauntlet Song Jian picked up, that he had barely noticed the other items they got. Hearing about the silver quality dagger made Tang Rong's heart start thumping wildly. Brother Song, are you really giving us this piece of equipment? Tang Rong asked, hardly able to believe it. You take it, I have no use for a rogue's dagger. Song Jian said, smiling. In actuality, a level 15 silver quality weapon, especially a dagger, thrown into an auction house, could easily get tens of thousands of doomsday coins. However, Song Jian didn't want to appear too greedy while running a dungeon with his friends. He would only demand what was suited for him. He wouldn't intentionally hoard equipment just for a few tens of thousands of doomsday coins. Eagerly, Tangrong began using the dagger. His damage instantly skyrocketed, leading him to chuckle to himself in satisfaction. There's a silver quality one-handed hammer left. Ma Yu, do you want to take it? Wang Chi glanced at the other silver quality item, hesitant to suggest. I will take it. I have the blunt weapon mastery skill, hee hee. Ma Yu's face broke into a hearty grin. Zhu King, you can take this blue quality priest's robe and leggings. Wang Chi directed. Alright. Zhu King agreed enthusiastically. Having not received a single piece of equipment until now, he suddenly found himself in the possession of 2 level 15 blue quality pieces of equipment. I will stash the remaining items for now. We can sell them later and then split the money. Wang Chi had assumed the role of team leader and quickly stowed all the leftover loot again. Phew, this game is so bleak and oppressive. If it weren't for the thrill of getting new equipment, I would have quit playing. Zhu King caressed his newly acquired priest's robe, a wistful expression on his face. Then you can go on vacation in real life, you know. Jiazhu, Hainan, these are good places to go and admire the beautiful scenery. Wang Chi felt obliged as a team leader to lift his teammates' spirits and quickly suggested. That's not a bad idea. But I am broke, I can't afford to go. Zhu King's face immediately fell at the suggestion. Wang Chi was momentarily flustered, his attempt at encouragement backfired, leaving his teammate more depressed. Well, I think the fountain park in the city isn't that bad. He quickly offered. What the hell, team leader? There's a huge difference between Jiazhu, Hainan, and a park fountain. Ma, you couldn't help but mock. What do you know? I often spend my time near the park fountain. Wang Chi hurriedly countered. Don't you guys know that game items can be taken into the real world? Song Jian asked, somewhat baffled. Yes, we do know. Last time I found an all that I could take out of the game. Zhu King admitted with a melancholic expression on his face. But what use do I have for an all? I was so furious that I just tossed it. Items in the game with the attribute to be taken out are rare. The more valuable the item, the rarer the attribute. Tangrong chimed in, appearing helpless. He had always hoped to find a take-out-able dagger, but to no avail. In reality, the value of items in the real world doesn't increase with their rank in the game. Song Jian glanced around at the group, hesitating to continue. He was considering how best to explain it without hurting their pride. Boss, what do you mean? Wang Chi turned to him, puzzled. I once found a jewelry store where almost all the gold bracelets were considered junk in the game, but they could all be taken out. Song Jian blurted. What? Really, brother Song? Zhu King jumped up from his spot on the ground, his face flushed with excitement. Yes, and I have gotten some jewelry before. In the game, they're considered junk, but in the real world, they could be sold for millions, or even tens of millions. Song Jian continued. Zhu King and the others exchanged glances, suddenly catching their breath. Team leader, do you remember the central bank in the city where we were before? Zhu King abruptly shouted. Yes, I do. At the time, we only searched the lobby and office areas and found a heap of worthless paper money. But their underground vault. We couldn't get it open, so we just left. Wang Chi recounted excitedly. Do you think that bank's vault might have gold bars? Zhu King's eyes started to stare-eyed. Gold bars. Song Jian's eyes lit up as well. It was highly plausible. After we finish this dungeon, let's go check that bank vault. Wang Chi suggested, his excitement palpable. Chapter 401, The Star of Sin. Inspired by Song Jian, everyone immediately started to get excited. However, Ma Yu took no time to pour cold water on them. The safes in the underground vault, can you open them? They're sturdy enough to resist a bomb, and not to mention, the walls and the door itself are thousands of pounds of concrete. And you're forgetting, there were high-level monsters in that vault last time. We nearly lost our lives down there. Tangrong added somewhat fearfully. Gold bricks, guys. Those are actual gold bricks that we can take back to the real world. Each of them worth hundreds of thousands. Even if we can only take one out at a time, we would be rich. Zhu King protested reluctantly. I do have a master key, maybe it can open the door to that vault. Song Jian suddenly suggested. What, really? Ha. What do we have to fear now? Even if the monsters in there are formidable, are they as terrifying as the ones in this duplicate world? We have made it this far, so what should we fear from creatures in the underground vault? Zhu King exclaimed. After we finish this duplicate world, we will head straight to the bank's underground vault, Wang Qi decided. Alright, then we will entirely empty out that vault. Ha! We're going to be rich. Finally, days without work and loads of freedom are within our reach. Everyone instantly became energized. After a short rest of about 10 minutes, when everyone's vitality and spirit points were completely replenished, they started cautiously making their way deeper into the dungeon. I think we should kill all the prisoners in these cages, Zhu King articulated while witnessing the aimless pacing of the imprisoned monsters, finding something odd about the situation. That's a waste of time. Why not just finish the boss, clear the dungeon and be done with it? We're in a hurry, after all. Tang Rong shook his head. An idea crossed Song Jian's mind, and he hastily told Tang Rong, you infiltrate it, find out what kind of property this boss monster has. Elite level or Lord level? Tang Rong was taken aback for a moment but did not reject the proposal. Instead, he skillfully performed a stealth maneuver, quietly advancing forward. There were quite a lot of monsters in the corridor. After cautiously checking the room at the end of the corridor, upon his return, Tang Rong mentioned to Song Jian 20th level, Lord level boss. What, a 20th level Lord level boss? Wang Qi and the others exclaimed in astonishment. For them, this task was practically unachievable. It appears we should first clear all the small monsters in these cages, Song Jian suggested with a bitter smile. Lord-level bosses have a summoning skill. It's quite possible he will summon all the small creatures from the cages halfway through the fight. At that point, with so many small monsters, I may not be able to hold them back alone. Safety first, safety first. Wang Qi and the others responded in fear. Let's start with the cages on the left, there are only 2 monsters in there. Tang Rong pointed to a cage behind him. You guys group up into 4s, I will go solo. Split and act, it will be quicker. Song Jian proposed. Alright, brother Song, if something happens, just yell and we will come to your aid, Wang Qi immediately responded. It's more like if we run into something, we will yell for brother Song, Ma Yu smirked at Wang Qi. The monsters in the cages were much easier to handle than the ones in the corridor. They were all groggy and acted as if they lost their senses, only attacking the enemies who dared to enter their confinements. Moreover, they merely claw at their foes during the attacks. They did not possess any special traits or skills, just a higher amount of vitality than their outdoor zombie counterparts. Song Jian mopped up 2 or 3 cages in a row and after neutralizing a small monster in the 4th cage, found something was off about this cage. Not only did this cage contain a plain wooden bed, it also had a desk and a chair, while the rest of the cages were filled with nothing more than dry straws. Overcome by curiosity, Song Jian pulled open the drawer of the table, and inside, he found a decomposed notebook and a corroded pen. These 2 items weren't even worthy of being considered odds and ends. The notebook crumbled to pieces at the slightest touch, and the pen was corroded to the extent that even the cap wouldn't come off. After thoroughly searching the drawer and finding nothing of interest, Song Jian shook his head, shifting his attention to the wooden bed. At this point, a thin mattress was resting on the plain wooden bed, covered with dirty stains. Song Jian walked up, grabbed it, and threw it away. Suddenly, a smooth wooden board appeared in front of Song Jian's eyes. Numbers were carved into the board with fingertips. 271345,2, 7, 13, 45? Song Jian frowned in confusion. What does this mean? After a while of thinking without coming to any conclusions, Song Jian shook his head in disappointment and left. Just as he was leaving the cage, the whole wooden bed started to decay rapidly, as if a few minutes had spent several decades, or centuries. Even the wooden legs failed to support the bed, slowly rotting and collapsing. In a blink of an eye, the wooden bed turned into a pile of decaying ruins. At this moment, a metal plate appeared under the bed on the floor. Most of the plate was buried under the debris of the decayed bed, with only a palm-sized area exposed, and unless looked at closely, it could easily go unnoticed. Everyone together took more than 2 hours to clear off all the small monsters in the corridor and the cages. It appeared that there were only 2 bosses in the entire dungeon. They had already killed one, so only one remained in the room at the end of the corridor. Only this one is left, kill it, and we can clear the entire dungeon, Ma Yu said, somewhat excited. Hey, do you think we will be on TV? Tang Rong asked, laughing. I don't think so. Only by completing the highest difficulty in the dungeon, do we stand a chance to be featured on TV. Zhu King shook his head. May luck be with me, let a silver quality shield drop for me. Ma Yu prayed with his hands together. Haha, aren't you afraid that a level 20 shield will drop? Then you will only be able to watch but not use it. Wang Qi laughed. As long as it's a shield, I will be able to use it sooner or later, Ma Yu retorted indignantly. I am going for it. Song Jian smirked, holding the crimson fire heart-ape sword in his hand, heading towards the final room. Evil Star Samodo, Lord level 20, vitality, 8,100 out of 8,100. Traits: Cruelty, Berserk. Skills: Star-breaking Slash, Imprison, Armor-breaking Strike, Angry Roar, Summoning, Slaughter. Song Jian was about to enter when he reconsidered, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned 2 fire elves. Following that, he summoned his pet, the Black Dragon Hatchling. The 2 20th level fire elves were considerably larger than Song Jian, their upper body wafting with heat, and beneath their waist was a blaze of fire. The searing temperature caused the surrounding air to warp and distort. Go, attack that monster. Song Jian pointed at the boss ahead and commanded. Chapter 402, 402, Slaughter. Song Jian's summoned fire elemental had completely changed its appearance from before. Previously, he would summon level 10 fire elementals, but now that he had reached level 20, the fire elemental had also been upgraded to level 20, becoming more fierce and stronger. With a roar, the 2 fire elementals charged at the level 20 Lord level boss in a hall ahead with incredible speed. As soon as they entered the hall, the boss detected the intruders, let out a ferocious roar, and swung its giant blade almost as long as its own body at the fire elementals. Boom! Sparks flew as the fire elemental that had been targeted by the boss suffered over 300 points of damage, while the boss took over 100 points of fire damage. Broken Wing Dance. Swinging the long sword, Song Jian joined the fray. The black dragon whelp let out a dragon chant, soared into the air, and began spewing dragon breath and magic at the boss. Let's go! Zhu King, keep an eye on our vitality. Wang Qi shouted. A level 20 Lord level boss is usually a force to be reckoned with, so the 4 of them would surely turn and flee if they encountered it. After all, the level difference alone is enough to make their attacks less effective, while the boss could inflict exponentially more damage on them. If it weren't for Song Jian drawing the aggro to himself, Wang Qi and his companions wouldn't have the courage to engage the boss. Within 30 seconds, the incredibly damaging boss had chopped both fire elementals to pieces, and turned its attention to Song Jian. Since the fire elementals had been summoned by Song Jian, killing them did not divert the aggro. Sword Silk. Sweeping Sword Style. Spiritual Sword Control Technique. Song Jian's sword moves flowed like a tide, one after another, relentless in their pursuit of the boss. Every strike inflicted over 200 points of damage, causing the boss to bellow with rage as its vitality continuously dropped. Wang Qi and his companions dodged the boss's attacks carefully, dealing only 10 or 20 points of damage each time, but they gritted their teeth and contributed their efforts. In the name of Sumodo, I declare you guilty and incarcerated. Sumodo knocked Song Jian back with a slash and pointed to the black dragon whelp in midair, which had been constantly raining fireballs on him, shouting angrily. Suddenly, countless strands of black energy appeared in midair and coalesced into black chains that shot toward the black dragon whelp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 or 8 chains danced around the black dragon's body as if controlled by someone, quickly creating a black cage, locking the young dragon tightly inside. Ow! With a piercing cry, the black dragon whelp struggled, causing the black chains to grow taut and dig into the gaps between its thick scales. However, no matter how hard it struggled, the black chains remained unbroken. Bang! The young black dragon fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, its body, neck, wings, and even its mouth were bound by black chains, appearing like a large rice dumpling. Song Jian's heart pounded, but after taking a closer look, he saw that the black chains had only ensnared the black dragon whelp without causing any actual harm, and relaxed. This level 20 Lord level boss was almost equal in strength to Song Jian, and just the wind from its powerful strikes left Wang Qi and the other melee characters struggling to breathe. Fighting this boss was especially difficult for them, even when it wasn't paying attention to them. Whoosh! A flash of white light fell on Song Jian from above, instantly restoring a portion of his lost vitality. Immortal Sword Body, activate. Song Jian gritted his teeth and activated his Immortal Sword Body, his strength soaring once more, granting him a significant increase in all attributes by 7 points. Now, Song Jian could overpower level 20 Lord Boss Sumodo. Boom, boom, boom. After several clashes, Sumodo had an astonished expression on its face. The sudden increase in strength caught it off guard. After exchanging blows several times, it was forced to retreat several steps, back now against the wall and with nowhere to run. Feeling humiliated, Sumodo had never been pushed so far. With a loud roar, a bloody aura emanated from the boss's body, filling the entire room with the wails of ghostly cries akin to those of lamenting spirits. You idiots, hurry up and help! Sumodo shouted, smashing its fist into the wall behind it to vent its anger. However, after a while, no one else had rushed into the room. At this point, Wang Qi and his companions suddenly realized their relief that they had cleared the cage of monsters first. If they hadn't, the monsters in the cage would have already swarmed into the room. Even with Song Jian's strength, they would probably have to flee and rethink their strategy, while the 4 of them were likely to die in the fight. A chill ran down their spines as the four exchanged glances. Fortunately, while the boss was roaring, the group continued to deal damage with their unabated attacks, quickly reducing the boss's vitality by 700 to 800 points. Furious at the lack of help from the prisoners, Simoto gripped the massive handle of its weapon with both hands, held the blade horizontally, and started spinning like a top. Slaughter! The boss roared as it charged towards Song Jian. Fuck! Tangrong's face changed drastically as he retreated, but he was still grazed by the swinging blade, reducing his vitality by half. He flew through the room like a pinball and slammed into the wall. Ma Yu's reaction was a beat slower than Tangrong's, making him take even more damage. However, Ma Yu was relatively unscathed, as he had a shield for protection, only losing about a third of his vitality. Looking at the new cracks in his shield, Ma Yu had a tearful expression on his face. The shield's durability had already decreased by more than 20 points, leaving only about 15 points left. If the fight continued, the shield would likely be finished after the battle. Flash, flash, flash! Several beams of white light fell, and the vitality of Ma Yu and Tangrong was quickly restored to more than half. As soon as Song Jian saw the boss roar and charge at him with blades spinning, he immediately used the sword shadow step, fleeing toward the exit. Woo, woo, woo! Dark howls emanated from the boss, chasing after Song Jian at a rapid pace. Wang Qi and his companions were terrified. They couldn't withstand such attacks, and even if Zhu Qing used his ultimate healing ability, it would be too late to heal them. Now, only Wang Qi could attack, holding his weapon and continuously pulling the trigger to shoot at the boss. However, the bullets were all deflected by the boss's rotating blade, and a series of mistexts floated above its head. Chapter 403, Armor-Piercing Explosive Bullet. The boss's final attack was increasing in speed as time passed, and a hint of crimson appeared on the spinning blade. The invisible force it generated was growing larger and larger. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. In the end, there was nowhere left in the room to dodge the boss's final attack. Out of options, Song Jian had to flee the room, sprinting towards the main door of the instance. Boom! The boss burst through the main door of the room, slicing the walls on either side and reducing them to a pile of rubble. The four teammates huddled in a corner, quivering with fear. If Song Jian hadn't lured the boss away, they would undoubtedly be corpses by now. This is the power of a level 20 Lord-level boss? Zhu Qing's eyes were filled with fear. The terrifying figure of the boss had left an indelible shadow in his heart. Should we go and help? Wang Qi asked in a weak voice. The room fell into silence. Melee fighters can't get close at all. Ma Yu cast a glance at Tangrong, muttering under his breath. Yeah, we can't get close. Tangrong was still shaken and almost got one-shotted by the boss earlier. I am a priest. Zhu Qing glanced over at Wang Qi. He was grateful he was a priest who stood far back, otherwise, with his cloth armor defense, he would have been one-shotted by merely touching the boss. All eyes turned to Wang Qi. Captain Wang, why don't you represent our team and offer some assistance? Yes, we should help and not just spectate. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing when the spoils of war are distributed. Captain Wang, your class is the most suitable, you don't have to risk your life. Just stay at a distance and shoot, even failing to cause damage doesn't matter. The main thing is for our team's attitude to be shown. Yes, attitude is very important. The three discussed among themselves while Wang Qi's face turned pale. The blade of the boss had whizzed in front of him earlier, and even the force of it had caused his cheek to sting. Under the expectant gazes, Wang Qi gritted his teeth, tightly clenched his weapon, and shouted in a low voice, I will do it. I will go help him. With that, Wang Qi charged towards the boss. What a man. Respect. With this kind of daring spirit, he really deserves to be the captain. If there's a chance to cover the rear in the future, don't fight him for it. He will get annoyed. Yeah, rear covering tasks can all be given to the captain in the future. He can handle it for sure. Although Wang Qi felt afraid, he also knew that Song Jian was currently holding all of the boss's aggro, and even if he fought desperately, he wouldn't be able to draw its attention. But still, he was afraid. Everywhere the boss went was like the passing of a violent storm. The cages were twisted and disfigured by the force of the boss, pressing and extending the corridor by 3 to 4 meters. Song Jian looked back. The duration of the boss's skill was quite long. It had been more than 10 seconds already, yet it continued spinning relentlessly. The invisible forces around it had formed into a robust tornado. The multitude of sword forces within the tornado collided with each other, sparking bright sparks. If they continued running, they would exit the instance, and the boss would then turn its attention to Wang Qi and the others. Although Wang Qi looked terrified, he was still continually attacking the boss. Song Jian could not bear to cause trouble for them by leading the boss their way. I am going all in. Song Jian quickly weighed the options in his mind, gritted his teeth, and turned around to charge at the boss. Taikai sword skill. Waving his long sword, Song Jian amazingly collided with a sword force tornado. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire game area trembled slightly. Song Jian felt a strong force surge towards him, forcing him to step back, but he soon stabilized, engaging his heart's eye skill. His eyes radiated faint glints of light. Clang! 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 Song Jian's crimson fire heart-ape sword always swung from an uncanny angle, tearing through the cyclone of blade energy that the boss generated. His sword clashed with the boss's long black blade, once, twice, 3 times. Song Jian's nerves were taut, like steel threads. His full attention was focused on every movement, every detail of the boss. Each clash of sword on blade was crucial. Even a small deviation could cause Song Jian to lose all his progress, and be thrown into the air by the boss's powerful energy. L'essence of the Taikai sword skill is the dissipation of force. The boss's cyclone of blade energy was likened to a massive wave, and Song Jian was like a solid rock. Collisions constantly occurred, but with each clash, he shattered the waves of energy. The proficiency of his Taikai sword skill was increasing at an astonishing pace. In a short span of time, his proficiency level had elevated to 100%. If Song Jian were to open his skill bar now, he would notice a constant golden glow within the Taikai sword skill column. The 100% limit seemed to blur, as though the level cap was being constantly honed. With every clash of sword and blade, the aura that the boss had built up slowly dissipated. Its once fluid moves now seemed obstructed by a pebble, causing minor delays each time. Suddenly, the cyclone of blade energy the boss controlled could not be sustained any longer. It dissipated with a boom, leaving behind a burst of energy. Song Jian's Taikai sword skill also ran its course at this point, and without his guard up, he was thrown into the air by the energy and harshly smashed into the wall near the entrance of the game area. Just then, Wang Chi was loading a bullet more than 2 fingers long into his gun. This was the armor-piercing explosive bullet that Wang Chi had purchased from a wandering merchant for 1,000 doomsday coins. You could not find this kind of bullet in the regular system shop. This was one of Wang Chi's last resorts. Although costly, the damage inflicted by this bullet justified its price. At this moment, Wang Chi held the gun steady in both hands that appeared as still as if made of iron, his cheek pressed against the cold bolt of the gun. His right eye was peering through the scope, unblinkingly fixed on the back of the boss's head. Target locked. Target hit location determined. Energy charge up. Energy charge up exceeds 120%. Warning, this shot could deal 180% damage to the target, but will also inflict permanent damage on the firearm, reducing its maximum durability by 10 points permanently. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in Wang Chi's ears, but he remained unfazed. Previously, he had fired at least 100 rounds, but not a single one hit the boss amidst the blade energy whirlwind. That's why he brought out this bullet. Wang Chi took a deep breath, finally pulling the trigger. Bang! Gun recoiled fiercely, the muzzle flashing with a light blue flame over a foot long. Crack! A clear shattering sound came from within the gun, causing Wang Chi's face to go deathly pale. Despite the pain in his 2 arms, as if his bones had cracked, it was no comparison to the cold dread in his heart. Damn, seems like a low-probability event has occurred. These thoughts ran through Wang Chi's mind. At that moment, the blade energy cyclone from the boss had been shattered by Song Jian's Taikai sword skill. Song Jian's body had harshly smacked into a wall, and the boss, roaring, tottered backwards. Thud! A crisp sound of impact reverberated. The boss's body staggered briefly. Something seemed to have been shot out from between its brows, spraying a streak of blood. Chapter 404, Distributing the Spoils of War. Watching the boss collapse, Wang Chi couldn't help but feel an incredible sensation. System, congratulations, you have killed the final boss of the Secret Realm Sinful Bloody Cage and gained 120,000 battle experience. System, you and your friends have successfully explored the Secret Realm Sinful Bloody Cage, completing 80% of it. Your achievements will be forever recorded at the entrance, for all to see. Wang Chi's strike had directly wiped out the nearly 2,000 remaining vitality points of the boss. Seeing the minus 1,897 damage numbers floating above the boss's head, Wang Chi felt as if he were dreaming. How? How is this possible? Wang Chi couldn't believe it in his heart, but immediately after, he felt immense surprise. Ilo, is this possible? Tang Rong was the first to exclaim. Only the 5 of them could see the system prompt. When they saw that Wang Chi had killed the boss, the other 3 members of the team couldn't help but feel absurd. Captain, did you steal Brother Song's boss? Ma Yu looked at his companion with a puzzled face. What do you mean steal Brother Song's boss? Aren't we exploring and fighting the boss together? You can only say. Zhu King pondered for a moment before continuing. The captain stole the last hit on the boss. Anyway, the captain did a great job this time. Since entering the instance, I felt awkward. We didn't seem to be playing much of a companion role. It's like we were just trinkets hanging on the boss's leg. Ma Yu shrugged his shoulders and said casually. Quick, go see how the captain and brother Song are doing. Zhu King put away his magic staff and walked toward the outside of the room. The most important thing is to see if the boss has dropped any equipment suitable for us, hee hee. Tang Rong played with the newly acquired silver quality dagger, chuckling. Seeing Wang Chi standing dumbly in the corridor, Zhu King walked up to him and patted his shoulder, saying, Hey, Captain, well done. For that last strike, did you use a trump card? Captain, I told you to buy more of those bullets at the time, saying that once we missed that village, we wouldn't have that shop. You only bought one, now you must regret it. Tang Rong came out laughing. When they had met the wandering merchant, all of them were together. Wang Chi, with embarrassed pockets, only bought one bullet and was lectured by Tang Rong for a long time. When they had money later, they went to find the wandering merchant again but could never find him. At this time, Song Jian had already struggled out of the wall. Glancing at the boss's corpse lying in a pool of blood, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The feeling just now, it was strange, as if I had entered a state of epiphany, Song Jian thought to himself. Opening the skill column, Song Jian was astonished. The level of his Taikai sword skill had reached level 2 at 89%. He remembered that his Taikai sword skill level had been only 1 before, and it was still quite a distance from being full. How could it suddenly break through to level 2 now, and not cost any skill points? Just as Song Jian was feeling astonished, he suddenly heard Tang Rong exclaim, Wow, golden equipment. Song Jian looked at the dropped boss loot. Amongst the 7 or 8 items, a ring with a faint golden glow was quietly lying there. Song Jian gave a slight smile and picked up all the items. Ring of Blood, Gold, Ring, Item level 20, Equipment effect, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 3, Constitution plus 3, Maximum Vitality points plus 200, Special effect 1, Vampiric, Passive. 15% of the damage dealt to the target will be converted into vitality points to replenish the user. Special effect 2, Bloodthirst, active. The user will gain a bloody shield with 1000 defense points, and 50% of the damage absorbed by the bloody shield will be converted into vitality points to replenish the user. After the bloody shield shatters, it will deal 500 true damage to all surrounding enemies and cause them to be unable to attack or move for 3 seconds. Skill cooldown, 60 minutes. Item usage requirement, level 20. Can it be taken out of the game? No. 111. Take this ring, is that okay? Song Jian asked, glancing at the others. Ma Yu, Tang Rong, and Wang Chi were all suitable for this ring. However, upon hearing Song Jian's words, they all shook their heads hastily. Brother Song, if you like it, just take it. Don't ask us, Wang Chi said with a smile. Yeah, Brother Song, this ring requires level 20 to wear. Even if it were given to us, we couldn't use it. Ma Yu scratched his head and grinned. Feeling guilty, aren't you? Tang Rong whispered in Ma Yu's ear. Song Jian gave a slight smile, chose need, and the 4 pals quickly chose to abandon it. Song Jian replaced the Ring of Strength with the Ring of Blood, putting it on. With this ring, Song Jian's agility attribute finally broke through the 40-point barrier, and his vitality points reached 1720. It was almost no different from a boss. Now, except for the lower vitality points, Song Jian's attributes were almost no different from a level 20 elite boss. And once he activated the immortal sword body, his attributes could completely crush a level 20 elite boss. In addition to the golden ring, the boss also dropped 2 silver attribute weapons. One was a gorgeous level 15 weapon, the G24 Gauss sniper rifle. This sniper rifle had not only great power, but also a long range and a firing rate of 1 shot every 3 seconds. Moreover, its built-in magazine could automatically form a sniper bullet every minute, with a 10% chance of forming a special bullet. The built-in magazine capacity was 20 rounds, and once the bullet limit was reached, it couldn't continue to generate more. Song Jian directly threw the gun to Wang Chi. Wang Chi posted the attributes of the rifle, and it immediately attracted everyone's gasps. From now on, Wang Chi would most likely become the main damage dealer of the team. Good stuff, good stuff. Tang Rong was so envious that his eyes were about to bleed. With this weapon, Wang Chi's damage would at least double, and he would have the ability to generate bullets, malting up for the huge consumption issues faced by gunners. There's also a silver quality codex, a priest's offhand equipment, for you. Song Jian threw the silver glowing codex to Zhu King. Is there one for me too? Zhu King asked, surprised. Upon receiving the codex, Zhu King couldn't help but exclaim damn and kissed it twice. Ranged professions offhand equipment was originally scarce, and Zhu King hadn't acquired any until now, only using a two-handed staff. However, this level 15 silver quality codex's attributes far surpassed his current two-handed staff, further solidifying his decision to switch to a one-handed staff. As for the remaining blue and green equipment, Song Jian glanced at them, found nothing he needed, and handed them all to Wang Shi to sell. Among them were 4 enhancement stones, and along with the previous ones dropped from monsters, the group had a total of 22 enhancement stones. Then, Song Jian showed the last item to everyone, waved it twice, and said with a smile, "According to our previous agreement, this item belongs to me." New Media Library? Dr. Kinglin, damn it, is there a place called New Media Library in this city? Song Jian glanced at the note, which only had one sentence on it, instructing him to find the New Media Library and look for a man named Dr. Kinglin, who would tell him what was really going on. "You kidnap my follower, whom I have trained with great care, and then make me go to such a strange place. What on earth are you trying to do, my dear priest?" Song Jian crumpled the note and snorted coldly before turning to leave. At the moment, he was not in a good mood. The potential of the Dawn Warrior was immense, possessing the talents to become a great warrior. However, the only thing that displeased Song Jian was that this young man had a very firm faith in the goddess of dawn. It's likely that the Cecilia priest used the name of the goddess of dawn to deceive him. As Song Jian left Manor Castle, he took out the city map and began searching for the so-called New Media Library's location. After searching for a long time, he finally found the words New Media Library in the upper right corner of the city map. The place was more than 30 kilometers away from the safe house where Song Jian was staying, taking nearly an hour to reach by motorcycle. Moreover, he had to cross a level 30 monster area to get there. To Song Jian's surprise, there was actually a small green area next to the New Media Library, indicating that there was another player living area similar to Camel Square. Interesting. Song Jian memorized the route and became somewhat interested in the area. There were 5 or 6 similar areas on the map, mostly near the outskirts of the city, where monster levels were low and suitable for new players. The further in the city, the higher the monster levels and the stronger they were. The central part of the city was a death zone, still ruled by the monsters. Song Jian summoned his motorcycle and headed towards the New Media Library. BRR BRR BRR. The motorcycle was quite loud, attracting monsters within 100 meters radius. This gave Song Jian a headache. Ever since encountering the Abyssal Nightmare, Song Jian had always wanted to change his mode of transport. Soon, Song Jian arrived at the area where the New Media Library was located, following the city's bypass on the map. Behind him, a large group of mutated zombies was still wildly chasing and roaring after him. Some of the mutated zombies had already lost their way after following for a long time, but even so, there were still more than 100 level 20 mutated zombies and even a level 20 elite boss behind Song Jian. Fortunately, the boss was not an agile one, otherwise, Song Jian might not have reached his destination safely. Glancing at the elite boss, taller than the other zombies, Song Jian felt some regret. He put away his motorcycle and turned into a nearby alley. The low walls could not stop Song Jian's progress. With a light leap, he disappeared into the alley. The monsters behind him swarmed into the alley, crashing into everything like headless flies. Although Song Jian was powerful, he was not yet able to fight off over 100 monsters and an elite boss of the same level in an open road. If he had been surrounded by the monsters behind him, Song Jian could only use morphing into Dark Cloud to escape, or be trapped and die where he stood. After turning a few corners, Song Jian finally stood in front of the New Media Library. Comparing to the dilapidated library in the Shadow District, the magnificent and enormous library before Song Jian's eyes was a true library. It was probably the only library of its kind in the entire city. Looking at the dozens of wide steps in front of him, the library seemed like a medieval temple. Just one glance at it made people feel the majesty of the creator and their own insignificance. Looking up the stairs, dozens of golden armored guards were firmly guarding the entire library in the center. All of these guards were level 30, possessing Tier 1 combat power. Just a glance made Song Jian grow cautious. These beings were beyond his current capacity to defeat. Some players at level 10 and above were slowly walking towards the library gate, including several NPC professionals. These NPC professionals wore expressions of reverence, some even reciting hymns softly as they slowly climbed the steps. The players appeared more relaxed, but there was no horseplay, just walking calmly. As Song Jian was about to go up, he suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. "Hey, buddy, are you here to try your luck too?" A young man's voice sounded in Song Jian's ear. Turning his head, Song Jian saw a man in a gray mage robe standing beside him. The man's body was enveloped by the robe, with a tall mage hat on his head and a magic staff in hand. He looked like a wizard from a fairy tale. Perhaps sensing Song Jian's strange gaze, Zhu Hao couldn't help but explain. "This is a level 10 set, and although it doesn't look good, the attributes are excellent." Zhu Hao even showed his set's attributes to Song Jian. Song Jian was slightly taken aback and immediately laughed. The player in front of him seemed to have no suspicion towards strangers at all. It was rare for any player to show their attributes to other players, let alone their equipment and skills. After a glance, Song Jian could see that the man was wearing a magic apprentice set, with 6 pieces in total. Once all the pieces were equipped, the set's attributes were indeed impressive, not only increasing spell damage but also automatically restoring mana. It could be considered a top-grade set. "You're so lucky, managing to collect such an excellent set," Song Jian complimented. "Hee, yeah, but it took me a lot of effort though. Otherwise, I would have been in the top 10 of the level and honor boards," Zhu Hao said proudly. "Oh, my name is Zhu Hao, by the way, and you?" Song Jian. Song Jian replied with a faint smile. "That name sounds familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere," Zhu Hao muttered. "What did you say about trying your luck?" Song Jian diverted the topic. "You came here to try your luck, didn't you? This library has 1 entry quota per day. Once you enter, you just need to complete a simple task to get a book as a reward," Zhu Hao said excitedly. "I entered once before, and I got a spell book as a reward. Hee, I even heard someone got an alchemy drug formula, a forging blueprint, and even a book containing the locations of all the herbs in the game." Chapter 407, The Holy Land. Do not enter without invitation. Upon hearing the book detailing all herb locations in the game, Song Jian paused and couldn't help but ask, "There's a book like that?" "Of course. This is the city's largest library," Zhu Hao proudly exclaimed. "From then on, I would come here every day to try my luck. It's a pity though, I have never had another chance to enter ever since that one time." "That is indeed a pity," Song Jian replied with a slight smile and began walking towards the steps. Ordinary people would probably be panting by the time they reached the library entrance at the end of these dozen steps. However, those who could stand here were elite professionals above level 10. Their physical stamina was robust, so such exertion was nothing for them. By the time Song Jian arrived at the library entrance, it was filled with people, including not just players but also numerous NPC professionals. They all stood quietly in their places, waiting silently. "Can't we just go in?" Song Jian asked quietly. "Unless you can defeat the 2 guards at the entrance," Zhu Hao murmured. The guards standing at the library's entrance were slightly different from those at other places. Their armor was more ornate, with purple magical patterns even painted on them. The aura they emitted was also more threatening than their peers. Even though the area in front of the library entrance was filled with people, nobody dared to approach them. Moreover, the levels of these 2 guards were not revealed. Their danger level was indicated only by 2 blood-red skull icons. "Don't worry, a lucky person will randomly be chosen from everyone in 10 minutes, Zhu Hao muttered, thinking Song Jian was getting impatient. However, what Song Jian was pondering at that moment was whether he could directly enter the library, as he was trusted with a mission given by Cecilia Priest. Just as Song Jian was hesitating, the library doors opened from the inside. A serious-faced young girl emerged from within. The young girl looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. She had chestnut red hair, and her eyes shimmered with a deep blue reminiscent of the sea. Her delicate face was as exquisite as fine porcelain, inviting the urge to reach out and touch it. However, the girl's expression held people back. As the girl emerged, almost everyone respectfully bowed to her. After all, she held the privilege of determining who could enter the library that day. She stood at the library entrance and scanned the crowd. "Kulatu, come in," she said in a deep voice. With that, the girl turned and walked back into the library, her figure quickly disappearing within the entrance. She seemed to know the name of everyone present. After scanning the crowd, she randomly called out one name and left, not caring about anyone else's reaction. Cheers of joy and countless complaints resounded simultaneously. An NPC professional strode towards the library entrance. The 2 guards on either side made no move to stop him, and he soon disappeared inside the door. What the hell, this is the 3rd time in a row that an NPC was selected. Yeah, I come here every day, but I have never been chosen. Is my luck really that bad? It should be a player's turn now, right? You can't discriminate like that. It would be better to choose 2 people at a time, 1 NPC and 1 player. Wouldn't that be fairer? Weary complaints came from all around, and the crowd began to dissipate. The players were grumbling, and while the NPC professionals didn't speak, their expressions were full of disappointment. "Let's go, bro. We can only try again tomorrow," Zhu Hao sighed, addressing Song Jian. "I want to try again," Song Jian replied with a slight smile, walking towards the door. "Oh no, hold on, dude. Some people have done the same as you, trying to incite the library to increase the quota. They all got slashed by the guards," Zhu Hao cried out in alarm. He tried to stop Song Jian but hesitated upon glancing at the guards. Seeing Song Jian advancing towards the library door, some players couldn't help but stop and watch with mocking expressions on their faces. "Hey, someone dares to challenge again. Has the lesson from last time not been enough, or is this guy overestimating himself? Or perhaps he thinks the guard swords are blunt? Let me see the guards draw their swords again. The last time I watched, I felt like I was on the brink of realization. Almost every day, these gamers would come here to try their luck. Some had been coming for over a month without ever being selected. Their pent-up resentment exploded upon seeing someone approach, everyone with their mocking smiles prepared to watch the guards slash this player away. The library doors hadn't closed yet, and seeing Song Jian approach, the guards' eyes squinted, and a chilling intent radiated from them. It felt as though Song Jian was walking on a battlefield strewn with dead bodies. Anyone with weaker willpower would likely have been scared away by now. Stop. The guard on the left placed his long sword in front of him to block Song Jian, growling, intruders with no qualification to access the Holy Land awaits. I am Song Jian. Cecilia Priest sent me to find Dr. Kinglin, Song Jian replied with a slight frown. Dr. Kinglin? The blocking guard hesitated, his eyes flickering. After a moment, he put away his sword, glanced at his companion, who nodded in agreement. Wait here. Don't wander off. With that, the guard turned and went into the library. After a short while, the guard returned from the library. His attitude was far more respectful. Dr. Kinglin is in the library. You can go in by yourself. Song Jian exhaled in relief and nodded, walking towards the library. Behind him, Zhu Hao stood speechless on the library steps, his mouth agape in disbelief, frozen as if turned to stone. Song Jian stepped into the library. The interior seemed to transport him into another world where everything was even more grand and expansive than what he had seen outside. Song Jian remembered only having seen such a magnificent sight before at the Apocalypse supermarket. The library was filled with rows upon rows of documents. In the center, there was a huge sphere emitting a gentle light. Many people surrounded it, seemingly checking something. Looking at all the books around him, Song Jian couldn't help but murmur to himself, there must be more than 100,000 books here, right? The exact number is 1,975,463 volumes, a gentle voice sounded from the side. When Song Jian turned his head, he saw a friendly-looking man with long hair smiling back at him. Chapter 408, 408, Searching for the Book of the Abyss. Hello, I am King Lin, you must be the miraculous young man Cecilia talked about, Song Jian. Dr. Kinglin reached out his right hand and said with a smile to Song Jian. Having shaken hands with Dr. Kinglin, Song Jian couldn't help but ask, can I know where Priest Cecilia is? Did she give you my information? She told me to find you, what is the matter? Also, is my follower also here? Dr. Kinglin was taken aback, then laughed, you have too many questions, why don't you ask Cecilia yourself? Please follow me. Song Jian glanced at the golden sphere in the middle of the library, nodded, and followed Dr. Kinglin towards the passage ahead. The two of them walked along the interior passage of the library until they reached an elevator. Through the elevator, the two reached the third floor. In a spacious room, Priest Cecilia was sitting in front of a desk with a serious look. She was deeply engrossed in a thick book. There were also about 10 other books scattered on the desk. It seemed she was looking for something in the books. Upon seeing Cecilia, Song Jian finally exhaled in relief. Although she looked a bit weak with a pale face, her breath was very stable, and it was clear that she had a good recovery. Cecilia. Song Jian couldn't help but call out, his tone full of resentment. You're here, sit down and wait for me. I am reviewing some materials. Cecilia looked up at Song Jian and pointed casually towards the sofa next to her. At this moment, Dr. Kinglin smiled slightly and left the room, closing the door behind him. Song Jian had no choice but to sit and wait patiently. After about 10 minutes, Cecilia finally closed the book with a heavy sigh. Cecilia, where did you take my follower? Seeing Cecilia finish reviewing, Song Jian couldn't help asking. He is a soldier of the Goddess of Dawn and naturally returned to where he should go. Cecilia said seriously, your actions, to put it lightly, is an abduction of the goddess's guardian, and to put it harshly, it is blasphemy. In ancient times, you would have been burned to death on a pyre by the followers of the Goddess of Dawn. But the goddess is merciful, she kept your merits in mind, thereby remitting your sins, and will not pursue this matter further. If I were you, I would go to the Dawn Temple, kneel before the goddess and pray for 100 days, thanking the goddess for her mercy. Song Jian opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, and helplessly looked at Cecilia. Alright, follower has huge potential and will surely become a Knight of Dawn. He is now receiving training in the goddess's temple. Following you would only waste his talents. Cecilia looked at Song Jian and continued, of course, you can continue to summon him for help in the future, but the frequency must be limited. You can only summon once a month at most. If too frequent, it would disrupt his training. What, I can only summon once a month? Song Jian's eyes widened as he asked incredulously. Don't forget, he is a soldier of the goddess. Cecilia's voice inadvertently rose a few degrees. Alright, you win. Songjian sighed and said helplessly, very good. Cecilia's lips curled up slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, looked at Songjian, showed a hint of softness in her eyes, and said softly, I also want to thank you for saving my life. Otherwise, the abyssal power might have corroded and destroyed my body. Right, I haven't asked what happened yet. Songjian seemed to recall something and asked hurriedly, didn't you say that once we get the Book of Abyss, we can completely eliminate the abyssal demon? The Book of the Abyss contains the fundamental abyssal power. With it, we can completely kill the abyssal demon. However, I was ambushed by a group of giants while fighting against the abyssal demon after releasing its seal. The Book of Abyss was also snatched by those giants, and the abyssal demon banished me into the abyssal land while it got the chance. Cecilia looked at Songjian, a flicker of fright in her eyes. Fortunately, the place where it banished me to was the desolate highland of the abyssal land. There aren't many powerful monsters there. I did my best to escape from there, but I was seriously injured. If it weren't for your rescue, I guess I would have died now. Cecilia gave a faint smile, looked at Songjian, and a hint of gratitude flashed in her eyes. It's good that the abyssal demon finally died at my hands. You said it wouldn't come back to life, would it? Songjian said with some worry. The abyssal demon hates you even more than it does me. I didn't think it would come after you when it hadn't fully recovered. Cecilia seemed to think of something and couldn't help but chuckle. With the blessing of the goddess, if it had fully recovered, I guess you wouldn't be sitting in front of me now. But don't worry, even though I didn't kill it, the Book of the Abyss has reclaimed its resurrection power. After death, it won't come back to life again. Cecilia said, that's good. By the way, you called me here for what? Songjian asked. I am reviewing information about the giants who ambushed me. Cecilia said, the giants spread around the world in the form of tribes. The ones who ambushed me are similar to the Abyss Giants in the legends. However, more than 1,000 years ago, the Abyss Giants disappeared from this world. According to the data, their entire tribe entered the abyssal land and became real abyssal creatures. You know, abyssal creatures are repelled by the world's forces when they enter our world. It's puzzling why those 5 giants can freely move about in our world. Cecilia furrowed her brows slightly. Why think so much? Just find them and kill them, just like the abyssal demon. Songjian stood up and said. It's not that simple, this involves the force of the world. Cecilia suddenly hesitated, looked at Songjian, and said, forget it, all this talking is useless, you're right, we must find them no matter what. Songjian, I need your help. Can you help me find these giants and bring back the Book of Abyss they took? Cecilia stood up, looked at Songjian and asked. System, Cecilia, the Dawn officer, issued you the task find the Book of Abyss, would you like to accept? Chapter 409, 409. Simple task. Looking at the task posted by Cecilia, Songjian pondered for a moment before raising his head and inquiring, Cecilia, are those 5 trolls at a high level and have strong power? A trace of embarrassment crossed Cecilia's face as she shook her head and replied, their levels are only at 20, and one of them even possesses the combat power of a level 20 elite boss. However, I don't think they would be considered a significant threat to you. Then how did they manage to ambush you? You possess a first-order combat power. Songjian's face displayed surprise. To Songjian, first-order combat power is like an invincible power. For instance, the guards outside the library exude an aura that makes Songjian shiver slightly. If he was to encounter them head-on, he reckons that he could only summon 70 or 80% of his full power. They ambushed me when I was fully invested in the Book of the Abyss, trying to completely eradicate the demon of the Abyss, Cecilia explained with frustration. Otherwise, a single divine art from me could easily wipe all 5 of them out. Alright. The troll shamelessly ambushed you. Songjian quickly commiserated. Why don't you go find them and retrieve the Book of the Abyss? With Cecilia's first-order combat power, she could easily defeat 5 level 20 elite bosses. Not to mention, only one amongst the 5 trolls possessed the power of an elite boss, the other 4 merely had the strength of ordinary monsters. I can't locate them for the time being, Cecilia responded helplessly. The Book of the Abyss is a treasure of the Abyssal clan. If it remains in this world for too long, the abyssal power will spill over like a plague, transforming any creature it touches into an abyssal devil. A light of realization dawned on Songjian's face. So, Cecilia knew that he was a patron of the gods, in other words, a player. That's why she gave him this task to retrieve the Book of the Abyss. Once Songjian accepts this task, the game system will automatically guide him to the hiding spots of the 5 trolls. Compared to Cecilia aimlessly running around in Doomsday City, this method is much more efficient. Alright, I am willing to take on this task, Songjian nodded in agreement. As soon as he consented, the quest, Find the Book of Abyss, appeared in his task column. Kill 5 trolls and locate the Book of the Abyss, are the requirements of this mission. On the task map, a yellow area the size of an egg marks where the 5 trolls are hiding. I know where the trolls are hiding now. Do you want to come? Songjian raised his head and looked at Cecilia as he asked this question. Puzzlement crossed Cecilia's face as she retorted, Isn't his mission already yours? Why would I need to go? Songjian. Watching Songjian's mouth twitch twice without uttering a word, he turned to leave. Cecilia hurriedly called out, Hey, since you hardly come in here, remember to try some of the tasks from the lobby on the first floor. If you're lucky, you might even get a skill book. Thanks for the reminder. Songjian thanked her without any expression. When Songjian arrived at the main hall on the first floor, he saw Dr. Kinglin, standing motionless under the golden sphere, seemingly communicating with it. Upon glancing at the shelves around him, Songjian saw that a faint golden barrier floated on the surface of every shelf. This barrier seems to mean that the books here couldn't be touched casually. Looking around, the library was wide but there were hardly any people. It seemed like the library staff outnumbered the readers. As Songjian approached the central golden sphere, a soft female voice echoed in his mind. How may I assist you? Startled, Songjian asked the huge golden sphere in front of him, Are you the one speaking to me? Yes, I am the librarian. You can tell me anything you need. Songjian hesitated for a moment before asking, Do you have any information or skill books on the swordsman immortal profession here? After a moment, the female voice in his head spoke again, We have 36 books regarding the swordsman immortal profession available, including top 10 unique professions, origins of the swordsman immortal profession, Swordsman Immortal Beginner's Guide, among others. Additionally, we have 6 skill books for the swordsman immortal profession. However, to access them, you will need the highest library management authority. There are books about the swordsman immortal profession? Songjian's face displayed surprise. Huh? Songjian, do you need something? Just as the startled Songjian turned to leave, Dr. Kinglin, who seemed to have finished his search, looked over curiously. Oh, Cecilia told me to complete one of the library tasks. If I am lucky, I might get a skill book. Songjian replied, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, since you managed to get into the library, you obviously meet the requirement to acquire knowledge. This is an opportunity, but today's tasks have already been taken. Kinglin frowned slightly and thought for a while before suggesting, How about this? I will assign you a task. Help me check the 965th shelf, 3rd row from the top, 6th book from the left. Tell me the name of that book, and you will have completed the task. You can then randomly pick one book from the library's millions of books. Is it really that simple? Songjian asked excitedly. Dr. Kinglin carefully looked around, raised his index finger to his lips, motioning for him to be quiet. System, Dr. Kinglin has assigned you a temporary task to find a book. Do you accept? Accept. Having accepted the task, Songjian quickly headed toward the bookshelf. Rows upon rows of bookshelves stood like a primeval jungle. However, each shelf had a clear number and were divided into several large sections. Following the sector numbers and shelf numbers, completing Dr. Kinglin's task would be quite easy. Within a short while, Songjian found the book Dr. Kinglin had requested. Although the golden light curtain prevented Songjian from physically touching the books, it didn't prevent the viewing of the book's titles. The book's title, On the Feasibility of Fusing Space Magic and Time Magic, was clearly written on the side. Running back, he told Dr. Kinglin the title of the book. Dr. Kinglin flashed a smile and said, Congratulations on completing the task. Now let's see how lucky you are. After speaking, Dr. Kinglin waved his hand, causing a semi-transparent roulette wheel to appear before Songjian. It was filled with various books and scrolls. Chapter 410, The Broken Scroll of Sword Control Skill. Dr. Kinglin pointed to the spinning wheel and said, Start spinning, and after 3 seconds, say stop. The book the pointer points at will be your task reward. Start. Whoosh, the wheel started spinning rapidly. After 3 seconds, Songjian shouted, Stop. This kind of game doesn't have any skills. It depends entirely on luck. At this time, Songjian's luck surpassed that of the average person by 8 points, a highly lucky situation. Therefore, he was very confident in this method of obtaining rewards based on luck. Soon, the wheel gradually slowed down to a stop, its pointer pointing at a small sector of fingers width wide. Suddenly, a silver light burst forth and a pebble-sized stone floated down from the wheel, landing in Songjian's hand. Silver quality? Dr. Kinglin revealed a surprised look in his eyes, glanced at the skill stone, then laughed. You're really lucky, you even obtained a reward of the highest quality. The task Dr. Kinglin gave to Songjian was of the lowest difficulty, so it was impossible for the task rewards to be of high quality. The highest quality would only be silver. Moreover, there were only a limited 2 or 3 types of skills with a silver quality. Most of the dozens of other types were of white quality books. Unexpectedly, Song Jian directly selected a silver quality skill stone. Skill stone, sword control skill lug chapter. Use this to comprehend the way of luck in the sword control skill. Requirement for use, swordsman profession. Sword control skill? Luck chapter? It seems to be a fragment of the full sword control skill. Song Jian looked at the introduction of the skill stone's attributes and couldn't help but frown. A fragment of a full skill could actually reach silver quality. Then wouldn't the skill called sword control skill be of at least a golden rank? A chapter of the sword control skill? Dr. Kanglin glanced at the skill stone, then raised his head and looked at Song Jian. He couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Fate. True fate. I believe that you will become a great swordsman in the future. Song Jian gave a slight smile and directly used the skill stone. Soon, the skill stone turned into countless silver fragments and entered his body. Suddenly, within his danshan, a warm current started to surge, centered in the danshan, swirling like a vortex and gradually rotating. Next, wave after wave of warm current was flung out of his danshan by the vortex and flowed through Song Jian's meridians to all parts of his body. In the skills column, the text sword control skill lug chapter had also appeared. However, there was no skill proficiency bar or level behind this skill. That is to say, Song Jian couldn't level it up at this time. But the warm current in his body was genuinely real, not an illusion. Moreover, what surprised Song Jian the most was the invisible sword chi, which originally had an upper limit of 100 points, now started to slowly increase. It jumped every few seconds, from 100 points, slowly increasing to 111, 120. For a swordsman, the earlier you get this skill, the better. Although it doesn't have any power, it can constantly nourish your meridians and body, improve your physical fitness and chi sensitivity, and establish a solid foundation. In the future, if you have the opportunity and learn the full sword control skill, you will innately have superiority over others. Dr. Kanglin said with appreciative enthusiasm. The upper limit of my invisible sword chi is also increasing. Song Jian couldn't help but say. Invisible sword chi? You also cultivated invisible sword chi? Ha, it's really providence. Dr. Kanglin, filled with surprise, looked up and down at Song Jian, as though he were inspecting an exquisite jade article. You are a lucky lad. It seems that your profession isn't an ordinary swordsman. Are you a cursed swordman, or a magic sword controller? No. A sword master? Are you a sword master? Dr. Kanglin rubbed his chin and guessed, no, the sword master is an upgraded profession, the before set job should be sword controller. Ha, Song Jian, are you a sword controller? Yes, Dr. Kanglin, I am indeed a sword controller. Song Jian said with a face full of respect. No wonder, ha. The sword controller is known as the basic profession closest to the swordsman immortal profession. You have to seize this opportunity. Dr. Kanglin immediately showed interest in Song Jian. His smile grew broader, he moved forward and patted Song Jian on the shoulder, saying, your profession guide must be surnamed Wan, ha. Keep striving, I am very optimistic about you. If you can reach first order combat power, come visit the library again. At that time, I may need your help with something. If you can accomplish that, then I will give you the complete sword control skill. The complete sword control skill? A trace of joy appeared on Song Jian's face, and he quickly nodded, no problem. Once I reach the first order combat power, I will surely visit you again. Alright, off you go, complete the task given to you by the priest Cecilia. Remember our agreement. Dr. Kanglin gave Song Jian's shoulder a patronizing pat and broke into hearty laughter. Watching Song Jian's figure gradually leaving the library, Dr. Kanglin's smile gradually froze, and a trace of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humphrey, a pupil of the Wan family. Song Jian didn't feel the ill-intentioned gaze behind him. He was elated over acquiring the sword control skill after he reached level 30, and he quickly walked out of the library. Just as Song Jian was about to head to the location guided by the task map, he suddenly received a communication request. When he opened it, he saw that it was a communication request from Wang Qi. He immediately slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten his agreement with Wang Qi and the rest to visit the central bank's underground vault and sell some gold. Although Song Jian was already a multimillionaire in the real world, who wouldn't want to have more money? Brother Song, we are already at the entrance of the central bank, where are you now? Wang Qi asked through the communicator. Oh, there was a bit of a delay. I am at the new media library now, I will be right there. Song Jian replied. The new media library was only a few kilometers away from the central bank. Even without a motorcycle, it would only take a few minutes. Soon, Song Jian arrived at the entrance of the central bank. Wang Qi and the others were standing at the entrance waiting for him. Since Song Jian had not used his motorcycle, he was delayed. Seeing the group, he greeted them apologetically. Sorry for being late, I got held up by some things. It's okay, brother Song, we just got here too. Ma Yu stood up, patted the dust off his body, and said with a smile. Yeah, we just got here too. The others hastily echoed. Song Jian glanced at the chessboard on the ground that was already quite disorganized. He didn't expose them, just nodded his head, directly used the battle flag's team-up function and invited Wang Qi and the others to become temporary teammates. Chapter 411, 411, Underground Vault. Song Jian activated the innate skill of the 5th battle flag, inviting Wang Qi and 3 others to become temporary teammates, increasing him with the brilliant aura, improving the team's attack speed by 15%, causing plus 20 damage, and also improving the attributes of the teammates by 30%, which equates to having an additional high-quality blue gear. The reason Song Jian hadn't set them as temporary teammates in the dungeon was mainly to evaluate their character. If their character was questionable, revealing the 5th battle flag could incite envy, bringing about unnecessary troubles. Invited to be a temporary teammate. All 4 of them looked at the system prompt and chose to accept it. Holy smokes, is this powerful? Ma Yu glanced at the system's notification, amazed. What's the matter, Ma Yu? What's there to be surprised about? Tang Rong asked him with a puzzled look on his face. Are you guys not looking at the system prompts? Just take a good look, this effect is amazing. Ma Yu burst into laughter. The 30% increase of attributes has made his strength and constitution surpass 20 points, making him more resilient. As for the increase in attack speed and damage, it would allow him to cause more damage and hold aggro more stable. Compared to Ma Yu though, these effects were more important for Tang Rong, it had practically propelled his damage output to the next level. Brother Song, this effect is simply amazing. With my silver quality dagger, I can cause more than 100 points of damage even with basic attacks. This is so potent. Tang Rong exclaimed in excitement. Alright, let's go in. Song Jian laughed, taking the lead into the bank. The central bank's lobby on the ground floor was quite vast. On the left was a large waiting area, on the right were 7 or 8 counters, and further in was the bank's office area. However, at this moment, the bank was in disarray, with all the objects strewn about, and the place was covered in a layer of thick dust. Alongside the deep red dried traces on its walls and glass counters. The once smooth and clean floor was now full of cracks, as if someone with a massive hammer had been wreaking havoc in the building, with hardly any intact floor tiles to be found. There's a smell of blood. Wang Qi's nostrils twitched slightly as he whispered softly. Swoosh! Tang Rong immediately went invisible, while Ma Yu held up his shield in front of him, intentionally blocking Zhu Qing. Wang Qi retreated a few steps, distancing himself from the others, the Gao's sniper rifle in his hand at the ready. Zhu Qing chanted a spell, waving his magic staff, and immediately cast several spells such as Increase Recovery Effect, Increase Holy Defense, and Increase Negative Status Resistance on everyone. Has someone already investigated this place? Song Jian asked in a hushed voice, rubbing his nose. Considering this is a prominent building on the map, someone is bound to have looked into it. Judging by the state of things here, it seems like someone had been here recently, but it's too quiet now. Perhaps they were incapable of dealing with the monsters in the basement, they just swept the above-ground buildings and left. Wang Qi analyzed calmly. The monsters here respawns every night, saving us the time to clean up the lobby. Zhu Qing laughed. Gold, gold. Our target is gold. Gold that we can bring into the real world, hey hey. Tang Rong echoed with a greed-filled face in a low voice. Ha, gold digger. Wang Qi smirked, though excitement shone in his eyes. Let's continue. The entrance to the underground vault is just ahead. I assume this group of people were also stumped by the monsters in the underground vault. Those monsters are ridiculously powerful. Wang Qi headed forward first. Originally, there was an elevator that could go directly to the underground vault, but the elevator was already destroyed and the elevator shaft was blocked by a pile of debris, rendering it completely abandoned. They could only go down through the narrow staircase to the side. As everyone approached the staircase, Song Jian suddenly felt a chilly wind brush across his face. A faint smell of blood filled his nostrils and he faintly heard a heavy, barely perceptible panting by his ear. Swoosh! A spark of dark red light flashed in Song Jian's right palm, and a long sword appeared out of thin air. Brother Song, what's wrong? Wang Qi, who was by his side, saw Song Jian's alert posture and asked in a low voice. Be careful, I feel like there's danger below. Song Jian looked towards the stairs downward, his face tense as if prepared for a major battle. Tang Rong and others also took out their weapons, their eyes fixed on the staircase. But there was nothing at the stairs entrance, just a cool breeze blowing gently. Everything was eerily silent. In Song Jian's eyes, This stairway seemed like a giant beast lying in wait, its mouth wide open, waiting for them to walk into its lair. Let's go down and take a look. After a while, Song Jian led the way down the staircase. The central bank's underground vault was dug deep, tens of meters down. This staircase was only constructed for emergency use, and it was quite narrow. Given its long period of disuse, the stairs had fallen into disrepair, and on the concrete walls on both sides, there was even some dark gray moss. It's so dark, there's not even a hint of light. Zhu Qing frowned and raised his hand. After chanting a few spells, a glowing sphere the size of a basketball appeared from his palm, floating less than a meter above his head, illuminating their surroundings. Song Jian glanced up and saw that Wang Qi and the others appeared to be quite used to Zhu Qing casting this spell in darkness. Be careful, there's a smell of blood. Tang Rong suddenly said in a low voice, and everyone immediately tensed up. Song Jian, who was walking in the front, found that the smell of blood became stronger the further down they went, as if someone had recklessly splashed blood everywhere. Soon, Song Jian saw a body ahead. The strong smell of fresh blood was emanating from this corpse. Upon closer examination, Song Jian realized that it was a player's corpse. Fear was etched onto the face of the player, who was clearly scared to death before dying, as if something unimaginable and terrifying had ended his life. Moreover, his body was covered in wounds. Some of these wounds looked like they were inflicted by a giant wild beast using its claws and teeth, while others appeared to be traces of magical attacks. Song Jian carefully inspected the corpse and deduced that the player had died more than half an hour ago. His body and equipment were decaying at 10 times the usual speed. This rapid decay was so noticeable that even the naked eye could easily observe it. Song Jian estimated that at this rate, the corpse would fully decompose into ashes within half an hour. Soon, no trace of this player would be left in this game world or the real world. Wang Qi and the others glanced at the corpse and a wave of sorrow flooded their hearts. Most importantly, they discovered that the level of the deceased player seemed to be 2 levels higher than them, which made them feel a sense of unease. Chapter 412, Mutated Demon. After carefully examining the corpse, Song Jian led Wang Qi and the others to continue walking downwards. Soon, as the group approached the underground vault, they encountered several more corpses. It seemed they were part of the same team as the one they had found earlier. At the moment, a few blurry figures were feasting on these corpses, emitting a strong stench of blood that made Song Jian and his companions feel uneasy. Perhaps it was the glowing orb overhead that disturbed the monsters while they were eating. One by one, their blood-red eyes stared at Song Jian and the others. These humanoid creatures, which resembled zombies, emitted low threatening growls and slowly crawled towards them. As they got closer, Song Jian could finally see their faces and attributes clearly. These were 4-legged mutant zombies that looked like wild beasts.